founders and also pioneers of D2C domain. In today's event, industry pioneers, founders, and disruptors like all of you will converge to explore the dynamic world of direct to consumer commerce. Over the course of the day, our esteemed panelists will lead engaging discussions on the latest trends, challenges, and also the opportunities reshaping the D2C landscape. From emerging technologies and digital marketing strategies to evolving consumer behaviors and also market disruptions with this event and also today, you will get invaluable insights, actionable strategies, and also a blueprint of how D2C in India will evolve. BW Marketing World is a platform specifically designed for the modern age radical marketer community that covers news, views, opinions, expert insights, and also much more to ensure your regular dose of everything marketing. With that, may I please request our team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Marketing World. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and also Editor in Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals and domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And now, with changing times, BW has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it'll add to your professional quest for knowledge and also insight. For all our attendees today, there are exciting offers available. The latest issue of BW Business World talks about decoding of the 1.11 lakh crore rupees Indian marketing and ad sector, featuring exclusive interviews with WPP CEO Mark Reed and also India Country Manager CVL Srinivas and also much more. For more information and the offers, you can meet the team at the registration desk. They're right there outside, and they will be available all throughout the day as well. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media challenge and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. If you have any views you wish to share online, please use the hashtag BWD2C Summit, where 2 is numeric. With that, may I now request our team to play today's event TV? I also take this moment to thank our partners for today, our associate partners, Smarter Logistics, and our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, The Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, can you please request Mr. Ved Shukla, the founder and CEO of Milomart, and also advisor to BW Retail World, to please deliver the opening address. Let's welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to be here. This welcome address was to be delivered by the chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra. He is on his way from Bombay. So he has asked me to, deliver, and it's my privilege and honor to welcome you all here. And I happened to just bump into Mr. Yogesh Dhingra, and we were talking about entrepreneurship, we are talking about life, we are talking about D2C, we are talking about logistics. And, but today, so happy to see that at his age, the kind of energy he is bringing. Thank you, Mr. Dhingra, for partnering us, and we'll be privileged to be hearing you soon. And again, as at Business World, the belief is that we are not a print media company. We are in the business of curating, nurturing, and scaling communities, right? So today, what you see is part of our marketing, disrupt, and also retail, the intersection of those three communities, which is the D2C ecosystem, and you're part of the D2C ecosystem. And, our attempt here is to bring the community together, help you grow in your journey, wherever you are in your journey, and also see how we can value add. Because when we make you, today there would be a sessions on various topics which are, learning, insightful. In fact, in the evening, Mr. T. Koshi, who's the CEO and MD for ONDC, which is, the enviable digital public infrastructure the country is creating, and which would be in the long run very, very valuable for the D2C ecosystem. And I was talking to Yogesh ji that, if you're not integrated as of now with the ONDC, my request to all the D2C founders is that try and do that as early as possible. So you'll have the privilege to meet Mr. Koshi in the evening. And today also in the evening, we have recognized and we would be rewarding 50 top D2C companies of the country. So the effort is to, and the attempt is to, again, help you grow in your journey, recognize you, talk about you, which may, end up in you having partnerships, associations, maybe funding, stuff like that. So the whole idea of creating a community at Business World is to, handhold each other, help each other, and, partner in the growth journey, which we all have undertaken. Because entrepreneurship is not an easy journey. And I mean, you should pat your back for, being able to undertake that journey at whatever age. And Mr. Dhingra is an example. So he retired and then started. So, and I have many friends that gave him references. So without taking much time, I'm happy to convey that on behalf of entire Business World family, our sincere gratitude and thanks to you for having taken our time to be present here in person and to grace this D2C event. We look forward to a day full of energy, ideas, exchange, insights, and ultimately enriching each other. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ved. I think, you know what, to make this morning even more, let's say, successful, as he mentioned, because all of you come from this domain. How about let's just actually pat ourselves on our back, yeah? Let's do that. Ved, मैं सर पैट की बात कर रहा हूं, आपने आपने क्या किया, आपने ताली बजा दी दोनों. It's okay. What do you want to clap or pat, whatever. Let's do one. So what do you think? Let's clap for ourselves. Chalo. It should be worthwhile, no? And on that note, it's time to move ahead with our first panel discussion. Usually doesn't happen like this. कि आज हम वक्त से पहले चल रहे हैं. We're always running late, no? And especially in marketing events, I've seen we're always running late because everyone has so much to share. So I hope that we'll try and cover up all that time with your views. The first panel discussion, it's on innovation as a mindset, driving continuous or continuum in D2C. Discover strategies and best practices for nurturing an innovative culture in the D2C realm. And to talk on the same, to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Shirley Mehrotra, founder and CEO of Fixed Therma India. Joining her is Ripunjay Chachan, founder, Well-Versed Health. Joining them is Akshay Shivpuri, founder, Sada. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Deepak Gupta, co-founder, Bombay Shaving Company. Yes, please welcome them. And though you're welcoming, I believe they aren't here. From the team, can you please make sure that business world team, anyone there? They'll probably be outside. After this is a panel on building a successful D2C brand, followed by the brand story connecting with consumers. Then your fireside chat, followed by a couple of more panel discussions. And of course, as you mentioned, we have the awards ceremony as well. Just to ask, because I think we have a few seconds before they come, anyone who's very recently started their journey in this domain or started a brand altogether? Who's very recently started? Anybody of you? No one? Anybody who started their business in under 5 years from today? Anybody here? No one. Ma'am. Sir. There's one there. 3, 4, 5, 6. Sir, you recently started, is it? Your hand only came till here. 10 years? 10 years? Who started the business, let's say, after 2013? Anyone sitting here? There's one there. Okay, anybody who started the business? Okay, 2. Anyone who started before 2010 in this very domain? Anyone of you? No. Okay, just getting a hang of the audience. That's it. Okay, I think now our panelists are here. The first one, let's welcome them again. Shirley Mehrotra, founder and CEO of Fixed Therma India. Joining her is Ripunjay Chachan, founder, Well-Versed Health. Joining them is Akshay Shivpuri, founder of Sada. And this session will be chaired by Deepak Gupta, co-founder, Bombay Shaving Company. Let's welcome them with a warmer round of applause, please. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Deepak. I will do a quick intro of myself and then we'll introduce the panel. I am co-founder and CEO at Visage Lines. Visage Lines is the parent company of Bombay Shaving Company. We have 3 brands. Bombay Shaving Company is men's hair removal and personal care brand. We have second brand called Bombay, which is a women hair removal and personal care brand. And a third business, 100 Days, where we take large offline brands online. So we run D2C business for Durex, Enfa, NMR, and a lot of other brands. That's the capability we extend to other brands. I think very interesting topic in terms of innovation. I think all of us kind of are there because we have innovated in different ways. So the topic we'll be spending time on today is innovation as a mindset, driving continuum at D2C. And I have very esteemed panel from kind of different spaces. So I have Akshay, who runs Sada. Sada is a, I think, women apparel brand. He will talk specifically about what he do. I have Shelly. She is from Fixed Dharma. Again, I think they have a very different journey. They started offline first and then moved into D2C. And we have Ripunjay, who is running a health supplement and nutraceutical brand called Wellverse Health. So I will start with kind of, I will let you guys introduce your brands and maybe also tell us what does innovation mean to you as a founder and as a brand to start with, and then we'll kind of get into deeper discussion into innovation for D2C.
So hi guys, I am Ripunjay, one of the co-founders of Wellversed. We are a health and supplement nutraceutical brand. We have multiple brands in our portfolio. Brands such as Wellcore, UVFit, Keto5, Zero Sugar forms a part of our portfolio. Coming from a standpoint of innovation, I think innovation is the backbone of any startup, and it's a mindset that should be engraved in organizational DNA. Well, innovation is the only one that we can rely on when it comes to fighting with the MNCs or getting a competitive edge over the MNCs, which have unlimited resources. So it's been 5 years since we started this. We have Jubilant Foodworks as one of our investor. Yuvraj Singh is our brand ambassador investor as well. We are currently running at an ARR of around 120 CR. So yeah.
Yeah, hi, my name is Shelly Mehrotra and I'm CEO and founder of Fixed Dharma. We are a 14-year-old skincare brand. So I think you all know that skincare is a very cluttered and very crowded space right now. There are, I don't know how many, some few, as per the marketplace, there are around 25,000 companies right now registered in the space. So you can understand. So I definitely agree. Innovation is a key to success right now because, and you have to keep innovating. So there's a very, fine line between innovation and new products and getting inspired by the products which are already in the market. But so let me give you a brief background. So we started our journey through Dermats. We have pan-India presence in India. We have more than 200 medical reps and managers, and we sell through Dermats. That's how we started the business. And then we started export since we had some good connections in Southeast Asia. So we right now export to 32 countries. We started our D2C journey just 4 years back, and it has been amazing. I mean, we all know that the growth is exponential there, and we are doing pretty well. And we started our OTC journey just 1 year back. So as a company, we are quite well balanced, I'll say, because we have 4 verticals. So coming back to innovation, so we have very interesting innovative products. We have got some awards also from the Government of India for innovative products. Like we have just launched, you must have seen maybe, Baman Irani is our brand ambassador. It's Nigrifix. It's for nigrican acanthosis. It's a condition which is on your neck, knees, and elbows. The skin becomes very leathery and dark. So it's for that. And we have another product which we just launched 2 years back. It's called Fubetic. It's for foot cream, which is for diabetic patients who have, it's just not for crack heels. It's more about itchy, tingling, when you have tingling cold feet. So yeah, I think he's absolutely right. You have to keep innovating, keep coming out with new ideas, new products. That's how you can sustain.
Oh, amazing how you kind of started with Dermats, because typically it's, like a lot of brands don't think in that direction because it's a lot of effort to first make them buy into your idea and then prescribe to someone.
Reason also behind it. I won't put it in this way that I know see, for going OTC, you need very deep pockets, right? Especially in India. You need very, strong financial muscle to go OTC. And the second one, D2C was not there. So I had to take this route,
Yeah.
which is, I think, very tough nut to crack. So it took us quite some time to crack it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the belief in the innovation is also an important part of the
Yes.
software aspect, because you kind of take the idea forward and be at it. Like
Yes.
for you, it's 14-year journey,
Yes.
and a lot of things have evolved out of it. Amazing. Nice to kind of talk to you, Shelly.
Hi everyone, my name is Akshay. I'm one of the co-founders of Sada. I started Sada with my co-founder Mahesh. It's been more than 3 years back since we started from a garage in Jaipur. The idea was to solve for consumer choices and simplify the life of our customers. Every day you see there are, even if you go out of a restaurant, you see there is a menu, there are 100 choices, and making a decision of what to eat, what to drink, or even what to wear is a problem where you end up like taking up most of your time. So that was the idea. That's how me and Mahesh have been like, how can we declutter and how do we simplify our life? So the idea was, how do we translate that ethos into a brand? Uh, we started with one collection in bedding. We did not want to do apparel because we felt it has so many more variables to it. Uh, because before Sada, me, and we both of us were doing a business in hospitality called Blue Beds. It was like a experiential hostel based in Jaipur. So we started with bedding. We got into clothing. So Sada turned out to be like a COVID baby for us. And so the journey has been quite amazing. It has been like from a team of 5, we've now grown to a team of 130 people, totally bootstrapped. We sell 10 styles on a website. That's it. So we are a totally unconventional brand. We don't call ourselves as fashion because we are totally focusing on timeless essentials. And the idea is that how do we build a wardrobe that is not just limited to women, but for the entire men's, women's, etc. Like, how do you build a more thoughtful wardrobe? And for us, innovation has been like great ideas. How do you ideate? How do you observe? And how do you execute in the most agile way?
Amazing. No, so when I saw, I'm meeting Akshay and Mahesh for the first time, and I saw like they came in this white linen shirt and would reflect. I think the brand was completely oozing out of what they were wearing. So, and I like what you said. I think you choose what you want to be and you don't want to be, which is a great, and especially when fashion is a cluttered category. While you don't call yourself fashion, but you compete with them, but you choose what you want to be is an important part of building a successful business over a long time. So great. So we'll start with and maybe we'll start with Ripunjay and Shelly. I think the question for you, and a lot of this actually will come from our own experiences. Feel free to kind of add your own nuance to the question. So the consumer preferences and trends, not only globally but in India, are changing at a fast pace. I think the way things are getting disrupted in every space, right from the legacy brands getting disrupted by brands like us through innovative business models or innovation in products, to certain industries completely getting disrupted because consumers are getting more aware. They are kind of focusing more on sustainable, health-led, wellness, and like the preferences are completely evolving, right? So how do you keep your organization relevant to these evolving consumer preferences through innovation at every stage? So I think that's something we'll love to know from you. We'll start with Driven.
Yeah. So as I said, innovation is core to D2C business. It only helps us gain a competitive edge over the MNCs where they would innovate. Yeah, they can innovate, but they need a lot of resources. We can innovate in a very limited resources. We have a direct connect with the consumers. That is one edge that we have being a D2C business. So, coming back to innovation in particularly my sector, health and wellness particularly, what we see is there are a lot of compounds that keep coming up on a daily basis saying that, this helps you in, let's say, muscle gain journey. But after research, after some time, we figure out that ये actually काम नहीं करता, बस ये एक wave है, ये trend है. So, it might not be a trend, it could be a wave. So you as a brand have to decide what is the ambit that you will work in. Well, you have to decide which consumer, which TZ you are serving in. what are your long term vision, what are your short term vision. आपका short term vision में शायद wave पे आप ride करके win कर जाओ, but long term में you would lose out. Obviously, as a small business, you have limited resources. You don't want to squander your resources here and there, where a big company definitely can have multiple, team members working on parallel innovation. You have to choose which fight to take and which fight not to. So, to sum it up, innovation for us is defining the ambit of the brand that we operate in. For Wellversed, it is always producing science-backed products or getting into science-backed innovations. We don't drive into waves. We see, we judge, we step back, we analyze whether we want to do this or not, and then go forward and chase the revenue that might be coming up with that short-term innovation.
Actually, I'm quite surprised because generally your generation doesn't believe in it. They always believe in that wave, ride on the wave and sell it and make money and exit. That's the plan. And even with the products, they do that. The products come for a few months, they sell it at, they
move
sell it.
something else.
Yeah, big numbers, and then they move to something else. So that's that's actually quite much there everywhere in D2C space. But since we are maybe you can call us a old school, this thing or whatever, but so you have to go as per the trend also, but you can divide your portfolio into two sections. One, products which are always required, always needed. He just lightly said about the menu. So, we all try different foods, but eventually we go back to butter chicken, chicken curry and dal aloo gobi. We all do that, right? So we try different things, but then we go back. So few essential things which are definitely required should be there, and you should focus on the quality of it. And then you can also, keep adding and removing trendy products because you have to go with the flow.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you are not in the race.
Yeah.
So that's how we divide it. But since we are a very derma strong and clinically efficacious products we make, since we had been a derma brand since from the beginning, so we have to bring out certain trendy products because it's required. But the focus is always on the essential and what the ethos of the company is.
A very important point that staying true to your core and making that bigger will define the long-term success of the business. And then obviously basis the changing consumer preferences, you keep adding and experimenting on top of that, but you can't change your core every time. I think that's an important part. So Shelly, just curious, for the first product you would have launched in your year 1 to year 5, is that product still there? And
Yeah, they all are there.
okay.
So our first product which we launched were 2 sunscreens, one moisturizing cream, one moisturizing lotion, and a foot cream, 4, 5, and one face cream. So all are there.
And they will be like contributing to what percentage of?
So the sunscreen right now, because see, very interestingly, I mean, when we started our journey, sunscreen awareness was not there at all. So if a dermat writes you a prescription, you will use it for some time and then you stop using it. It will lie somewhere or you'll throw it. So sunscreen was like, pushed or, forced upon you by the dermat. But in last 4, 5 years, thanks to social media, sunscreen awareness is crazy right now. So that's actually contributing almost 40% to our portfolio.
Amazing.
To our sales right now. But other products are also doing well.
No, but amazing. Like how from where you started, it still contribute to be a bigger chunk of your business and gives you legs to build other things. So I think that's a learning for all of us in terms of stay true to your core. Akshay, like for you, what does it mean?
So for us, as a brand, we don't introduce products based out of trends. So we are very opinionated when it comes to that. So we see one is product and the other is experience. So how do we innovate in selling the same product in various different ways? So because essentially it's just 10 styles and you have to hammer out the same message in multiple ways. So our team and most of it in the last 3 years, while people have increased in the organization, a lot of it initially was that driven by say me or Mahesh or very few people. So for us, innovation now in the org is how do we foster and collaborate amongst the team, because so that the team is able to take that call of how would they want to experiment and how do they learn and fail and again reiterate from that. So for example, like our team makes more than 100 videos every month on just while focusing on say 10 styles. So they are essentially selling a shirt in like 10 different ways. So we do a lot of exercises at the office trying to see how do they come up with new ideas and how what resources can we give them to kind of do their stuff.
Got it. I think you touched upon a very important point on how do you enable your team? Because as a founder, you may be passionate about certain things, but how does it kind of percolate across the organization? And like you mentioned, your team doing 100 experiments on videos and different same product, but 10 different videos and keep testing it out is important. And I don't think that any organization can succeed if they're not able to kind of build the culture of innovation at all the levels. So maybe Shali, I want to ask you how you do this with your larger team. I don't know how many people are there in your organization, but uh, keep doing it again and again and making sure that it percolates at all the level. How do you drive it? Yeah.
So we have close to 500 people right now.
Yeah.
So it actually, it all happens step by step. So I remember when we started, there was some person, she asked me, what is the vision of your company? तो शुरू में तो there is no vision when you start a company. वो vision होता ही नहीं है. You want to pay salary in time. You want to pay electricity bill in time. I mean, things should happen in time. That's your first priority. Vision तो लगता ही नहीं कोई है. You just want to go with the flow and you want to sustain and run it for some time and then break even and then profitable. That's, the fundamental of business, right? So team, yeah, it's very challenging. We all know how much attrition rate is right now, especially in D2C space. So our rest of the verticals, the attrition is quite low. But D2C space, the poaching is there always. So you bring a person, train it, and the person leaves. Yeah, but we keep trying to, make a good team, keep it together, keep talking to them, having, almost weekly meeting, a group meeting. So where we can talk and we can, I mean, yeah, it's a continuous process actually.
A very important point in terms of just huddling with the team and
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
re-emphasizing this again and again
Yeah.
will play a significant role. Otherwise, it will stay in the vision only, like you said.
Yes, and it's a continuous process.
Yeah.
There is no black book to success
Yeah.
and how to build a
Yeah.
team and how to keep it together. It is a process and which you keep, trying and doing it,
Yeah.
correcting it where you are wrong,
Yeah.
where, things are wrong, and it's just the process. Yeah.
Got it. And Dipanjay, how do you drive this?
So, I think innovation cannot be added into a KRA of a team member, right? So let's suppose they come up with an innovative idea saying that यार ये करते हैं, right? Every team member keep coming up with ideas. तो आपको ये देखना पड़ेगा, analyze करना पड़ेगा how exactly you take that idea. Whether you say, so what we do is we don't approve or shoot it down saying that यार ये idea अच्छा है, ये बुरा है. We always go back to the thought process. कहाँ से generate हुआ है ये idea? One, can we make more such loops to generate such ideas and then giving them ideas about the pros and cons कि यार आपने ये जो idea सोचा है this should be the repercussion and this should be the benefit of this idea, right? Pass it to the relevant team, break it down to the fundamentals, making sure every team member जो भी different domain का है वो भी contribute कर सके idea को, because innovation is a collaborative effort. It cannot be done by a single person. No innovation in this earth possibly has been done by a single man, single woman, right? So team effort बहुत necessary है. बट आपको रेगुलर ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन रैशनल से ये ड्राइव करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज यू कैन नॉट पुट एन एडिशनल KRA सेइंग दैट आप इनोवेटिव आइडिया लेके आए. वंस दे सी दे आर एबल टू ऐड वैल्यू थ्रू दैट innovative idea in the organization, in the process, they would be more encouraged, right? You can have regular brainstorming session, hackathons to help you drive that particular innovative let's say ideas generation loop. So you have, it's a continuous process. As Sally said, it's a continuous process. It's not just one day, 1 week. You have to continuously set a benchmark ki aap ideas leke aao, we'll analyze, we'll definitely implement it if we think that this could be the way to go, because those people are in ground, they come up with the relevant ideas. We at the top can only gauge ki yaar aise kar lete hain. That's not necessarily true, right? So yeah, his
Yeah, no, I think all of you mentioned about problem solving with the team, empowering them, because ultimately you problem solve, but if the team is not empowered, you will not see a lot of experiments happening and kind of see outcomes on that, which you can scale. And third is the role of over communication as a founder in driving that. Only then it can become a continuous process. Otherwise, there are like 100 things to do. One thing I keep hearing that like bandwidth is a challenge, right?
Yeah.
So how do you make sure that your role as a founder in kind of over communicating becomes an important part? Very interesting. I think and there are certain strategies we all as a founder need to also adopt. You can't keep it kind of also need based in terms of how you make sure that innovation keep happening. Like for us, our competition is Gillette, Philips, Wheat, Venus, etc. These are large MNCs with deep pockets. And how do you challenge them? Like, a lot of people have tried this in the past. For example, when we launch our razors, we kind of realize that launching a razor against Gillette you need to kind of do a deep traditional media spends to just get a decent share of voice on the traditional media. So we actually took the conversation to the streets.
Right.
So we launched a program called Razorpreneur, where we actually ask young on people who want to become entrepreneurs that selling is the first step to become entrepreneur. So why don't kind of you take razors from us and sell it wherever you want, in your college canteen, in metro, in Bombay local, in Connaught Place, etc. And we were shocked. Like 5,000 people actually came and signed up for that, bought stock from us, and sold it on like in different ways. And like we did our GTM of 50,000 razors in 1 month, all on cash, and created a content that reached to 10 million consumers free of cost. So I think so. I want to understand: are there some strategies which you also kind of adopt? Because I'm sure, like you mentioned, there are 25,000 brands you mentioned are into. So how do you kind of, what are the kind of strategies you adopt to drive and penetrate against some of the competition you have?
Yeah, that's actually since I mentioned we are not a D2C brand.
Yeah.
So that's not only a D2C brand. So that's actually quite good for us because we very quite well balanced. So we sell through dermats. So there we can push by penetrating deeper into the market. Uh, there are around 16,000 dermats right now. So adding more to our system, our team should reach out to more. So, which is also, a lot of meetings go on. We have daily virtual meetings, trainings. I mean, a lot goes into it. It's just like pharmaceutical business. And OTC, we have just started. So, placing it there, and the movement should be there.
Yeah.
So, we generally we have two kind of sales, we say, not like the regular business. So, you can call us maybe old school or whatever, but that's the way it is. So there are two sales: primary sale and secondary sales. We don't use all these, fancy lingos. So secondary sale is the business. So which actually where you get your cash flow from. So primary sales, we call it dumping. So doing primary sales is easy.
Primary sale is, just for
Yeah.
audience interest, is a movement from your factory or warehouse to
Yeah,
distributor.
so generally when these D2C companies move from D2C to omni-channel to OTC offline, they start dumping and they call it sales. So we call this not sales, that's primary sales. So our incentives, our targets, everything is on secondary sales.
Very interesting.
So that's how, so our language is very different than this ARR and GMV.
So I have spent a lot of time with, I was with Colgate Palmolive. So amazing to see like brand in your journey, speaking the
Yeah.
language which large brands will speak when they're building offline GTMs, and also innovating on that. Like,
Yeah.
frankly speaking, all of us want to kind of quickly go to the market and start seeing the sale, but you took a dermat route, because I believe dermat rule will not generate sales on day one, right?
No,
It's a,
no.
It's a continuous
See,
process of building
it's
relationships.
it's the toughest one, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
So many companies right now have just started, tried that route, but they
Yeah.
just back off because you have to keep meeting the dermat.
Yeah.
They won't welcome you,
Yeah.
whoever you are. There, nothing works.
Yeah.
So no influence works. So you have to keep, introducing your brand, your company, first time, second time, third time, fourth time. Then you get an entry. Then your brand would come on his paper. It's not easy. So, then slowly it starts building up the brand. So the KOL, the key opinion leaders would first start writing. They are the toughest ones. And then the smaller one starts writing. So it's a slow but a very good,
Long term.
it builds the brand very strongly in the market.
No, I think innovation in GTM is something you don't hear a lot. So this is a very good example on how
Yeah,
Fix
and
Sharma
it's not like,
yeah.
when you stop your influencer marketing or anything, your product stops selling. Because since you have made that groundwork has been done, so it keeps selling.
Amazing.
So I have a point to add here.
Yeah.
I understand the fancy terms. We do have to use it sometimes, but the idea
What
is
is the most fanciest term for you?
I think GTM and ARR is something that's considered a fancy term. GMB, yeah. So I think D2C brand अब GMB तो use नहीं करते. That's those were
Investors have become smart.
हाँ इन्वेस्टर अब वो नेट पे ही बात करते हैं हम भी नेट पे ही बात करते हैं अब ठीक है so the idea is कि you should know when to become omni channel right you can start any of the platforms be it online offline right दूसरा चैनल तभी आप स्टार्ट करो जब आपको लगता है कि ये सैचुरेशन आ जाएगा इस चैनल में द आइडिया इज कि इवन इफ ऑनलाइन भी है तो भी आप Amazon में स्केल करो ट्राई टू स्केल अप Amazon टू अ डिसेंट अमाउंट एंड देन गो टू फ्लिपकार्ट और मे बी और D2C वेबसाइट आप अगर सब जगह कोशिश करोगे कि यार इस पे भी बढ़ा लेता हूँ इस पे भी नहीं होगा and then obviously going to offline is a very different ball game altogether right but if you create an decent organic pool where people are coming by themselves asking a chemist or a supplement store saying that यार ये brand well code for example चाहिए या UV fit चाहिए those are our brands right then you get inbound queries we do get lot and lot of queries from our customer service channel saying that यार हमें ये product चाहिए then you understand this is the right time to go to the offline channel right and there are strategies to counter that as well जो traditional problems है by when I say that credit cycle हो गया या ऑफ टेक हो गया राइट प्राइमरी जो सेल्स होती है जस्ट डंप द पीओ एंड काउंट इट एज अ सेल्स दे विल कम बैक एज एन आरटीवी फॉर यू राइट एंड D2C founders have now become smart as well right they are not chasing the GMBs or the revenue they know sooner or later those products would come back to you and it would be difficult to manage that for us it's a perishable product right for them also it's a perishable product you can't rely on कि 6 महीने बाद वो product आ जाएगा it would be of no use and the books of that particular month would definitely go bad right so you have to be very smart about when to do what to do and this will help you win in the longer term don't go for a short term strategy that's how my take on it
Very interesting. Have a long term view on how you're kind of taking your product to the market. Short term will give you short term success, but long term pain. So, yeah.
So for us, it is quite simple that we started with one channel 3 years back that was just website, and we consciously did not choose say a marketplace because we felt ki to know the customer pulse you need to talk to them. You need to have an access to your customers and knowing what is working and what is not working. So since day one, like we have invested a lot in scaling our customer support so that जो डेटा टच पॉइंट्स हमें मिलते हैं कस्टमर से कि इसमें ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है इसमें ये चाहिए इसको ऐसा बनाओ so we keep recording that on a every day-to-day basis and for us innovation comes from a lot of those customer data points and how do we translate that need into validating whether it will be it's a noise or whether it would be timeless. So for that fact, we've innovated like right from the first product that we made was a cotton pant. So fabric में क्या होता है कि बहुत first principle thinking से what you want to buy, it should not either shrink and there shouldn't be a color bleeding as well because that's the pain if you want to invest in something which is more durable. So the fabric that we chose was cotton 20s जो मतलब by nature लोग bed sheets में बनाने में काम में आते थे because that fabric by its nature is more durable. So our team went back to the whiteboard. We saw कि यार इस चीज को अपन ऐसे यूज करते हैं कि how we can make a product that is more durable and जहाँ पे क्या color fadeness, color fastness and shrinkage. So for us, those are the 3 metrics that might sound most fundamental to you, but those are the most important ones. We feel कि यार इंसान खरीदे तो उसको दुख नहीं लगे कि यार ये मेरे से मतलब गलत हुआ.
No, a very important point. कि insight simple होती है, but how do you kind of absorb it and kind of then change, act on it? Very important because sometimes, and this is something we grapple every day, is people always want to kind of build a rocket ship even when we are selling personal care or apparels, right? So you keep searching for that aha never comes, but simple insight like this can actually help you get consumer love and trust, which you can then kind of build at scale. And this is actually, I will also want, if you can share some example, will be interesting for everyone. How you have, where you got a very interesting consumer insight, which you kind of then adapted and innovated and kind of made some changes in your product or marketing campaign or strategy, anything that helped you in your journey?
Should
So
I
I
go
think,
first?
Yeah,
you
sure.
should go first. Yeah.
So during our first product, like we adopted like WhatsApp in the third month of our business. That's like almost 3 years back. So a lot of people used to ask us like, are these pants stretchable? So we realized यार 1000 में से मतलब 500-600 लोगों ने पूछा. So it means that there's a need for a product that is more stretchable. So वहाँ से we really implemented a launch of first 4-way stretchable pants, and then that's how we like like 2 months back we launched a product which was sleeveless, and like there we got like so many messages like make this in full sleeves please. So we just hearing what people want kind of gets from all the consumer touch points.
Very cool. What about you, Ripunjay? Any specific example you want to share with all of us?
Yeah, I think, one of the problems or one of the challenges that we faced early on when we are scaling up our brand, counterfeits. मतलब health and wellness में we never assumed there would be counterfeits, right? कौन ही बनाएगा, अभी तो आप अपने brand grow कर रहे हो, मतलब who would want to copy your brand. But surprisingly, we were receiving a lot of queries through our customer service channel to authenticate our products, right? And we saw there are a couple of products that does not match the batch number that we have produced, right? This gives us an insight कि यार कुछ करना पड़ेगा counterfeit counter करने के लिए, right? There are short term and long term. I talked about ki short term strategy kya, long term strategy kya. Short term strategy, when we analyze the market, we saw there are a lot of SMS based options ki aap product pe kuch laga do and they SMS you back and you send them a reply saying that it is authenticate and or not, right? Now you have to think from a modern solution ki yaar hum better kya kar sakte hain. So what we came up with is a folk to farm strategy. What it does is कि आपको entire supply chain journey consumer को दिखा सकते हो आप, right, through the technology such as blockchain. We have implemented a barcode or QR code that could be now authenticated in our website. There are two-way benefit to that. One is you would be able to gain the customer insight कि कितने लोग authenticate कर रहे हैं and whether they are able to authenticate that particular product or not. So let's suppose a customer comes to you and they are not able to authenticate. Study the data deeply, understand, reach out to the customer, understanding इसका supply chain आया कहाँ से है. Those kind of nuances will help you counter that counterfeiters who are trying to produce a copy of your product, right? As a brand, you never want to, be 100% sure about how your customer is taking your product because they might not be aware this is a counterfeit. But as a brand owner, you should be aware you are placing the right product in the mind of consumer. Otherwise, those consumer will never give you repeat business.
Interesting. So basically how you solve that, you made it very transparent for the consumer so that they know that like what I'm getting is very authentic and it's visible to me.
Exactly.
Very
The
interesting.
idea is to know who are not able to authenticate. The idea is not to know कि people who are able to authenticate वो तो आपको पता ही है. जब वो authenticate नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, then you reach out to the customer and figure out कि यार कहाँ से ये supply chain drive हो रही है.
And Sherry, anything you can remember of which?
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
we are also facing this counterfeit problem, like on a quite large scale, and we have lost substantial business also because of that. But it's not possible for us. So there are set of customers which we have realized who don't care. So we have QR code, barcode, we have a hologram, everything is in place. People are ready to buy even without the outer covering. They don't care. It has to be less price. So that is still there. I mean, and we keep trying to file a case, legal case. वो भी चलता रहता है. I mean, it's absolutely useless. Sadly, you are spending money on that part. But there are certain marketplaces who don't do much about it, like Meesho and Flipkart and Snapdeal and all. While Amazon is very strict. So if you have the trademark and you are the rightful owner of the trademark, they don't allow any other seller. But they say we have 2-tier, 3-tier city people who are more very price conscious. So they indirectly told us ki we won't do anything about it. It's, Nike shoes selling for 400 rupees and there are people who are buying it. Knowing that it's impossible, then you have to understand that the people exist who want to buy a product for 180 rupees, which is selling for 400 rupees. So yeah, that's
This is a real,
definitely-
like, both of you actually touched upon Conclave. It seems like as the brand start getting bigger, there are other problems to tackle beyond growing your sales. And how do you kind of start thinking it and start building in your basic processes, product development? I think it's an insight for all of us to kind of take from it. I think I think this has been a 4 people talking in front of 40 people for a long time. I have one question for audience. And I think there's a lot of chatter about entrepreneurship, D2C in India for last 8 to 10 years. Which are the most innovative D2C brands in India which you kind of look up to? Anyone can raise hands and talk about it. Why? You can, if you don't have any name, you can take one of ours name. That's fine.
Dr. Shaving Company.
Yeah, please, sir.
Bolt and Boat.
Board.
I
Okay.
think both are innovative in the sense they claim they're manufacturing in India. I don't know if they actually are, but it is pretty much all Chinese product being sold in India, right? And I mean, they have become huge brands.
Yeah,
Right,
you are
so
right. Like,
So you have, used somebody else's manufacturing, somebody else's R&D, imported so much material and become huge brands in India. So I think that's
yeah, I think
awesome.
wireless audio space, smartwatches, building a
I mean, they're-
$500 million
It's
businesses.
a revolution in India.
Yeah, you're right. So even in a category which is commoditized to large extent, or there were only very specific Japanese players kind of ruling that, how Indian brands have kind of innovated on marketing first and then kind of manufacturing is something very interesting. Anyone else? Yeah, sir. Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm Nikhil. So coming to the D2C point, I can talk about one competitor of Ripunjay. I don't know whether you consider them as a competitor, Fasten Up. So they are quite brilliant in using D2C channel for their products, especially since I'm a runner and a cyclist. So I also use their products, and the word to mouth publicity, the use of influencer in the social media, and the tie up with the sporting events. So that has worked very well for them. And the way the CEO himself is quite involved. So like he has been recognized as the fastest CEO running a marathon. I mean, that's like company owner himself giving a validation for the products he is using. So this is one of the brands I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, very interesting. Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Nikhil Pachori.
Nikhil, I think very interesting example where I think a lot of consumer now start looking up to brands where they actually want uh, to not relate just to the product, but also the company, the culture, the
Yes.
founder, the promoters. And it's a perfect example that how do you kind of create uh, the the community around the key people in the company and then kind of percolates to your consumers who get inspired and want to try the product. Very interesting. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, this is Akash. So I basically worked with a lot of edtech brands, education brands, and you must be knowing a brand which is declining. So it's Byju's, right? The reason of their decline, what I feel, because I have worked them with very closely. They exhausted the market. They didn't realize what they are doing, and like using all the unfair practices, be it for customers, be it for employees, or be it for their partners, everything they did that they wrong. So it's important to build a sustainable business. What this is what I felt, rather than getting a unorganic growth and reaching out to numbers. So in 5 years, they reached to the top and then declined in just 1 year. So it's important to have sustainable business. If I come to a positive side of this particular brand, this particular domain, so we also know a name that is Physics Walla, right? And there are other brands as well. They are doing good, be it an academy or other players. So they are having organic growth, not exhausting the customer, doing the right thing at the right space. So yeah, it's important to. I just want to highlight it's important to grow, but with a sustainable thing.
A very good point is how do you build a sustainable business? Because it may be different in eyes of different people, in eyes of founders, in eyes of investors, in eyes of your consumer, or in eyes of the retail partners or channel partners you may have, right? But what defines that success is important, and maybe I think will be interesting to ask the panelist also. Uh, Maybe I will start with Shelly. What defines the success for you in your business? Uh,
So I'll take first the what we were discussing about Byju's. I've spoken on this topic before also. I am not very much in favor of this scaling thing, this buzzword scaling. So I feel why to open 120 stores in one go. That's very dangerous. You are actually treading on a very thin, a sharp this thing. So you have to start with few shops or few stores. Once they start, once they meet break even or just do well, if you just go back 10 years, 15 years, uh, it takes time to build a business, 15, 20, 25 years to build a business. But now it's like nobody's interested in giving time to the business. Everyone wants to make the business 5 years. That's the timeline they have, 5 years. That's it. So, which is, I think, not correct. And I have this very strong gut feeling it's going to change in coming years. People will start realizing that 5 years.
Did you raise money in your early years, or
No,
yeah,
no.
I think that's the difference, because when you get venture funded,
But there, so I say there are two types of companies. There are fund funded and then founder funded. So, so fund funded
no,
are
I
different.
completely agree with you. Even in
Fund
other,
funded are very different style of
Yeah.
talking and the way they present the company. They are, always in the seventh sky. जो बेचारे फाउंडर फंडेड होते हैं वो शांति से बैठे रहते हैं because सब कुछ स्लो
Yeah.
उनके अपने पैसे हैं it's their
you
hard
want
earned
money to come back, right?
you so hard earned money, so you go slow. You think you're very frugal with your spends. You think 10 times before spending any money. It has to come. ROI हर वक्त आप देखते रहते हो. तो ROI तो D2C का कोई I think वो lingo exist ही नहीं करता है.
That's why innovation become important.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. So, and I think that's a fundamental difference. Like the entrepreneurship in India has been for centuries. It's not new. Like now there are new buzzwords like D2C, omni-channel. Kind of we are finding new trends which are enabled by technology, etc. But ultimately, the fundamental of business that the money has to come back, right? The money has
Yes.
to rotate. You need to make money on the business. So, very true. So, how do you build it from day zero is
So
important.
success, there's no mantra for success, it's getting the right team, right time, keep going, keep moving, stick to what you believe in. And you should not listen to noise, but at least keep your eyes and ears open. If you think you are not on the right path or your business is giving you so much of losses, it's so long, you should shut it down. So there should be a plan B of exit also.
Yeah, very important. It's like you will have if you invest in stock market, you will have certain stocks where you would have invested with high hopes, but you realize that the fundamentals were not right. You can't keep sitting on that stock with the hope that it will turn around. You have to kind of exit it and kind of deploy that money somewhere else. And I think that's a very important call that a founder need to take. And I can't be just emotional about certain because business is like your baby. If you have kind of started it from day zero, but you can't be emotional about it. You need to take hard calls on people, on certain business verticals, on certain channels. If you realize that it's not going to work or doesn't fit into my long-term plans. Yeah.
And during my journey, I think I must have thought of shutting it down 100 times. It happens with all of us, right?
All of us
You
go.
fall, you stand up, you
Yeah.
again fall, so it keeps going, but you have to keep going. But I had this very strong gut feeling you'll do well. It's just about time.
Yeah.
So, and of course, the fun thing.
Which year was the inflection point for you when you realized like अब तो चल गया, अब इसको like बड़ा बना सकते हैं?
Before COVID, or फिर COVID आ
So
गया.
like eighth year into your journey,
हाँ.
and then
Before
COVID happened.
COVID, I was like, we will get on this rocket के जैसे ऊपर जाएंगे. पर उसके बाद COVID आ गया तो rocket के जैसे नीचे भी आए. So because we had our own manufacturing unit. So, when you have so many expenses, you have to pay,
I understand.
you think about salary. First is never, good day for any entrepreneur. First of any month, you have to.
So it's like basically 11th year into your journey when you actually realize Okay, now I am into some comfortable stage where I can take it to next level broadly.
See, comfortable stage to tha because we were a profitable company. तो वो भी comfort की भी अपनी definition है ना, you how many crores or hundreds you are doing. So I was happy because I was growing my salary, paying salary in time, and everything was good.
Yeah.
And we had a certain reputation in the market, so I was happy. But होता क्या है ना, when D2C came, you realize that you are very पीछे in the race.
जो हम 10 साल में किया लोगों ने 1 साल में कर दिया.
People used to come to office and tell me, "Acha, what are you sale? Oh, this is so less. This company came 1 year back." So then we started realize that we should actually run now.
All right. Vikunja, but how do you look at success? How do you measure it?
I mean, Sally rightly said, COVID was a turning point for us as well. There's a very interesting story around COVID. So this was around 2020, right? So 2020 में जब ये COVID hit किया, we were also, kind of bootstrapped. We raised funds, but angel investment. So अब उस time पे obviously we were chasing growth, which now has completely changed in the last 4-5 years. We have seen कि कैसे profitable होना है. We are marginally EBITDA positive as well. Now the idea is कि COVID में हमें पता था कि if we don't, if we shut our shop, then probably we are closed. We will die. So the founders, along with I obviously, and couple of workers, actually stayed in the office in the manufacturing unit for the entire 21 days, right? We made sure that we get the health essential pass ready because we were dealing in, low carb foods and supplements. We got the relevant passes. The delivery was on, the manufacturing unit was on, right? So entrepreneurship was always a roller coaster ride. You need to see, you need to have a vision कि यार आपको क्या achieve करना है, right? If you have that vision in your mind, then these ups and downs will definitely come, right? It's not like अभी हम stable हो गए. There is nothing called stability, right? The next moment, जैसे as Sally mentioned, right? After 8 years, after 10 years also, you can realize कि यार अब कैसे करें, right? There is a saturation point to it. There is a comfort zone to it. You need to break out of the comfort zone. You have to think, continuously evolve, think about what can we do next to actually make this brand big. Basis your vision. So,
Very relevant point is that you need your vision will define actually how do you kind of look at the success, not like how others people kind of see it. Akshay, what defines success for you?
So for us, our goal is that देश में 120 करोड़ लोग हैं, 100 करोड़ wardrobes हैं. So how do we reach out to those 120 crore wardrobes? Obviously, for any entrepreneur in the fastest time, but by not diluting on the customer experience, because इंडिया में क्या लोग गाली जल्दी बकते हैं, तारीफ करने में बहुत टाइम लगता है, तो और जब खुद का पैसा लगा होता है तो और ज्यादा चुभता है. तो वही फंडामेंटल है. एंड टू ensure that you cannot do it all alone, you need to give team and the number of experiments they take. That's our success metric. If they are doing more experiments, failing fast, because failing more and not unko where fear nikal jai, because one thing that I've observed is that transferring that ownership into the team is the most difficult and the most underrated thing. If you build that culture and if you empower your team to take calls, take shots, I think then that is the only success for us.
Got it. Very interesting. All of us has a different perspective, but it all comes to, I think, from where we started and what we want to be. And then other milestones become a different phases in that journey. I think for us, like in Bombay Shaving Company, we have a terminology called OBCD, which is only Bombay Shaving, only BSC can do. Right, I think that kind of keeps up and running all the time. And what it means is, what is the NPS, what is the repeat, what is the consumer love we are getting. That defines the success for us, because like there is no other mode than consumer coming back and buying your products again and again. That's how we define it. So we have 2 minutes left. We can take maybe 1 or 2 audience question if you have, and okay, quick one-liner. What is?
So I think different scale, but different challenges. Early on there are different challenges, such as how do you set the operations, right? And the scale operations are ready. Then you face the challenge of how to scale up from here. So I mean, there is no one challenge, I would say, or no key challenges that we face overall in the journey. It is ups and downs. Sometimes some channels, challenges comes up, and the other time the other challenges.
So basically, using 1 to 10 is become a different challenge.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Zero
see,
to
0 to 1
Yeah.
is different. 1 to 10 is different.
there's no one challenge. They keep changing their face all the time with me. So the every day there is a different kind of a challenge. One day you come to office and you feel actually very good and you are in a good mood. Things are absolutely fine, and the problems you had, you have already solved them, and then a new problem pops up from nowhere. You know, somebody comes with a resignation also, a very important person, and you have
It hurts
no
the most.
clue actually. Yeah, then you have no clue how to react. So I think there is no end to challenges. So we are a manufacturing unit also, and uh, to be very frank, not many. So we deal with the drug department, and when we started our manufacturing, excise was in place. So you can understand, we are not in that. They are making herbal product. We are a chemical based company, and we take all drug approvals before we make anything. Our COAs, MSDS, everything is in place since we export also. And we export to some very difficult countries like Vietnam, Philippines. They are more stringent rules than US. So we have also US FDA clearance. So I think if you put your system and people in place, regulatory and problems are not there. So even I have, this question comes to me so many times, that being a woman, you must have faced many challenges dealing with the government department. But strangely enough, if they know there is a woman waiting outside, they ask, "पहले आपका काम कर देते हैं." तो मुझे इतनी प्रॉब्लम हुई नहीं कभी. And मैंने हमेशा देखा है कि anyone you meet as a young entrepreneur or whatever age, or अगर आपको आपका काम पता है and you are very sincere about your passion and vision, they also take you very seriously. So I had dealt with custom clearance and everything, from income tax to excise to meeting RFC, Rajasthan Financial Corporation, to RICO, industrial, sab jagah people are saying they are humans.
Yeah.
And if they think you are very sincere about your work, they take you seriously. और बाकी तो थोड़ा बहुत जो है हमारा ट्रेंड वो तो चलता ही है.
Yeah, actually, I think we are above time, but if organizers permit, we can take one last question. There's one last question. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, I will just, so we will be outside, and if you have any further questions, we can catch informally also.
How do you reach tier 2 and tier 3 audience?
So I think, our surprisingly, our business, 70% of our business are coming from tier 2, tier 3 business, towns as well. So you need to understand वहाँ पहुँचने का channels क्या है, right? As Sally talked about कि Amazon particularly is very dominant on tier 1 and the metros, right? Our relevant channel is Flipkart in this case. We do a great business on Flipkart, right? We have a decent connect on Flipkart. Now, once you understand the audience that is coming from, you want to scale up that particular channel, right? We do offline business, a great offline business from tier 2, tier 3 towns, right? So to answer your question, channel product fit is something that you need to understand. You continuously need to analyze where are you receiving your orders from, purchase orders from, and keep scaling that up would help you get to the relevant customer. So, from a marketing point of view, you need to have personalized, tailored communication. That could be, there are a lot of, if you're in a digital first brand, there are a lot of ways where you can target pin code level, right? And you understand कि उस pin code में कौन सा consumer बैठा है, right? The communication has to be narrated. The communication has to be designed from that perspective जो उनको समझ आए. And if you are able to target that, this could be a very difficult standpoint जब हम traditional era या हम print marketing में deal करते हैं. अगर digital में आप deal करते हो, जो targeting options अब available है, it's not very difficult to target even tier 2, tier 3, whatever pin code you think the consumers are.
I would want to add, like, what we felt is that going vernacular in the messaging plays a big part. That देखो, at the end of the day, पैसा तो Facebook, Google को ही जाएगा. but how you put the content out in different languages, can really break through. वहां तक हम तो नहीं पहुंचे अभी तक, सच बताऊं तो।
No, necessarily
But
not.
कर सकते हैं।
Yeah, but I think a lot
It's a
of
good idea, good
regional influence. Actually, the cost of marketing in the tier 2, tier 3 is much lower than metro because everyone is kind of targeting the same consumer. A lot of brands don't do it, but the brands which do it are actually are able to kind of get to profitability faster. So influencer marketing, vernacular, a lot of these things kind of works really well for D2C brand. I think with this, we'll wrap up. I really enjoyed the panels. Thanks, Ripunjay, Shelly, Akshay. I think you were very honest in kind of sharing your experiences, and I think we had a very engaging audience as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. This is the in-house paparazzi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, from innovation, we move ahead to building a successful D2C brand strategies and stories. Inspiring stories and the challenges behind a successful D2C brand in today's competitive market. Probably someone asked as to what the challenges were in the previous session. Many of those doubts could be answered in this one. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Gurleen Kaur, COO, Kimirica Lifestyle. Joining her is Ashish Batra, founder, Paperclip. Joining them is Aditi Chadda, founder and creative director of Indus People. And joining them very soon in the middle will be Ankit Arora, founder and CEO of Streamline Beauty India. And this session will be chaired by Harbinder Narula, CEO of BW Healthcare World and also of BW Wellbeing World. Just please welcome them. थोड़ा और प्यार और जोश से अगर आप चाहें तो वेलकम कर सकते हैं. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, there was a reason I wanted them to sit separately because I just discovered before I entering this room that they both are married to each other. So जितना एक वो थोड़ा सा distance create करें, I think Ashish will thank me for this. So you know, it's so nice to see you know, the audience engaging. I mean, you know, the interaction that I was seeing in the earlier panel. It feels good to be sitting here to moderate a panel which is going to be heard by an audience which is actually interested in the conversation. So I will not waste time in introducing all of you. One, I think most people know of you. Second is the introduction has already happened. But Ashish, let me begin my conversation with you. You have been an advisor to government. You have been a strategist and advisor at ENY, and then you got into entrepreneurship and you became an advisor to your dad, you know, and turned the business into what we see as a brand today. Was there a strategy that you had while you were kickstarting this venture in the manner that you do it now, or did it just evolve after you came into the business?
I think it was a very evolving journey, simply because that the market around us, I mean, if we see 10 years back, 5 years back, 3 years back, right? The market itself is evolving, how the customers are buying, their buying patterns. Of course, COVID has completely led to a behavior change in the short run, which we see signs of in the long term as well. I joined the business actually right before the first lockdown and COVID happened. And that's when I quit my job and took that plunge without knowing what COVID will bring to the table. But if I look back at my journey, I wouldn't have done it any other way. It's an evolving journey. Currently, as we also as a brand stand and how we or I also operate is a very evolving process. We take every day as it comes, but never sort of lose sight of the bigger picture of what you want to achieve as a brand. And what your customers want to experience from your brand. So I think it's an evolving journey. That's how we looked at it in the past. That's how we look at it even now. Yeah.
Did you have a picture in your mind, a vision, before you chose to give up your corporate life and join your dad's business?
So, see, fundamentally, the brand, so to say, or back in the day when we were starting this business, fundamentally, the foundation of why we started, the ethos of why we started remains the same. The idea was to make the best notebooks and stationery that your money can buy immaterial of where you're based in the world, right? So back in the day, just to exemplify this a little bit, we used to, as a family, when we used to travel abroad, we used to buy a lot of stationery. I mean, the best stationery available in the world comes from Europe, largely because if you see the supply chain, there are certain mills and paper mills that date back to the 1400s, 1200. Those kind of sort of ethos is there. So when we used to come back, you're like, this is some great products available out there, aesthetically very well, you'll really enjoy using those products. I said, why can't you make this in India? Like, what stops you to make this in India? So, as a family, we jumped on that journey where, we said, okay, we'll make the best notebooks your money can buy. And that ethos continues as of today. We continue to push the limits of product, of innovation. We run our own manufacturing. So, I mean, the ethos, since it remains the same, I think nothing much has changed. But yes, the bigger picture is always at the back of our mind, and we build for that.
Aditi, you've been a designer, you've been a graphic designer, and from designing for companies, you went on to create your own products. And the segment that you are focusing on can be termed as a luxury segment because of the pricing, the positioning, etc. Now, when it comes, I mean, he's doing, premium mass product to a luxury niche product. How did you choose this? And what were the challenges that you faced while creating a brand, which is going to be a niche brand? And how did you overcome those challenges?
So I think, if you ask me why I started Indus People, it's basically because as a graphic designer, like I have a very, very minimal aesthetic. That's my aesthetic. But I just felt that, at that time, say 5.5, 6 years back, the kind of ceramics that we were getting in the country were all like printed or hand painted or something, nothing that, I would want to buy and use at home myself. So I just felt that there was a gap in the market for like those minimal modern products, but I always wanted to like stick to an India story. And also we decided to keep that as a backstory in the products. Now, coming from a branding background, what I realized is that, when you're creating a company versus when you're building a brand, it's, I think, two different things. I mean, in today's day and age, I think brand is way more important than anything else. When you're doing digital marketing or you're doing any form of posts or storytelling, you are actually creating a brand. Now, I was creating this for other people. So for me, it was very, in that aspect, creating a luxury brand was a little easier for me because I had done that in the past. So it's about the kind of imagery that you portray or the kind of storytelling that you're doing or the way your website is designed and stuff. I think all of that helps in sort of positioning your brand as a luxury product. Even the way you photograph it, stuff like that, very, very small things, but it's about how the customer perceives it at the end of the day. So even if you're putting a certain price point to it, they're willing to pay that price point because they're landing on your page and they're seeing, oh, this is a luxury product at the end of the day. Now, the challenge, so branding wasn't the challenge that I faced because I was already hopefully good at that. But the challenge that I faced was that, you can basically get somebody to buy your product once. You have to get them to buy it again and again by giving them a good quality product. Branding sells it only once. So getting the right quality was actually a challenge that I faced because we've named our brand Indus People, which means Indian. The word Indian comes from people of the Indus. So I had decided that no matter what happens, I'm going to make in India. Now, making in India comes with its own challenges. So I think getting the right quality and the right finish in the product was the biggest challenge that I faced, that I can justify the price point that I'm putting to it.
I totally agree with you, Aditi, because, like you said, branding can do that magic once, but the quality has to play the role because, at the end of the day, brand is just creating a promise of what to expect when people were to engage with you. Amar, Ankit. Ankit, what has been your experience, with creating a D2C brand? And maybe you'd want to share because you came in late. So maybe you can just give a small intro about what you do and share your experience of creating a D2C brand.
Uh, Thank you. So basically, creating a D2C brand, uh, I think there are so many experts today in India on that. But my journey was a little different. So I started off by being a distributor for D2C brands to now creating my own D2C brand. So the journey was very different. So I had the benefit of learning and unlearning from some of the best global brands. I don't know how many of you have heard of a brand called Olaplex. It's a hair product. So we were the ones who launched that 8 years ago in India, and that company was a 3 SKU product company, and it sold for about over $1.3 billion within 3 years of existence globally to private equity. And we were part of that journey of building it from scratch in India, uh, and also across a channel which is very untapped, which is the salon channel. So we kind of, over the last 14 years as a company, have mastered the art of working with salons, hairdressers, and that fraternity, which is very different from your typical D2C. And then taking all those learnings and all those experiences, we're now launching our own hair care brand called 310X. And that journey has been incredible. It's taken us about 4 years to kind of curate the right product, to test it from an Indian hair standpoint. Because today, when we import international brands like Olaplex or Kevin Murphy, which is another brand that we do from Australia, it's a hair, men's styling and care brand. You get what they've created for the global market, and then you actually pay not just for the cost of the product, but for their global positioning. But we wanted to kind of give to India uh, the same quality, which is why we say 310X, 3X, which is 3X the performance, 10 benefits, but at the price that the Indian consumer would want to pay. So we've kind of managed to now do that and bring the product, which is now going live as we speak. And yes, and that's the journey so far. So I'm still trying to catch up with you guys right now. So.
And, from the perspective of D2C branding, you said you had a lot of learning as well as you had to do a lot of unlearning. What was the one thing that you feel you are now doing it differently from your experience of distributing some of the best products?
Very good question. So right now what we've done is we said, okay, what were the good things that worked for them, right? The good things that worked for them were, I think, without doubt, as our friend here also mentioned, that quality is key, right? You have to have immunity on product. So you cannot be a great packaging, but average quality, or a great price, but average quality. You need to have product immunity, which means if any of you use that product, you need to come back craving for it. So that is what I took from them. I think Olaplex is tried and tested. Everybody knows product performs. And then I took what the Indian, and what I kind of did not take from them was some of the ingredients that didn't work for Indian hair, and took the ingredients that worked for Indian hair. And, in India, we've got a very humid climate. So we need, more frisk control. We need more, softness in the hair, which is also something that all Indian women and men to some extent prefer. So we looked at what were some of the vegan ingredients that could deliver that. And also considering that we have thicker, coarser hair. So we looked at those. So those are some of the changes we tweaked in the model. And then, social media is big everywhere, I guess. But we are going to be doing a mix of not just social media, but a lot of real people, real results kind of campaigns to really drive that word of mouth. It's going to be a slightly longer journey, but I'm safely assuming we'll be able to achieve it with the network we've built across the last 14 years.
So what I hear you say is that listen to your customer and take it seriously and innovate your delivery, product development, etc., based on what your customers want and not on the whims and fancies of what you think the customer wants. Right?
Correct. Correct.
Gurleen, let me come to you. Gurleen, you've been selling a product which was a B2B product. You were servicing the hotels, resorts, etc. And then you created a D2C product, right? How is your messaging, branding, brand connect different when it comes to creating a product for a business where you could be white labeling and to now change the mindset of creating a connect with that individual who will be paying money from his wallet to buy your product? Second is, I mean, while you're answering this, I would also try to understand from your journey that when you're selling to a hotel, creating a big brand which has a connect with an individual help you better create a distribution? Would a hotel want, I mean, we were talking about when you go to a Ritz-Carlton, they have large brands whose products are being kept as toiletries, right? What works better in terms of positioning? So tell us about your B2B experience as well as your D2C experience.
Okay, so hello everyone. Uh, for your first question, which was like, how do we enter from B2B and B2C with a different brand where we are private label for one and then we go into market with our own brand? We were slightly different when we started our B2B. We were very strong on bringing in our own brand. I clearly remember we started with a brand called Ignis, which is one of the best brands we have created. It's completely used by Marriott. What worked for us was that we kept the collections exclusive to the hotels, to the group of hotels. So like Ignis, if it was used in Marriott, we were not using it for another. Then there were Hyatts. We created June Jacobs Portigo for Hyatt, and that's an international brand. So we got a mix of both for us, which created a success story. We were not having initial plans to be into retail or D2C, but we got a great feedback from customer. They were fantastically loving our products. We never thought that Kimerica can be India's bath and body brand, and it's a sensational brand. We work more of on a self-care experience where, a person spends most of the alone time with himself when, they're having a shower. And that's all the experience we try to create around. So yes, positioning and marketing is also different a bit because convincing a B2B customer it's very price sensitive. Our ideology when we were into B2B versus B2C, every day it's a shift because one, if you are talking about B2B and then second hour of the day you are talking about B2C, the whole strategy changes. And convincing people, with our products, we have a very good feedback that the product packaging, the look and feel, the usage, we are very fragrance driven brand, and it gives us a very good collection connect that people recognize it as an international brand, which is a very big compliment altogether. So we kind of have a seamless integration that, and even at our stores you will find good international brands as well as a presence because we always treat them as friends around the world. That's how we have used and collaborated both the brands, be it our own brand or the private label brand. So we do have 35 plus licenses of international brands. With the expertise of having retail in the presence and having B2B, we always used to say that when we are sending our products in hotels, that's a free marketing actually, which we quite leverage a lot. People recollect and recall our brand very quickly. Oh yes, we have seen you in hotels, and why don't you serve on a retail basis? So that was how B2C was all started. So it was a great channel for us, which not all have the privilege, but yes, we had to reach so many users at a go. So
Gulin, I'm very keen to ask you one thing. When you're creating a brand which has a prestige,
yeah,
right? There's a connection that you create.
yes.
And like you said, people, you want to sample it also there and then people recollect the brand. Have there been some instances in some hotels where you say that, listen, I do not want to put my brand there. I would rather white label it and keep it there, but I don't want to lose the business.
That comes when you are doing when you need volumes. But honestly, we have not touched that area. Basically, we were very specific that no, we will hold on to our quality products. We will not, lose on that part and not do private because ultimately it's a brand manufacturer which is going into the market. So we have never compromised on that part. That we were very sure. And we were more known for our products. Our products has been our USP, and for retail, it is products plus experience, which makes us different from others. So that was one thing that, okay, let the business go. But fortunately, we have a great business in the hospitality as well. We're India's first. So yes, that's
Awesome. So would it be correct to believe that for a D2C, brand is one of the most important things that an entrepreneur must keep in mind? Is it safe to believe that?
it's a mixed thing because D2C comes with a lot of challenges, which is typically not there in B2B. But yes, the kind of recognition which you get from D2C, it helps a lot when, so for example, if now we go to a hotel and we want to pitch, for example, to any luxury hotel or Kimerica versus, any other XYZ private label brand, their generally top question is, do you have a store? And now we can proudly say that, yes, we have 7 stores already. And you can see our stores. And when they personally, so how the process works for B2B is they do go to the store. They see the brand, they do come and see the manufacturing facility. So all of those are top notch, where we have not compromised on anything on the quality and the appearance. It's all luxury, contemporary built stores. So definitely it gives a big advantage that, you are already into D2C.
It's beautiful because, if you come and see, there's like Aditi also mentioned that the quality is absolutely paramount when you're building a luxurious brand. But quality helps you create that connect with the customer, but then also brings a lot of responsibility on the brand owner to ensure consistency over time. There's a huge responsibility that comes in. Ashish, I want to come to you because I remember talking to you about what you do in the B2B space. I want you to explain to the audience how building a D2C brand has helped you get B2B business and how you are ensuring your brand is present while you're doing a B2B business.
So how we look at this is, one, we're not plainly a D2C brand, right? We call ourselves an omni-channel brand. I mean, just for the audience, I think people who don't know about us or how we operate, we of course have an online presence of our own. We are in multiple marketplaces. We are in about 600-700 retail stores and now expanded into multiple countries as well, right? So as a brand, I think in this sort of phygital world that you live in currently, how we see this is that people are experiencing some element of what you've created in different formats. So if they're on Amazon, they're experiencing the pictures or the content or the videos that you put on. Same for your D2C sort of website and all of that. So that plays a big sort of role. Now, simple things on how this is connected. Like if we're doing any sort of online advertising with Meta, for example, and you're a resident of Gurgaon, you're going from place A or your house to say Ambience Mall, for example. While scrolling on social media, and if you are an interest group that we're targeting, you'll probably see our advertising, right? You may not buy it, but you'll experience some sort of the brand that we try to portray on that particular platform. You get off an Ambience Mall, you go up to a Crossword store, you'll see the brand there. You're far easier to convert, right? Of course, you'll see, look, feel the product. And what rightly Aditi also said, branding will only let you buy the product once. If the experience is not good, one, you'll never be able to create a brand. Second, you'll never be able to get the customer back, both interconnected. In our and to your question, how we built our customization business, I mean, you'll be surprised to know that we have 0 people on our sales team, but we work with 2,000 companies. And all of this is a pull marketing. We don't reach out to anyone. They have reached out to us. Why? Because at the end of the day, they have used our products. They found it to be 10x better. And they have reached out back to us saying that, okay, why don't you customize the product for us? In this segment also, 99.95%, barring some white labels that we do, if you've heard of brands like Napa Dori, any notebook that you pick up is done by us. Nicobar, any notebook that you pick is done by us. So there are 2-3 brands like this that we white label for. But any other customized product that we do for these 2000 companies that we work with will have our branding on it. And largely got converted because the CXO level or the senior management or the HR or the admin or the procurement is a user of the product or gotten gift of another branded product that we did for another brand and they got gifted. So I think it's all connected. I mean, so if you're doing some content online, you're marketing online, it's all kind of some returns in some of the channels that you're working in. And unfortunately enough, currently we don't have the matrices or the data is not kind of flowing in. If I did X number of or X spend on Meta, hence it converted into my corporate sales. So I don't have that number, but year on year we've seen that time and again kind of increase.
Ankit, you said you began your business being a distributor for products that are being sold to the salon. Every brand typically has a story that is told to a customer, you know. But as a distributor for a foreign product where you represent that brand in the country, your customer is a business through which you're selling. Does the story get diluted with a sales objective when you're dealing with a business? The story that the brand has for the customer versus the story that you have to achieve your numbers going to the business.
No, I think the story is always the same because when you're representing a brand, and if you're a good distributor with the right ownership and accountability, you will represent them like it is your brand. Today we've been distributors, but we've always represented like them. We were like it's our brand in India, and we are, let's say, for Olaplex, we are Olaplex India, right? We don't see it differently. So, and then sales numbers will only come if the story is communicated to the end customer, consumer, because it's a story that counts, right? So let's say if the story of Olaplex was it repairs the bonds of the hair. Now, repairs the bonds of the hair means nothing to the consumer because they don't know what bonds are. We all have hair, but we don't know that hair is made of bonds and how many bonds. But the story was insurance for your hair. That was a very strong story. It was insurance for your hair, and we kept repeating that to the consumer. I remember in the first few years when we launched Olaplex, people were saying, "Oh, is it Ola Cabs? Is it related to Ola Cabs?" And we had struggle, and it wasn't a product that gives you outer benefits; it gives you inner benefits. But over a period of time, I think every woman who colors her hair or styles her hair or blow dries or heat treats her hair knows that you cannot survive without that ingredient or that technology. So that insurance for your hair was the story. And that, so I'm sure all of us here have that own story, or we need to have that story if you want to really, crack the code with the Indian consumer and make it as simple as possible.
Aditi, you are a brand, you're not selling online per se, right? But in today's digital age, it is very difficult to believe that any brand will not have an online presence to create a connect with the user, right? How important is storytelling for you when you are wanting to create a connect with your user to acquire him as a customer and also retain? Because you just mentioned you can only sell it once based on the brand, but then the quality, the delivery, everything matters. How are you creating this connect? How are you using storytelling in the online world to acquire a customer and then be able to retain them and build a pride of owning a product, which has been from your store?
So we do actually sell online through our website and through other channels as well, through some aggregators and stuff. So we have that retail presence also. So the thing is that in terms of storytelling, I think not so much in the form of a story, but I think just highlighting as you know, as he mentioned rightly, that highlighting the key aspects or the USPs of your products. Like we started off as, our storytelling in the beginning when we started off as just a D2C brand was that it's all made in India, inspired by India stories and everything. But moving forward, we realized that's not enough. There are many other brands coming up doing the same thing, doing similar products and everything. So we had to so far evolve. Now, what we realized in the Indian market is that coffee as a market was booming in the country, and it is still growing, like very largely in terms of even the number of cafes coming up, or in terms of like, your like your D2C brands in coffee and stuff, the consumers are really going up for coffee. So we realized that we need to tap into that market of sorts. Now you had cappuccino cups available, you had espresso cups available or mugs available online, but everyone was just taking a regular mug, putting a design on, slapping their design on it and selling it. No one really got into the science behind a good coffee cup and stuff like that. So that's when we realized that that is the gap in this expanding market. So we sort of tapped into that. Now, in terms of storytelling, what we did was we actually we studied the science behind a good coffee cup and stuff like that, and that's what we actually educated the customer about. So people who already knew about that, they were like, oh, this is a brand that's actually understanding my need, and therefore they came to us, whether it's a cafe or it is your end consumer. And for the others who were just getting into coffee, they're like, oh, so this is how a coffee cup is supposed to be. So then they were coming to us and purchasing the products from us. So I think in terms of that, whether we're getting our B2B market or we're getting like selling directly to D2C, I think this sort of communication of what we're doing in terms of the quality, in terms of creating the right product and stuff, it's, I think because that was very clear, it sort of helped people create that trust in our brand, and knowing that what we're doing is not just slapping a design on a cup or something, we're actually creating a credible product for them to use.
That's beautiful, because a graphic designer turning into a product designer and understanding what the product needs to do as in terms of utility is amazing. Gurleen, from a B2B to B2C and setting up a store, so creating a front end, a company which is used to selling in mass is selling, I mean, did the numbers excite you when it came to the number of sales coming from a store, and a store that was being set up during the pandemic? So what did it feel like? One. Second is, I want to touch upon digital again with you. Having a physical store, a D2C brand, what are some of the strategies that you used in the online marketing to drive these sales and brand connect at the store level? Any success story or any strategy that you would want to share, which could be useful to anyone who's starting up now?
So for the first part, I would say the brands. Uh,
Uh, the numbers are very different when it comes to a store.
Yeah, thank you so much. So initially, we opened the stores actually during COVID when everybody was shutting their stores. It was a very difficult and controversial discussion we used to have in office that should this is the right time when everybody is closing down the store? Why you want to open up the store? And that too we took locations at airport, which was again a very difficult decision. But we were when we launched Kimerica for retail, we were very sure about our strategy that we will be doing it omni-channel, because our focus was to create a premium luxury brand. And because of the likes of Rituals and Byredo, whom we get inspired by, we have seen them, making a lot of stores, because that's how, with time you connect with the brand and, retail in the brand. We were very sure that, every time you open Instagram or every time you go through any digital platform, you will find another brand, which would be after you to buy the product. But we were sure that our all the marketing strategy will have to be on a full basis and not on a very push basis. And that's how the products evolved around what people are looking for. Let's work around on that. So offline, yes, had been scary, but and numbers as well, yes. That it is always, difficult to even achieve BP. But again, we were sure that luxury will need at least 5 to 7 years of time to seep into the market. Fortunately, out of our 7 stores, only 3 are there which are not doing VP, but rest of them are quite profitable. And we are happy because we planned smart stores. We even closed one store which we felt that yes, we made a mistake. And yes, we were happy accepting that instead of carrying away the losses. It was a good decision that that's okay. Let's close down the store. Whatever branding we had to do it, we had done with it. But moving more on a kind of store which gives a success to us is definitely our focus. And even for the next 2 years, we are there with our stores. In our plan that this year we will have some 5 to 10 stores of our own. and next year another 15, 20. So offline, we are very confident that our brand is going to have that creation from offline to online, while the whole many of brands, who are mass or mass premium working from online to offline, but we had the mixed strategy. And moving to the second question of digital marketing, where, we have the success in digital marketing, not just Amazon and those, we are quite taken away with the quick commerce numbers. This has been fantastic growth for us. Brand, we never thought a person buying a rupee shower gel on a quick commerce like Blinkit or Zepto, where the AOV is generally 500, 600. But we were quite happy to see the numbers and plus the progress where we have done in the digital space. Our contribution to digital offline is still 70-30. So that's quite a significant of online, which we do. But and then plus we have almost 100 shoppers, shopper stop, and then plus Nikon trend, we are there. So with limited SKUs, our strategy has been that you go what works best for us. We have a lot of subcategories like bath and body is our category, skincare is our category. Gifting surprisingly has been a very big contributor to us, but has worked in a very positive manner that, trying someone to try a shower gel of 999 versus giving him a set of 5 where, he can experience all 5 products differently at a good price point of say 1350 or 1999. That has kind of worked wonders for us and giving accessibility to the people, to come and experience our brands. And plus in D2C and offline as well, our storytelling has been very strong in terms of our collection, because it's, as I mentioned, bath and body is something, I can't convince a lot basis the USP. Some are problem oriented products which are already out there in the market. But when you talk about luxury or global brands, they are more of giving that experiential product, and to bring that person experiential, it's definitely important to have them better benefits at the store. So what our footfall from online to offline works is, offline we have better offers, better complementary products as a strategy, that whenever you are buying, you have a added experience. Plus a whole lot of experience. We have massage sessions at our store. You can feel our product. You can even, we have skincare testing products, serums you can take away at home, try those. So all the benefits which we have thought to let customer experience our brand first and then become a user has been our success story.
Awesome. So before I ask my next set of questions to the panelists here, I want to invite some questions from the audience. Do you have some questions for the panelists sitting here? Anyone has any questions? सब कुछ समझ आ गया या सब कुछ समझ नहीं आया? दो ही चीजें हो सकती है सर. So let the mic be there. Sir. Yes, sir.
I want to ask with Mr. Ashish Batra. I know your brand for quite a long time. I've been working with corporates.
Can we ask these guys to not make so much of noise? Can somebody please go and tell them? Yeah, thank you.
So the biggest challenge in corporates was price. And how do you match that price, that ask from the corporates? Because budgets are tightening day by day, years on years. And it is very difficult to match. And I, being from a procurement background, I found it very difficult to pull in paper clip. So what is the mantra now you have got, or you are finding yourself difficult to enter into corporates, whether it is big, small, whatever it is? I mean, everybody is running for cheaper brand, cheaper thing. And yours, I know it's a brand, but then how do you match the prices to enter into the corporates?
So, sir, first of all, thank you for recognizing the brand, and I'm guessing you're a user as well. So thank you for that. You see, we're very clear as a brand that we're not in the price floor game. See, if we fight the price war, then there is no limit to going down, right? And We as a brand actually play the game of quality and the service and the experience that you have while using the product. So while we have a lot of copy brands that have slashed the prices, there are multiple brands. There's a brand called Paper Club that's come. There's some other 2, 3 brands that have come, also failed, right? Because when you try and fight the price game in any sector, immaterial or just stationery, you fight the price of any sort of price game in any sector, you're bound to reduce the quality of the product and eventually leading to a customer not enjoying it. So we, to be honest, don't want to acquire a customer who is very taking a decision basis the price. We want to uh, onboard a client basis the quality that we have to offer without any compromise on that. So if you see, what we sell in retail is what we sell to the corporates as well. In terms of the market, in terms of the corporates that we work with, as I was explaining, I don't know if you were here while I mentioned that point. We work with about 2,000 corporates. We've never ever experienced people coming back to us and say, "Oh, it's very expensive." Because if you actually look at the price range from the MRP standpoint, we started at the 335 rupee price range, or now at actually a 295 rupee price range, going up to 2,000 rupees. So practically there is something for everyone, provided you appreciate the quality that you, are trying to acquire for your company and so on and so forth. So I think we're very clear as a brand, we'll only play the quality and the innovation game and not the price game at all.
So you target the high end of the customer, or how is it?
We
When
work with.
I know there are a lot of brands, in the market, competitors to you, and who have equally good brands, who are equally, like you would talk about a brand coming from Balarpur Industries, it's a big brand. Thapar Industries, it is a big brand. I mean, and they have been visiting us, number of times for the orders, and that is where you have to compromise somewhere, something.
So Ashish, sir, that's a very beautiful question. Ashish, let me ask you, sir, if I take the liberty of
Yeah, yeah, sure.
tweaking your question a little bit.
Yeah.
When we are looking at creating a brand, you're talking about creating a brand promise, brand personality. You're looking at creating a brand, positioning. They're all elements. So even the pricing will impact the kind of segment that you want to connect with. So is branding an exercise which is us in silo, or are all the P's, whether 4 or 5, whatever P's we are talking of, contribute towards creating a brand and its connect with the user?
So I think, see, brand is a very loose term that one can use. We are very clear as a company. We're very clear. A brand is made if your consumer is buying the product. As simple as that.
Absolutely.
As sir also mentioned, Bilarpur, there are multiple other brands. Right? They're legacy brands. I mean, what they've created is something that we aspire to create one day, of course. We as a product company, first of all, stand for if the product mix that I'm giving to you. So all my raw material, including the thread that I use to bind my notebooks, is imported from Germany. You open the notebook, you hang on one side, your body weight will take. So the overall experience of that from the raw materials that we create, we're a highly sustainable brand. There are no plastics used.
No, but then
it's
in
all
that case-
FSC certified. So that comes at a price.
In that case, your executives who are coming visiting us, do they ever mention that this is what the quality of our product is, or what we use? The others are not
So
using. others are not using.
maybe, I mean, this can be a conversation that we can take it post the session,
Yep.
If you permit, because, we'll have to move forward.
Yep.
Right, sir? But this is a very, what I like about these kind of questions is because it becomes very relatable to the audience sitting here. These are real questions, real challenges that everybody is facing. I'm taking a cue from there. Baithiye, sir, please. Taking a cue from this question, why don't each one of you share some story which is relatable to the audience that has helped you build the brand or the connect and create your D2C business? Let's begin with you, Ankit.
So, we are very clear, our salons is our physical interface, right? So let's say when Gulin was talking about how you're able to provide an experience and you do your hand massage and you do your skin testing. So our beauty salons or beauty parlors, as we used to call them, which are now called salons, are our physical stores where we are able to provide that experience, touch, feel of the product to the end consumer. And then taking that experience and being able to use that advocacy of that salon to promote something online is where our D2C strategy comes in play. So I think the beauty of playing in omni-channel, like even Ashish mentioned that, I think all brands today need to be omni-channel because there is always some pros and cons of every channel, and you need to be able to play with those pros and cons. So for anyone building a brand, and I'm assuming the audience is here to learn how to build their own brand or relatable things, I think it's important to be omni-channel so you can take the good from each channel, to offset the bad from each channel and basically create a complementing omni-channel strategy. So,
I would want to add to further to this only. Two, three things which as a strategy or as a learning, which overall as a company we have experienced and I've always thought of sharing with entire team and everyone who met us. First in D2C, we realized being agile is very important. You have to be very quick in terms of your decision making and in terms of listening to the inputs and thoughts of of your users, and plus the people who are bringing it onto the table, because D2C works in a very agile manner. What product you launch today basis your research of 6 months, maybe 3 months later your competitor already is out there.
How did you learn this? Could some anecdote story about how did you learn this, that you need to be agile?
Yeah,
क्या
so
हुआ था
I
ऐसा?
think to the latest development of agility is 6 months back we never thought a product like ours would be on Blinkit. We never thought. Now Blinkit is our equal runner of Amazon. So that's how Blinkit worked for us. Had we been very slow decision maker or very adamant, no, that I want to Blinkit is Blinkit, then Zepto, and then Instamart. We are there all now. In like
Did
6
this
months.
suggestion to put your product on Blinkit come from you as a leader, or did it come from any employee, or how did you think about this?
Actually, I was not even knowing that we are on Blinkit.
Uh-huh.
Even I was not knowing that team is already there. We already have a commercial agreed to them. 6 months our products were going, but at Rakhi it was a boom. We all were shocked to see a growth rate of 200% on just Blinkit. So our best seller product is Love Story collection, which is more around
Love
story.
story on Raksha Bandhan. Imagine.
No, so so as you rightly said, you would never expect that Love Story. How can it sell on Rakhi? But we did wonderful numbers on Rakhi itself, because we understood that Love Story is not the intimate relationship love story. It's always a brother sister bond. It's your Mother's Day, Father's Day, everywhere. Love Story worked as a very fantastic collection for us. Valentine Day on Blinkit we did 16 lakhs plus. On Instamart, we did 16 lakhs plus just one day. So we were like surprised that, we never thought of having these numbers on these quick commerce. And again, as I said, you have to be open, because sometimes you are so busy with your strategies that, you forget about seeing around what the world is doing. And then, you are skeptical that, you want to do it or not. There were double thoughts that, our brand, who will buy our brand, luxury brand, as I mentioned, ki 999 ka shower gel, Amazon पे तो हमें बेचने में इतने पैसे लगते हैं, तो who will buy it on quick commerce? So but again, these are all learnings, and as a second important takeaway is learn and unlearn, which our team has been very strong and very supportive, that they understand that yes, unlearning and then learning again is of a very crucial aspect in D2C to make it successful.
So quick takeaway is that आपको सब कुछ पता नहीं है.
Yes.
You have to experiment. You
Yes.
don't know what's going to work. So as an entrepreneur, you need to be open-minded to go try stuff. Some things will work, some things may not work.
Yes.
But at least go with an open mind, try things out. Aditi, what has been your experience? Something that you would want to share about something that happened, a story about
So rightly, I think what you said, just going into things with an open mind, I think that's been my approach to life all along. I think like I've literally just gone with the flow and life has taken me. So even with the brand, I feel, we launched as a D2C brand, as I said. And when we got the first restaurant coming to us, we were like, okay, like we are making good ceramics. We can do it for a restaurant as well. Then came another one, then came another one. And now we are in more than 200, 250 restaurants across the country. And we've even now made ceramics for Vikas Khanna's restaurant in New York, which has been our first international restaurant that we've serviced. So I just feel like, it's just been like we've listened to the customer, we've listened to people who've come to us. And now that itself has become a major part of our business. And that, like, as you have moved from B2B to D2C, we've sort of moved from D2C to B2B plus D2C, because now the B2B business is also helping us selling our products. Because if you see our communication on Instagram and our website, it highlights the kind of restaurants that we work with, the brands that we work with. So we work with all Bombay Canteens tableware in Bombay is created by us, all their brands. Then Third Wave, we manufacture for Subco and other like leading, brands in the coffee industry. So now when a D2C customer is seeing that, oh, these people are working with such reputed brands, they sort of build a trust in our brand. And then that's how they'll end up purchasing the product from us. So I feel like, it's worked both ways for us. So I think.
So I think that's very beautiful because, you build a brand in such a manner that even the B2B players want to put your brand as a mark of saying that, we are serving the best to our customers.
That's the point to that. Recently, we've actually had like cafe owners saying that, okay, if we buy from you, are you going to put up our post on your Instagram page? And for me, that is like a very big success story that people want us to post about their cafe on our page. So
Awesome.
I think that has been like a big success.
You have to learn from her one more thing, that when you're on the stage, do your plugins, market yourself, share your stories. Ashish, what has been your story? Something that you'd want to share with the audience here? Some anecdote of something that happened while you were transacting business or building this D2C business or a brand?
I mean, overall, I can't think of any story per se as such, but I mean, again, fundamentals, right? 80% in any industry, 80% of the business will be done by 20% of the companies. Keep your eyes and ears open, build for scale and build for the customers and their buying patterns. I think that's what the panel also summarized, right? She didn't think that she'll be able to sell on Blinkit. Same for me. I was with the Blinkit team recently, and now we're onboarding on multiple other platforms. They're telling me one of the brands, without taking names, they're doing more business on Blinkit than they do on Amazon. And this is a mass brand, mass stationery brand, doing more business on Blinkit than they're doing on Amazon with, I think, about 7 SKUs. And the SKU mix is 300 units on Amazon.
So, this is very interesting. I'd like to end on this note because I'll share a story of what happened just about a week ago. My son at night at around 9:30 tells me that, Papa, ये ना स्कूल में लेके जाना है कल. I said, देखो रात को 9:30 बजे याद आ रहा है कि ये स्कूल लेके जाना है, अब तो मार्केट बंद हो गई है, सब कुछ बंद हो गया है. And it was a product that I thought would not be available on Blinkit because the first thing that it comes to your mind is कि यार अंडे मिल जाते हैं, दूध मिल जाता है, bread मिल जाती है, ये कहाँ से मिलेगा? ठीक है ना? So you would, I mean, as a user, it does not even occur to your mind. But then he told me, he says, क्या हो गया? आप Blinkit कर लो ना या Zepto से मंगा लो, मिल जाएगा. And when I went on to Zepto and Blinkit, I found that product. It got delivered for my son to take it to school next morning. Sometimes we have to start looking at what the consumer needs, the environment in which the consumer is living in, the environment which is getting created for the next generation. And we have to align ourselves to serve them there. And I think, apart from positioning, availability and being present is extremely, extremely important. So be where your customer is, align with what their personality is, position your product and create a brand that not only resonates with your audience, but is a reflection of their personality, is what I understand of creating a D2C brand per se. I want to thank all of you for taking out time to be with us. Some of you have traveled from other cities. It's such a pleasure to have you here and listen to your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you so much, Harbinder, for doing that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now for the next one, from building a successful D2C brand, it's now time for the brand story. Connecting with your consumers. Explore the power of storytelling for crafting compelling brand narratives that resonate with today's customer. Just like Harbinder mentioned in the last one, how you've got to look at what the customer really needs. This session will talk about how you really connect with them also to understand and deliver that better. And to talk and share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Anshita Mehrotra, Managing Director of Fix My Curls. Joining her is Dipanshu Manchanda, Founder and CEO of Zapfresh. Joining them is Akshay Oswal, Co-Founder, Oseglo. Joining them is Nikita Malhotra, Co-Founder of Winston and Milagro Beauty. And this session will be chaired by Rima Baduri, Editorial Lead, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. आपकी तालियों के साथ, थोड़े और प्यार के साथ, थोड़े और जोश के साथ, प्लीज. You know, when I say थोड़े और जोश के साथ, आपको ताली ज्यादा जोर से बजानी होती है और रुकना नहीं होता. It's for them. They've come for you, no, to share the bit and the stories with you, for all of us. Yes, Rima, over to you. Please, just a quick reminder. That's the timer for you to be careful of. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Thank you so much, Aditya. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's already 12. So, firstly, before I start with my session, I would really like everyone to give a big round of applause for my panelists. It works well. So, our topic for this discussion is the brand story, how you connect with consumers. Apparently, that is one of my favorite talk points, to understand how well does brand understand their consumers in today. From core of consumers, now we want to get into the heart of consumers. So before I start, I would like all of you to give your quick introductions on how your brand is connecting with consumers. Dipanshu, if we start with you.
Hi guys, good to be here, and good afternoon everybody. Myself Dipanshu, I run a D2C brand called Zapfresh. We are the oldest in the meat category. We started in 2015. And we deal in fresh meat delivery at home. We are omni-channel, so not only D2C. It's been a fun ride. We are we're growing, launching new markets this year. Overall, enjoying a healthy, growth trajectory in the coming years. Looking at various new product lines as well to launch in the ready-to-eat, ready-to-cook segment. So overall, we look at disrupting the meat space, which is about $50 billion as a market size. It's huge, very, very unorganized. Hardly any, organized players are there. So we're very excited about, moving forward in our journey to build a legacy brand, and happy to be, talking to other people here.
Nikita.
Hi everyone, this is Nikita and I'm the co-founder of the brand Winston Electronics and Milagro Beauty. I'll just brief you a little about my journey. I started in the year 2013 via Instagram, like that's the top page that, that we started with. It was called Royalicious and we were selling international products on that page. And after a few years, I realized that if I have the capability to sell other brands, then why not have my own brand? And that's when I started the brand Milagro Beauty. Still doing well, 6 years this month today to that brand. And moving forward, I got married in 2020, pandemic hit. And from that page, I realized there was a product that we were selling really, really well, which is a face trimmer by the brand called Flawless. And, me and my husband, we were discussing that, this brand is not in India yet. And there's no after service that the product, even if, these sellers are giving in the market, but there's no after service that is being provided in the market. So why not have our own brand in this category? Like, personal electronics, personal care, DIY products that you can use at home in replacement to going to a salon. And especially, it was such a needed product during the pandemic. Like, people cannot go to the salons, but it is still a necessity. So what to do? This was a replacement to that. That is how Winston started in 2020. And then, of course, we went to Shark Tank in a very short period of span, got the funding from Anupam and Vinita, still doing really well and very excited to explore this industry. And like he said, that he's disrupting another market, we are disrupting the salon industry, and very excited to take this journey forward.
Akshay.
Hi guys, everyone. So I'm Akshay. I'm the CEO for the brand OC Glow. We started very recently compared to all my other panelists. We are basically a premium luxury brand. What we do is we are basically manufacturing from Korea. We don't say it as a K-beauty, but we are doing our own formulations. We have our own team that works on the formulations, and then we get them to Indian market. So a lot of people tell us, COVID was there, we started in the middle of COVID. So, for us, it was, how to, use that time, and help build our brand. So for COVID was actually something that helped us, we were able to build it online. So we scaled this brand online. We are a purely D2C brand. We are able to, we started with 2 products. We are very indie brand. We have 8 to 9 products in our range. What we focus on giving, that high performance skincare line. So what we do is, we manufacture our products using ingredients that are really good for your skin. We found a market where, a pre-makeup, it's kind of a pre-makeup market wherein, we use this as a pre-makeup regime, giving those benefits wherein, it helps your dark spots, it helps your blemishes, it helps with your anti-aging. And then we know it gives very high performance skincare line. So that's how we were able to build our brand. It's been, 3.5 years, and we've done really well. We started, bootstrapped the brand. We're still, self-funded, and we have grown it from where we were, and now we are. And this is how our journey has been.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'm Anshita, founder of Fix My Curls. We're a curly and wavy hair care brand. We make hair care products that help you embrace your naturally textured hair. Started 5 years ago. You can find us on Blinkit, Pan India now, Nykaa, Amazon, basically any marketplace you can think of. It's been a great journey. And of course, we've also had to disrupt the hair care market.
Thank you. Thank you, all the panelists. So, yes, our panel discussion is the brand story connecting with consumers. We will largely be focusing on how brands, through their storytelling, through their creative storytelling, through their narratives, are connecting with consumers in a way that they are able to recall, remember, and be attached to them. So, what I would like to actually know from all of you is that since all of you are a D2C brand, you have to deal with consumers directly. Of course, the tech is there that has disrupted the market largely. But before I come to that, I would like to know that how do you, maintain authenticity, especially when it comes to youngsters. They crave for authenticity. They want personalization. They want, to be able to resonate with the brand. How do you maintain that authenticity while maintaining your brand guidelines? Because it's not that you can do anything and everything. You have to have that mindset that, okay, my brand does this. So how do you create the Panshu, if I may ask you this?
Yeah, so we are farm to folk. For us, making authenticity is, our bread and butter. That's the only thing, which sets, us apart, because what we saw in the local markets when you consume meat in a very unhygienic environment, it was extremely dangerous to consume, products which are out of shelf life, expired, in meat as a category. People don't know, how old the meat is. That's the problem we are solving here. And how do we, look at that, tackling is all our meats are processed within 24 hours of consumption and then sold to the customer. So that journey itself, is a parameter for us to, consistently maintain quality and transparency and traceability, which is most important to us. And we've actually done some, campaigns where we have shown customers, how, the entire farm to fork, how do we do it? How do we procure? What are the standards we follow? So basically helping customers understand, what all you are doing, on the backside, from a quality point of view or any other, unique proposition which you offer to the customers helps a lot. And that way they're able to build trust. I remember initially when we started, I personally was speaking to customers and, they were extremely concerned about antibiotics and what's really going in the products. And we could only do, so much, and we were very honest about it. So I think, in a nutshell, I would say that you don't need to oversell as well in terms of genuinity and authenticity. Just tell them what you're doing, be honest about it, and do the entire traceability of the product as much as possible, and stay away from harmful chemicals. People don't want to, either use it on the face as per, other beauty care brands which are sitting here, and even consume inside, your body. So I think that itself is a huge differentiator. If we all can take a responsible position there and showcase that journey to the customers, it becomes extremely transparent with them.
Understood, understood. Anshita, on those lines, when we talk about authenticity, your brand works on hair care, on fixing the curls, wavy hair. I have wavy hair. I straighten my hair almost every day. So, how do you connect with your audiences, especially when it comes to today's people? There are so many glamorous roles that people have to play. They need their hair fixed, they need their clothes fixed, they need their face fixed. How do you create that authenticity with your brand?
So firstly, I wear my hair curly. I don't straighten them. I think that's the first step. So if you meet me anywhere, it doesn't matter what event it is, my hair will always be curly. I don't feel the need to straighten them anymore. But like you said, there's a lot of people and a lot of consumers that we have to convince and help them understand that, your hair can be beautiful in its natural state as well. You don't have to straighten it. That's not the only thing you have to do for the rest of your life, because honestly, your hair will start to fall off in clumps. And that's when you'll realize, okay, now I need to maintain my natural texture, because what's going to grow out of your scalp cannot change, right? Doesn't matter what treatment you get or what a salon sells you, does not work. Your hair will grow out the way that it genetically is supposed to grow out. So, firstly, I think for us, educating customers about the reality of your genetics and how your hair grows out has to be very true to the brand, and it helps us maintain our authenticity. Secondly, as a founder, I'm in a lot of ads. I tell my own story, and my story is very close to what our customer story is going to be, right? So that's why they can really relate to it. Also, I've seen other hair care brands not showing actual results. It'll often be honestly photoshopped, and they change a lot of things. And trust me, consumers today will find out. So if it's not the actual result, in some time they'll be able to tell. And anyway, if your product doesn't work, no matter how authentic you are or how much money you put into ads, people will not buy it again. So I think the first thing is, as a founder, if you're going to be putting yourself out there and saying, whether it's skincare, makeup, or anything in personal care, you should be using your own products. You have to champion your own products. I think that's like the first step to authenticity, especially if you're going to be on social media, because people are watching you.
So generally what happens is, even for us, like as a skincare brand, we try to do as much as user generated content. We want our audience or our customer base to know, that this is the genuine, so personally, we also use the same products as she mentioned, the founders or, people involved in growing the brand should be more passionate and should use the products. So, we try to focus, more on users rather than influencers to get more and more people to, people should see, a lot of, customers are actually using our products and they genuinely are giving those kinds of feedback. Also, we feel, it should not be just, we should have more of, clear and ingredient listings. So what happens is, as a skincare brand, we try to be as transparent as possible, have that all the ingredients and their benefit listed on the packaging and the website.
So, a lot of the companies I see sometimes they don't disclose, certain ingredients, or they just give, like these are more active and this is the benefit that you will get. But we try to be very open. We give, whatever ingredients we have in our products, we are very transparent and open to that. And whatever, failures or challenges we face, we are very open to our customers. So, it helps us, be more credible and connect with our audience. So I think that is very important. Be more transparent and authentic, because this will really help, in, long term, because any credibility or any transparency will always be a long-term thing rather than a short-term gain. That's what I feel.
Okay, so transparency, what I understood out of the three of you is transparency is vouched for at the beginning. Got it. Nikita, since you mentioned that, you went to Shark Tank, you got the funding. Now, when we talk about authenticity specifically, how do you maintain your brand guidelines when you're, in the market? Because naturally, of course, now you have two other people who are, on your head. How do you maintain that connect with the consumers by being authentic, by what all our panelists said, by being transparent, and also being accountable there at the back end?
Okay, so both of my brands are Instagram babies, I would like to call them. Like social media is, they've born via Instagram, I would say. Like that's what we have kind of coined upon, because like I said that, on Royalicious, I thought that there's a community that we've built. That is the kind of relationship I still look forward with, building a community. There might be another brand selling the same product. If I talk about Winston, or even if a skincare brand, there are so many brands. Every day a new brand is coming up. But how do you connect is the kind of community that you're building. And by that, I mean to say that by the content, of course, and tapping on the micro influencers rather than going for macro influencers, because that creates more connectivity with the consumers. Like if you see like a small influencer, talking about a brand, even if that person has like a 2,000 followers, they are genuine and they know that this person is not communicating 10 other brands on the same day as, she's talking about the brand Winston or Milagro. That is first. And when you talk about Shark Tank, the kind of authenticity that we have got, honestly, today any brand can go to Shark Tank if they have good numbers. The consumers will also buy that brand. But that is for once, right? Then you have to, there's a glue, there's a stick that you have to maintain that. How do you do that? The kind of services that you are giving after sales. And, the product should talk for itself. You don't have to do anything, honestly. If your product is good, the consumer is going to come back. You're going to have a good returning rate. For our Winston product, if I talk about, because there's a 1-year warranty with the product, we don't expect the consumer to return very soon, unless the person wants to try, another product from our range. But the kind of services that we are giving makes us authentic and makes us connect to them. If we are giving them QR codes, we are giving them guidelines, how to, hairstyle, use, make your hairstyles when you're using our product. So these are small things that you connect your consumer with. Because if another brand is doing the same thing, how are you connecting? So just these small things kind of connect. And Shark Tank and funding that you're talking about, a lot of brands can get. Your product should have, product mein dam hona chahiye. Is only then when you can scale it, your brand. Otherwise, what's even the point of having a red bottom line and getting the funding and then just showing numbers in your books? What's the point of that? Matlab, I know that some founders are doing it, but that's not what our ethos say. That's not what we want to create in the industry.
Okay. Uh, Dipanshu, when we talk about, because the rest of our panelists are into skincare, I do hair care as well. When we talk about, you're into a section which is, meat food section. How do you, because it's a very difficult way to connect with consumers when you deal with meat. How, because it's can be sensitive as well to some people. How do you measure your, metrics when you promote or when you, create your storytelling formats? How do you connect with, how do you, evaluate the consumer engagement there?
So I think the best metrics is dhanda kitna raha hai, frankly. There's no other metrics, no matter what we say. Engagement is, good to talk about, but doesn't really feel good, in the pocket. So we are very bottom line driven. In fact, we are the only profitable brand in the category till date. We've, last 2 years we've PAT positive at a company level. So we are very, as she rightly mentioned, bottom line driven. And we appreciate repeats. That is number one, that the customer is coming back. And number two is that they're trying new products, because they will only try additional products, new products, when they trust has been built on the primary products, the star products which are there. So I think this is good enough, to understand and come to a conclusion that they want you and they like you and they would like to be with you for future if you continue what you're doing, which is work on loyalty. A lot of times, what has happened with us, we've lost a certain, customers, and we brainstormed about how do we get them back, because when you start as a new business, you do some mistakes, and then there is a customer experience issues also, which everybody goes through. So we do some tactical, campaigns which drive them, to buy back again. Some win back campaigns work very well, where, we help them understand, okay, we've improved now, we understand you had a, bad experience. So it's just, first of all, hitting it, right on the head by accepting, what really is going on in the overall experience, communicating that to the customer. That rebuilds a lot of trust if you lose it, and then builds momentum on your repeats. And that, is something which we believe a lot in, that if there is a repeat, then we are doing everything right. And to get that, there are different tactics, different campaigns to bring them to you.
So I want to add to Dipanshu's this thing, So for us, being into a luxury sector, for me personally, I've seen, a customer's lifetime value is more important, because for us, we're not a mass brand. So for us to get, a 50,000 consumer or 100,000 consumer is very difficult. So that 5,000 customers and that single customer spending, buying repeat and giving much more time in terms of, those referrals, those purchases, those loyalty and all, that is more important for a luxury brand like us. Because I've seen, what you say is customer lifetime value. For a luxury brand, that's the most important thing, and a repeat purchase. Because, it is very difficult to, sometimes, for a, masses to buy, a higher end product. So it's more based on, your engagement, your content, but at the end of the day, very limited audience. But then you need to have that kind of a repeat audience with you. So that only happens if your brand is, has built that kind of credibility. And, not just that, but also, I feel, for brands, brand mentions, I've realized, whether it's influencer marketing, whether it's, social media mentions, on various platforms, or even marketplaces, that's also plays very important role in terms of, your metrics, because that helps, giving that kind of credibility and, increasing that kind of business. Because yeah, at the end of the day, sale आनी चाहिए, मतलब पैसा बनना चाहिए, and वो तभी बनता है जब customer, एक ये भी बहुत important है कि, दिखना चाहिए, जब दिखता है तभी बिकता है. Because आज मैं अगर एक बार बार नहीं दिखाऊंगा किसी को, तो वो कस्टमर भी आज ऐसा बन गया कि एक बार देख के छोड़ देता है, और जब तक 10 बार नहीं देखता वो नहीं बाय करता. So I feel personally, that's how we should be.
That's the power of marketing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, Nikita, you also have been telling that, your both the brands are social media babies. It's Instagram babies. Sorry, I'll correct myself. So now in this digital age, how are you connecting with various customers? Because beauty, again, is a product that even a 60-year-old woman or man wears today. And even, to be honest, I've seen reels with 14, 15-year-olds doing that, basic makeup. So, which is very not pleasing to my eyes, but okay. So, uh, how do you deal with that when you have consumers who are Gen Alpha? I'm not even coming to Gen Z. I mean, they're even younger to them, as well as boomers. How do you maintain your storytelling? How do you connect with those, both the sets of audiences with your products and with your brand story?
So, Hima, if I talk about beauty in general, like I said that, we are building a community, and, the audiences are very, very smart. We all know that. And like Akash just mentioned that he mentions ingredient list. if a brand like, in Milagro, we mentioned that, it's Ayurvedic. So, the community is such, there are so many people, so many products out there, like, the mucin is trending, AHAs are trending, so many chemicals are trending. But if the audience does not want to go ahead with those, chemicals, and they are a community who only wants like, real ingredients. If the ingredients are mentioned, it is Ayush approved, it is vegan, and there's a big market who just want to promote vegan products. So, it's not really about the Gen Z or the millennials or, the age that you're talking about. A 50-year-old could be, wanting to try a product which is vegan and not going for a product which is, synthetic based. So it's about the want and the need of the consumer rather than the age. It's not, skincare is, of course, like, there are ages that you do not like a 14-year-old using a, beauty product. That's true. But we are building a community, and that community needs to think on the same lines. That is what we are moving ahead with. So that's the thought process that we have.
When you spoke about, Instagram babies, Instagram is highly driven by millennials and Gen Z and now Gen Alpha. Boomers are there, but you won't find them very active the way, the new generation, the youth is rather, right? So are you looking at a target audience that is be able to resonate with the youth
Of course, like,
only, is what I meant.
youth.
Youth only?
Like I said, like, we are not specifically targeting just the youth, because we also have products which are anti-aging, like, collagen boosting. And unless and until you turn 30, you do not need a product which you need for collagen boosting, right? Because how will I ask a youth, somebody of 22-year-old, to promote a collagen boosting product? That does not make sense. So it's a overall community that we are building, like I mentioned in the first place. And yeah, just how we are, uh, storytelling, as you mentioned, recall value, as you mentioned, like, it's how we hit the consumer mind, narrating that, we are ingredient driven, mentioning those ingredients on the thank you cards, maybe that, we are vegan, maybe giving a thank you card like plant with the seed, like, that is how we are telling ourselves. But it's really not about targeting a specific set of people, because we don't want to lose out on others, right? So, for example, in Winston, we are hairstyling tools. Why do we leave professionals? Why do we need the consumers, which is just sitting at home? Why do we need a college going, like, why do we leave a college going girl and not target, like, everybody? So we are not really, focusing only on one set of people. It's the entire community.
Okay. Same goes for
And
you.
yeah, one more thing I want to add, like, this community has become so big, why I'm saying community, but because it's really, really relevant, like, because somebody who cannot, like, for example, there was a hair care brand built, like, made in Morocco. And, when somebody saw that, this is a Morocco brand, this was made in Israel. Some people actually started not to buy the product. Like, Starbucks is receiving backlash today. So many brands receive backlash. Like I said, Mucin, if me, like, making a vegan brand and I tell you that, I'm a non-vegetarian, what are even my ethos, you know? So that is the power of community and storytelling. Like, imagine me using like two-step
I
skincare,
like
wherein
this last.
the first product I'm using is like a mucin, and then I use, like, my own brand moisturizer. Where do I stand? Like, the audiences really connect. It's that connectivity that I'm talking about. And the founder, like me, her, or anybody else, coming in front, showing their face. I know we're running short of time, so I think I'll let everybody speak.
So, Anshita, your last thoughts on this, that how do you deal with consumers of various dimensions in this digital age?
We don't. Short answer. As a brand, you have to choose your target audience and stick to them and create content for them, products for them, build for them. We realized, now 5 years into the journey, that my audience right now is 18 to 25-year-olds. And anyone above 25 isn't currently willing to change their hair care routine that they've been doing for the last decade, right? They're not in that space of mind right now. Like you said, you want to straighten your hair, so you will straighten your hair. So for us, because we were first movers, we disrupted a specific section of the hair care industry. We also need disruptors as consumers. We need people that want to purchase a product that they've never tried before and use it and tell other people about it. And for us, that was the 18 to 25 group of people. And to be honest, for me, reaching that 30 plus or 40 plus age group may not happen right now. Some other brand may do it that's at a higher price point. But we realize that if we focus on this age group, not only do we get a better return on ad spend, but they stick around. They're willing to try new products that we launch. But today, if I start focusing on the segment of consumers that are using a Dyson, which is for 30,000 rupees, they maybe don't want to buy a 500 rupee, curl cream. They're in a different stage of life, right? So for us, it's become, if agar ek community hai or ek group of consumers hai and that's working for you, honestly focus on them and make sure their customer love is a 10 on 10 all the time. Because if you spread yourselves too thin as a brand, I don't know, you're not really focused or talking to anybody, are you? You're just talking to everyone.
That's a perfect end to say that we don't. We have a target audience. But thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much for the time. Our time is up. So I would have liked to take some questions, but we do not have time and it will kill me. But okay. Thank you so much, dear panelists.
Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, of course, you can take them on a one-on-one basis with our speakers outside, because the team's just constantly looking at me to make sure we finish, and of course, keep a check of the time as well. You want to make sure every session gets the due time that you've allotted for that. Yes. It's sort of time to set the rhythm into some fiery pace, because up next, the fireside chat on a professional and an entrepreneur. And to share his views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage the MD and CEO of Smarter Logistics, Mr. Yogesh Dhingra. And talking to him will be Mr. Hoshi Ghaswala, CEO of PW Engage and also of PW Business World. Please, let's welcome them, everybody.
Good afternoon. I know we are standing between lunch and you, but when I met Mr. Dhingra, and I was extremely inspired by his story. So once you start hearing from him, you're not going to miss lunch. I normally don't like to do stage time, but I said, your story has to be put out, and I volunteered to do this little interaction myself. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Dhingra.
It's always a delight to be with you and business world and with the community.
Let's kind of jump in. So, Mr. Dhingra's story is very different. People perceive that entrepreneurship happens at a younger age. Okay, just when people were, and no aspersion on your age. I'm practically your age. I'll always run a few years younger than you. But, just when people plan to hang their boots, go traveling, some friend recently, I asked him, are you actually going to retire? He said, yeah. I said, what are you going to do? Very hyperactive friend. He said, no, I'll go and see the world. So some people want to see the world. Some people believe they want to spend time with their grandkids. Some people want to pursue their hobbies. So when the same time kind of was arriving for Mr. Dhingra, he decided to become an entrepreneur. And yes, there are cases of people turning entrepreneurs much later in life, but those are far and few. And though I believe, and not because I'm this age, that at this age, you've seen it all, you kind of done it all. So your start is much easier. And that perception that you don't have energy at that age is absolutely incorrect, because if you love what you're doing, you're not working another day. But Mr. Dhingra, I'd like to understand from you, and that's why we are sitting here. What inspired you to take on a journey when, most people, your peers, would be planning some very different things in life? So, you might want to tell the audience what you were doing prior to starting Smarter, and what inspired you to start a journey which is Again, it's not a small business. It's a cumbersome business. It needs hard work. It needs smart work. So, what were you doing prior to this? And, why did you make the jump now?
Right. I started my journey as professional. I did chartered accountancy. At that time, Pricewaterhouse used to be one of the top-notch professional firm. Worked there, and when I was in my advisory or assurance practice role, always used to admire people when we used to go for any client visit. Those who are creating it are more, really dirtying their hand and creating something, rather than, coming and just uh, auditing it or advising it, etc. So that led me to move away from the profession and join, at that time, the logistics space in India in the early 90s was not very heard of. So I got an opportunity to work with Blue Dart, and I met the promoter at that time. When I went into his office, I could see the aircraft, kind of thing hanging there, and what kind of thoughts he had. That really inspired me. That this is what one need to do, and then I joined that. And see today where Blue Dart is, it's the market leader. So worked very closely for almost 30 years. When I joined, it was, the few crores, and today, it's 4,000 crore plus company. So stage came in, it shows that in my DNA, it's more like keep on dirtying your hand, getting deeper into it, everything. But at the same time, balance your personal life as well. So, time comes in life where I said, okay, now let's do something which further give you more satisfaction. So around 2019, I moved away. And then options were either to get into an advisory role or get into take on the directorship of various companies, or do unfulfilled dreams which I could not finish. So there were 2 or 3 things which were on my mind. I said, okay, now God has been kind. I have energy. Let me now get into those fulfillment options. So logistic being the industry where country also required help, corporates also required help. So then I said, okay, now get into, because we created a quality brand, which is like in terms of service quality, I think today, if 10 on 10 kind of service level. But when I used to meet customers, the issue which used to come was that your product is good, but it is cost prohibitive. So that thing was there on my mind, that I think I should come, create a product which is high on quality, but is cost friendly, or it is, cost competitive. Basically, in that process, I designed that, I need to break this myth that high quality is always at high cost. So that was one. And then country also, was struggling. If you look at our country's logistic cost vis-a-vis the developed economies of US, Europe, I think a lot of improvement is required. We are in double digit and we need to come down to close to about 8 or 7. That can only happen if all the players or all of us, in the process, start working towards that. How to create a new kind of cost model structure, etc., where you are asset light, you are on variable cost structure, you're not having burden of so huge fixed cost, and not really dumping on the other corporates. And so those were the processes, and took that risk of fulfilling my desire and countries need and the corporate world to have another good quality player at not cost prohibitive terms.
So if I can say, it was your energy and your unfulfilled dream that pushed you into entrepreneurship at this time. You know, you spoke about high quality at low cost. Okay. Yeah, the definition always is high quality will cost you more. So you're trying to break that. Besides that, you know, what are the learnings that you took from your 30 years in the logistics industry and, you know, replicated them, or, you know, did things differently at your organization smarter, that has given you an edge and a faster start? You know, it's more like you hit the ground running as an entrepreneur. So, you know, what is it that you learned in your earlier life as a professional that you implementing here or not implementing as an entrepreneur?
I think the learnings were that you need to have an eye for detail. You need to be keeping customer in mind. You need to have good customer experience. And, you know, your marketing tool should be the customer's word of mouth rather than spending too much on the other this thing. So those were the learnings. And we said, okay, we'll continue with those learnings. And spending 30 years, I had good idea about both demand and a supply side. When I say demand means interacting with customers, or supply side means vendors, employees, you know, the business partners. So we had good idea about both, you know, customer care experiences, call center, etc., etc. I think when we started this, I was lucky, you know, almost large number of professionals from the Blue Dart joined us. We, within 90 days, put up the entire thing together, and we were running with 1,000 pin codes and close to about 55 cities. And that could only happen with the learnings of the team, how to put the entire infrastructure together, how to have the conversion of pipeline customers into business. And, you know, everybody was surprised that how can within 90 days a company of covering 1,000 pin codes can come. And I think that was the learning, basically. Eye for detail. And advantage was we knew the vendors, we knew the customers. That saved time.
You had a Rolodex. So I don't know how many people in this audience, and you know, we will be carrying this later on video on our channels also. I don't know how many people really know about Smarter. So could you tell us a little more about your organization, what it does? And you know, you said no marketing. I'll have a follow-up question for that. But you know, what is it that Smarter means to the customer? You know, when, you know, FedEx, we know, Blue Dart, we know in your category. What does a customer today think of when they, you know, think of you?
I think service quality at affordable price, and somebody who is more customer responsive and customer sensitive. So those are the top takeaways.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Can you tell us about what
Okay,
exactly Smarter does?
Right. We are into express logistics space, and we do air express, we do ground express. We are there for B2B segment, we are there for B2C segment, we are there for D2C segment. We are the first company in the express logistics space focusing deeply on D2C. I mean, majority of the companies, if you look at it, B2B focused or B2C e-commerce focused. We are the only one who was first one possibly in our space to give due weightage to this upcoming and growing D2C segment. We do B2C BFSI as well. Since 30 years of experience tells us that in this space, each and every segment is important for you to leverage your assets. If let's say if you look at the traditional players, they started with B2B, and after 18 years or 19 years realized that e-commerce or D2C is important. Some companies came in 2010, 2012, just focusing on the wave of e-commerce, started that, and then realized in 22 or 21 or 23 that, oh, B2B is also important and they need to move there. Where we are the first company which we knew from day one that each and every segment is equally important. And we are the first express logistic company in the country to start B2B, D2C, e-commerce, B2C, BFSI, all on day one.
So are you saying that, if I want to send a parcel as a B2C customer, I can call a number and they will fetch it and a single parcel too?
Yes, I think what you mentioned is it's like C2C or C2B.
Okay.
But yes, that can happen.
Okay. I have to ask you a question, which is a little age sensitive. Please forgive me for it, but this entire session is because you're doing something that most people don't even venture to do. You said you all don't do marketing. Okay. Is it no marketing? Is it some marketing? And I'm not asking you because, that's my bread and butter, but I'm really keen to know that marketing channels have changed. Okay. Earlier, you would put out an ad in the broadsheets, then came television, radio, all of it. Today, most marketing happens digitally. Okay. It is cost effective. It's performance pay. It's kind of measurable. Are you doing any marketing, and how are you adjusting to the new levels of marketing? I don't have a choice at my age because I have to create those channels if the company has to survive. What are the marketing channels if you all are using any? And do you drive them yourself? Do you have a CMO? How does it work?
You see, right now we are putting the infrastructure together. Right now, focus is on how to enhance our reach, how to make our existing customers spread a word of mouth about our quality. So the entire energies are on this side. And let's say we are at this forum or, other forums of this type. These are more for, we want to learn. So we are here not to advertise or, we are here to learn from the young or the other entrepreneurs. So we believe that in the first 5 years is what you need to put the product in from all angles. So right now we're into the stage where the product, high quality product has to happen. And maybe thereafter we'll start. As of now, whatever we have achieved in such short span of time is because of our word of mouth of our customers. Again, as I said, we are the youngest company. We closed previous year a revenue, a startup in the second year itself, around 135 crores was again with the word of mouth of our customers.
Another question to you. And let me put it this way. I don't own the company I work for. I am an employee at whatever level. But at times I do feel that if I owned it, I would do things differently. Now you obviously worked as a professional. Now you're an entrepreneur. Are there, such moments that you had? Are there things that you do differently now as an entrepreneur? And if yes, can you share some examples when it comes to decision making?
Yes, you're right. Certain things when you are a professional, you are guided by the owners or by the majority shareholders. When you are the entrepreneur and you have the entire decision making to yourself, then you can take such calls. So what I did was, let's say today, if you look at in our space, everybody will have a good service between the metros. And focus is because 70% of the business will be there. Very few will look at some other options. We took that call that we need to develop and we need to offer to smaller cities, to non-metros, tier 1, tier 2 cities. How can anything get into those cities, or how fast things can move out from those cities into the metros? So I'm very happy, to say that we are the fastest in terms of the transit time. If someone has to, let's say, send any parcel or anything from, let's say, place like Manisa to Trivandrum, where the entire other players will take anywhere between 48 to 72 hours, we'll do it in 24 hours. I know that's a cost for me. Maybe I'm treating that cost as my marketing cost, because that is putting me into a different, a bracket, that we are the fastest. And if you honor that, and then, so we are looking at that, developing those markets which were getting ignored by those who were only focusing on the top, 80% of the business.
So do you now feel, after having started Smarter, that you should have embarked on an entrepreneurial journey much earlier?
You see, it all depends on the various other factors. Certainly, if you have a desire and a passion to be an entrepreneur at any age, you can walk in. There should not be any kind of, that it should be in 20s or 30s or 40s or 60s. It depends what is the right time for you to take that risk, and what is the solution or problem you have for the industry to offer. Don't do it just for the sake of feeling that you started something. You need to address the need. You need to address the problem of the industry or the country. I think so, anytime, I think in my case, number of times this thought came in, but, you always have some financial liabilities or responsibilities or whatever. The day somebody finds that, look, I've come to a stage when now I can take that mitigation plan. What if I fail? I think that's the time to start.
Wonderful. So what's your advice to, you did say that you have to solve a problem if you're getting into business and not just be an entrepreneur because you want to start something on your own. My question was, what would be your single most important advice to budding entrepreneurs?
I think first that you need to come up with the problem statement which you are going to solve. Like in our case, we are saying that, look, earlier people were waiting for 72 hours or 48 hours. We are saying now we'll do it in 24 hours. We are coming to a stage where it will be guaranteed next day delivery or a, same day delivery. You need to think ahead what all you can offer. If any business, if you think you're going to offer something which is unique, differentiated, and is not cost expensive, then yes. I remember a lot of Narayan Murthy, that for a successful business, you need to have three things. One, that your product or service has to be better. Second comes in, you need to be faster in your approach. So let's say speed. Then comes, he used the word cheaper, but I think he is very straightforward person. He did not use the word cost friendly or whatever. Basically, he was saying that if you have three things, quality, and you're quick in terms of action to the market. Third is your cost competitive, then you are done. I mean, then you have the success in your hand.
Okay, since you spoke about Murthy, do you agree with the 70 hours work or 90 hours of work week? You would have heard of that.
You see, in our space, it's 24/7. So it's like, for us, 70 hour is too mild.
Last question. Aditya is sitting and smiling, but I've known him for a while, so getting dagger smiles from him. So we'll have to get off stage. But last question, do you see yourself actually, hanging your boots at some point of time? And when would you kind of do that if you had to?
I think it's purely goes on health. If you look at US, there is no retirement age. As long as you are medically fit, medically means physically as well as from here fit, you should continue. And then you can possibly at that stage look at work-life balance. I think that will be the thing. As long as I have the energy, I'll continue.
Jab tak hai jaan.
Jab tak hai.
Wonderful. Thank you. Aditya, do we have time for questions? There might be. Huh? There is one, sir.
It has been always mesmerizing to listen to Yogesh, his energy and passion to serve the nation. Thanks for your initiative. One of the things which I would like to raise to you is that journey of entrepreneurship, if it is starting at the 50s and 60s, is a pain point from the investor's point of view. You being a chartered accountant, you have been able to raise an investment to the tune of 12.4 million. And you're still looking forward for 30 and 60 and 100 million. What are your suggestions and to the young entrepreneur versus the late boomer who are entering into this domain? Thank you.
There is nothing called first mover or a late mover. Let's take the case of technology, especially, you had the established players. Then comes in another player, though maybe the last mover, but today is the majority of the market share is with that player. So in any business, it's not necessary that if you come with, some people can come with scale and take away the entire thing with price. Some can come with good quality, or some can come with absolutely niche thing which nobody has seen in the market. And then, that's how you need to look at it. A lot of people used to tell me at that time, you're getting into a crowded place. The logistic industry is now, is overcrowded. I said, look, still India is growing. India is growing at a pace of, let's say, even if I take a conservative estimate of say 7.5%, 8%, which is huge, right? And in the next 5 years, it will be requiring almost double the players of were there in the existing setup today. Because even if these existing companies start growing at say 20% to handle their scale, they'll not be able to honor or fulfill the demand of the market. And India is going to emerge as one of the largest economy. And you have seen how we have been moving upwards. So I think manufacturing facilities will come up, more of import, export. You will see that activity. And thanks to the new brands which are getting generated, new type of services, nobody had thought of that, a time will come where within 2 hours, certain thing will get delivered. 4 hours, certain thing will get delivered. Now you see so many changes are happening. So many needs are getting raised, and you need players to offer that. I don't know whether I addressed your question or not.
No, I think his question was that investors prefer to put funds on the younger generation. Is that right?
Yeah. You see, what happens is that in India, that has been the practice. But if you look at the developed economies, let's say the US, there are close to about 15% of the funding goes to players like who are almost 55 plus. So there are separate funds which are created when any CXO moves out and starts a venture, and those funds then come in because those funds then also get a very large amount of seed capital from the promoter, which is not the case. So let's say the younger generation, those who are in their 20s or 30s, when they start, they go to angel investors. They look at 1 million or half a million kind of investment. So when we, as a CXO, you leave and start, then you are putting in double or triple the amount of angel funding yourself. And then the other funds also come in. They know that this guy is putting his skin in the game. So that's what happens. So if you look at the Delta airline, is one of the largest airline in the US and is a similar example. And there can be huge, if in US economy, you will see there have been almost 10% of such instances of startups, which are something like what we are doing in India for Smarter.
Thank you. I don't, Chetan came in and kind of asked me to get off stage in a polite way. So we don't have time for more questions, but Mr. Dhingra, you're here all day in case people want to interact. Should I announce lunch, Aditi, or you want to do that? So lunch should be served. Thank you, Mr. Dhingra. Wonderful to hear about your journey. I'm sure people will benefit from it. It was good having you here. Wish you lots of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. I always ask this: had lunch? Yes, no. For all the ones who've had lunch, please just raise your right hand. Sir, आपने नहीं खाया, sir? You're good. That's okay. I won't off. I'm just asking. मुझे भी नहीं मिला. Okay. With that, it's now time to move ahead with our next panel discussion on evolving technologies, friend or foe for D2C entrepreneurs. Just to ask you before we invite our panelists, and then we shall ask you the question again. What do you think on evolving technologies for your domain for D2C entrepreneurs? How many for friends on evolving technologies? If I ask all of you in your businesses, how many for friends? Only one? How many for foe? It's a question I'm asking you. Friends or foe? What do you think? How many for friends? क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आपके लिए जरूरी है आपके बिजनेस के लिए? Okay, how many for foes? Sir, I absolutely love the second table. Not interested in anything. और जैसा आप मुझे घूर रहे हो. Okay. This is on conversations on evolving technologies, opportunities and challenges surrounding the integration of new tech. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Roger Jadhav, co-founder, Bold Care. Joining him is Abhishek Daga, founder and chairman of Nasha Miles. Joining them is Simran Khara, founder of Coparo. Joining them is Shresh Sehgal, founder and CEO of Flower Aura. And this one will be chaired by Savi Khanna, correspondent, BW people. Let's please welcome them together on the stage. With some more love, you've just had lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. Panels after lunch are usually very tricky. But thank you so much to all of you for taking out your time and being here with us. The topic for this discussion is whether evolving technologies are a friend or a foe for D2C entrepreneurs. You know, today we stand at the intersection between innovation and commerce, right? From AI-enabled customer insights to blockchain-enabled supply chain transparency. There's an arsenal of tools and technologies available for D2C entrepreneurs. I'll start from the friendly side of tech. Rajat, I want to ask you, with Gen AI, with AR, VR, Meta coming into the space, how are these emerging technologies acting as an opportunity for D2C entrepreneurs?
So, basically what ends up happening is every time a new distribution channel opens up, more opportunities come for a different set of companies, right? I mean, when Meta came out with their marketing tool, I don't know, in 16, the whole set of companies back then, right? The boats, Mamaearth were able to leverage it. I mean, obviously it's technology, but in a different sense, right? Then data became cheaper, then the influencer wala market came, so Mamaearth was able to leverage that. Then now, the back-end software has become, for the delivery guys have gotten good enough, which is where the Q-commerce deliveries are possible. And that has started a new age of, Q-commerce first companies, right? So what technology ends up doing is it opens new distribution channels as you keep on going. And if you're a company that is sort of born into this sort of a sphere, you have to leverage it better than the legacy folks. So yeah, I mean, that is somewhat of an answer to that question. Obviously, AI, it helps not directly, but indirectly, because then the better Meta's targeting is, your returns on ad spends are going to be that much better, right? At the same time, I do think, something like AR, VR is not that relevant. I mean, we're very early into it. A lot of it is just pure buzzwords, which end of the day, in day-to-day running of the company, don't really have any impact. Understand you're in a very specific field where you're, let's say, using VR to sell home decor stuff. For a business so I run a men's sexual health brand. Nothing really fundamentally is going to change, at least in the foreseeable. Obviously, once AR, VR becomes that much more, prevalent in the society, it's a new distribution channel for you to start selling on top of it, right? So, yeah.
Thank you. Abhishek, your views on this?
Yeah, so initially where the one who introduced us, he was asking us, is evolving technology friend or foe? My first thing was, okay, what he's saying, technology is a friend. Then look at the
nuance here, evolving technology. So I think we need to establish between, differentiate between technology versus, I'm guessing, set to bifurcate established or evolving technology. So technology is a no-brainer. I mean, it is there for in every aspect of our life. So probably, I think what they're trying to ask is evolving technology, one which is still experimental, tried and tested. If it's a friend or a foe, I think it's that now answer is not a simple answer, because yes, you want it to be your friend, but uh, it's a tiger. If you ride it, you better not ride it. It will be difficult to get off. It will consume resources, especially if it's evolving technology for a D2C brand, because D2C brands are probably more like, I think, how are we known by a lack of funds, lack of resources? That's one of the first few things will come to mind, right? New people, new kids on the block. So the question is, what resource would you want to put, on something which is evolving, which essentially means it may work or it may not work, not in the technological sense, but will it give you returns for your business? Yeah, experimentally, yeah, everything will work, right? AR, great. VI, I mean, this is great. Look, AI, just take example of AI and our specific context. Everything we were going gung-ho with, okay, let's do AI for chat customer service. They are going to respond to everything what the customer is going to, ask for. But really speaking, in so many years of trying to work with AI-based chatbot, it's really not work to the extent I think we would like it to work. At the end of the day, pretty much, if you take the big names also, it's menu driven. They try to push you towards finite answers. You keep selecting. That's what works best, especially in a country like India with so many languages, so many dialects, nuances. How are you going to build for that? So yes, we want it to work and we are working towards it. Like, I mean, I think we have probably adopted as many technologies as we come across, and evolving ones. But yes, it is a drain on resources for sure. And but yeah, it's here to stay. Hopefully, whatever we're working on now, over the next 2-3 years will stabilize. But then by then something new will come up, and we'll be in the cycle again. So I would want it to. I want it to be a friend for sure. Yeah.
Simran, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think great question, but I would sort of flip it, right? So I think D2C is the biggest friend of evolving technologies, because you'll never meet a breed of people who are more experimental, right? And who give more rich use cases, whether it's AI or it's AR or VR. So specifically, I think most D2C brands have experimented with conversational bots. They've experimented with using at least some part of the funnel, some part of the customer service to make it much more AI driven. At my company, and I know several other companies of my scale and size, a lot of our content creation, even our image creation, is driven by ChatGPT, and it is driven by Midjourney and various other tools. So I honestly feel that it's a friend, but we are the bigger friends. Sometimes friendships aren't equal. And I think the D2C founders have a willingness to pay a certain amount of money, and they have very high degrees of experimentation built into the DNA of the company. Eventually, the use case we will show, and then legacy companies will pick it up. But today, it's a very rich field. I think AI, particularly, whether it's cataloging or it's image creation, or it's some basic levels of personalization, which a lot of consumer companies are doing, or customer service, we're seeing it being used now at certain levels. Is it very, very evolved AI? I don't think so. To his point, it seems like it's an intersection of some kind of menu and options and a few data points thrown in, and not much more than that. But it is creating leverage for businesses. It is freeing up costs, it is freeing up resources. So good for us, so we're going ahead with that. In terms of AR and VR, too early to say. I think wherever AR, VR will succeed is when it's almost able to kind of recreate an offline retail experience, so for a sofa set, or seeing what a carpet looks like in your home, and maybe for jewelry to see, the very classical experience where you are at a jeweler's shop and you're looking at the mirror, and that guy keeps passing you hour after hour, and you're kind of seeing what it sits like on your neck. So I think there's some businesses, but very limited use cases so far at scale. I think the only thing that D2C founders need to watch out for is there's so much out there. So what do you really experiment with? Because time is very, very precious, right?
Thank you, Simran. Shrey, what about you? How do you see these evolving technologies as a friend or a foe?
So I think we started back in 2010 when D2C was not a word. We talk about D2C right now. We are a flower and a gifting company directly to the customer. You place an order, the gifts are delivered to your receiver. I think the base of D2C is a technology. Otherwise, all of us had to go to traditional distribution. So technology is there. I'll just give you a funny example. When we started off back, how we started off was we tied up with all the local florists in different locations, and we would pass on an order to the florist who would deliver on our behalf. So I remember a case, my friend ordered something and he messaged me, which I messaged to the florist at that point. And his message was the flower was going to his girlfriend. And I asked him, what is the message with it? He said, Kuch bhi likh de yaar, I love you types. And I was a student at that point. I just messaged the same message to the florist. And the message to his girlfriend, now wife, went, Kuch bhi likh de, I love you types. So I think we live in a country where you have to bring in technology and you can't rely just on human interventions to give that kind of experience. So when we started off back in 2010, getting a payment gateway used to take 2 months. Building a website was another 2 to 3 months. Right now, any D2C company could get a website with a payment gateway ready in, I think, 24 hours, maybe even less. So technology has been evolving around, and as a evolving company, you also has to be the first one sometimes to go and try the technology. Some of the technologies would do really well and some would eventually fail. But if you have to be leader in the space, you'll have to keep trying what is coming. Some things would work, some things would not work. But as D2C, we are here because of technology. So it is our friend for sure.
But there also comes challenges. Simran, I want to come back to you. What are some of the common challenges in adopting these new technologies? Have you faced any challenges personally at your organization?
I think sometimes, particularly in the early stages, right, the D2C brands, you don't necessarily have the team and the frameworks to evaluate. Everything looks great, all use cases, all case studies, everything looks like it's a force multiplier and, your conversion rates are going to skyrocket. So I think the biggest challenge that I face is that prioritizing, and figuring out which are the technologies which are places where you should experiment, and before you invest significantly, it's wise to experiment. For us at Coparo, what we believe is anything which is genuinely improving either the conversion rates or it has a good, strong hypothesis to improve the AOV. Those are the things that we chase. Because frankly, there is somebody trying to solve 100 or 200 use cases in your business. You need to pick the 2 or 3 that you feel are the lowest hanging fruit, but also the most impactful. Because the last thing you want is that in itself to become a distraction. Because fundamentally, we're still in the business of just commerce. The sort of electronic or the sort of tech aspect of it cannot overpower that fundamental experience that, you focus on your products, you focus on your message, you focus on customer retention.
Abhishek, do you want to add something to that? Have you faced any challenges in using these technologies?
Actually summed it up. Pretty much that, right? We don't know whether it will work or not, but somebody has to spend time on it to check out the use cases. And no matter what anyone says, it's going to take 15 minutes to plug in, implement. There's no 15 minutes. Itna bhi you do your APIs and everything. There's no such thing as 15 minutes. There will be so many, or even 24 hours or 2 weeks. There's nothing like plug and play yet in the real sense, well, I'll take that back. Probably the closest we have come to in that is Shopify, which has really built a great ecosystem. But otherwise, the challenges are when somebody says, okay, we have done this before, we have done this with your competitors, with other people in the similar field. It's just going to be a seamless integration. It never is. So that's a challenge. But then, so I do have a bit of a, I do have a tech background, like in education. Also, this is very common. No program gets developed in the time or the resource it was what was allocated, with not unlike, very much like how we do when we do our houses, everything always goes over budget. So that happens for software also, and I'm cognizant of that. So if a website developer says it's going to take 2 months, you need to assume it's going to take 3 months, with all the checking, and testing will be a continuous process. So while it is a challenge, yes, it does hurt you monetarily, but I think you have to build for this and you have to expect this, because in the long run, it is going to pay off. And that's what our goal is. So, yeah.
Thank you. Rajat, coming back to you, are you passionate about any specific technology that you think will transform the D2C landscape? Are you doing something innovative at Bold Care that you would like to share with us?
See, end of the day, if you're a D2C brand, you're selling a product. I think she rightly summarized it, right? You are, end of the day, selling a product, right? Technology helps you do it better. It can't become the central thing that, everything is now revolving around this one certain thing that we are doing. Technology largely, see, the way I see it, there are like 4 buckets. Number one is the basics, the Shopify's, payment gateways, the delivery guys. Second is a little bit of the efficiency-led tool. These are the inventory management folks. Anyone who's trying to bring any amount of efficiency into the whole process. Third is, let's say, the slightly out there experimental technologies. Now, this is where you have, you have scaled up enough, there is enough going on where you can take a little bit more into the sort of your fold of the company to see, can I go and try this out and can it give me some good results? Parallel to, so this is what is happening in your own sort of experience of running a company. Parallelly, it is just generally how things are evolving in the larger ecosystem, right? Now I'm pretty sure. So I was, speaking with, I'm going back to, something I said earlier, but I was speaking to something that the Blinkit guys were explaining to me, that their whole model now couldn't have been possible just like 4 years back. And, they could really do it really well now. Now that was a technological efficiency that those guys built, because of which they could create a whole new system where they could get deliveries done in 10 minutes, which is now ending up, becoming a very key benefit to my business, right? Where I'm able to go into their channel and sell it. But yeah, from a D2C brand, very specifically, you can't overthink on technology. What ends up happening is once you're at a certain scale, opportunities and different sort of solutions keep on coming your way. You just have to say yes and no and figure out, okay, this looks interesting, let me go and try it. And then rightly, as you said, right, everything has to be tied to a metric. Making it the central point that, oh, we are a D2C brand and technology to karna hi padega, varna cool kaise ban sakta hai? So, I don't think that it's not that big of a deal in my view. Yeah.
Thank you. Shrey, you want to add something to that?
I think for our business, we also run a brand called Bakingo. Flour or Bakingo, both are like perishable products. So you have to consume cakes in 24 hours. Flours after 24 hours become a challenge. So where it has helped us really is demand forecasting. Unlike other D2C brands where you have a product with a shelf life of 3 months to 6 months, when you're dealing with a product with a shelf life of 24 hours to 48 hours. That has been the key thing that has helped us. As far as challenges, I think manpower is the biggest challenge, and what Simran said, prioritization with technology to focus at that point, and giving complete manpower and complete resources to do it successfully is the biggest challenge in the technology. I think that's from my side.
But what about data privacy? In August 2023, the Indian Parliament, it passed a bill called the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, right? Which has a hefty penalty if you misuse the customer data. It has a max cap of up to 250 crores, right? What do you think about that? How do you ethically use the consumer data?
See, I think businesses have to evolve. The companies here would evolve with the new laws coming in. We could see these laws already there in Europe, where they had GDPR. So something like that is coming to India, where we'll have to be more we have to set up processes in the way that we control data. It is not going out. The technology service providers have upped their game, where they're bringing in more verifications, OTP or double login verifications. So going with the law is not a choice that a business had. We have to evolve with the business. I think it's good for users for long. The biggest challenge for us also is getting some 100 calls a day which are spam. So we should not worry a lot about that. The service providers in technology are evolving, and as companies will have to spend some time, but once it is done, it should not be a challenge.
Simran, what about you? What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, totally. It's the law of the land, and then you follow it. That's it. I mean, you don't overthink this aspect at all. And again, it's been a long time coming. So most businesses have had time to prep for this. A lot of people who are just pure play app developers, they have had to follow GDPR even for a few years before this. So none of it actually takes away very deeply from any of your efficiencies or effectiveness. And at the same time, it's the right thing to do. So we must do it for the consumer.
Rajat, I feel like you want to add something to it.
Yeah, in my business, it becomes extremely important, I mean, we are very careful about it. Couple of things. So internally, there are a lot of silos where my whole team doesn't have access to, let's say, customer data. We don't work with agencies, for example, because we don't want to share data of our customers with anyone. We don't work with marketing agencies. We do it completely in-house because that is the extent where which we are ready to go, where none of the data that we get will ever get out of the system or internally as well. Now that the team is starting to get big, that they will get easy, access to that data, right? You have to be extremely careful. I think the fact that we have a small in-house tech team, the thing I keep on telling them every week is that I can't get hacked. You have to just make sure that we are being very, very careful. Everyone has, every month change passwords, double authentication on everything, silos internally, and what gets shared outside is checked. And largely nothing gets shared outside, basically. Even when we are sending, let's say, a packaging to a customer, we make sure that it's in an indescriptive sort of a box because the delivery guy wouldn't know what is getting delivered to the customer. So for us, we take it very, very seriously. I mean, basically bread and butter for the problem I'm solving. It needs to be there. Without that, won't be able to do it to the customer. Yeah.
Abhishek, your views?
Yeah. So for data privacy, I mean, it's a no-brainer. It has to be there because our data also, I mean, our own info. As far as we are concerned, I think most D2C brands, we have piggybacked on an ecosystem that's already existing, whether it's the payment gateways or it's the Shopify's of the world and even the delivery partners. So essentially, I believe they have the scale and they have the processes in place to prevent the data. Now, in our case, I guess when you say ethical use, how do you prevent non-ethical use? I think the only thing non-ethical in this would be if we sell the customer data to a third party. I guess that would be ethical. Otherwise, to use the data to further, sell, upsell, cross-sell our products, I think that's what everyone does, right? That's what Meta, Google, I mean, the entire industry, the world is now built on that. Now, that said, now tying this with the government, yes, absolutely, we should follow the rules, follow the law. But I think here the benchmark for us should be just maybe a notch above what data privacy policies or the government agencies themselves have. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but the biggest leakages probably happen at customs and MCA. After that, you get so many calls. Now, how is it that today you registered your company and 100 people call you tomorrow? Hey, what about this service? What about that service? And same for customs. Clearing agents keep calling you, oh, you do this, the data. So, I mean, the government is doing great. Let's first get your own agencies to follow these things, not to leak data. And then, rest of us, we're already ahead. So, ahead of them. Yeah.
Simran, how are these technologies increasing efficiency at every step of your brand? I want to understand, the back-end processes. How are you using these technologies in that?
So on efficiency, there's a lot of technologies and a lot of sort of service providers which are now operating at scale straight from your inventory management systems, which give you like a single window view, you know. You can tie that up very quickly with sales across multiple platforms. So you can get a very, very quick view sort of your inventory, your days on hand. So at the very basic, there is that. There is, of course, in terms of improving your conversion rates, you can actually work using Midjourney. You can use a few other sort of AI-driven tools to improve the visual appearance, of your product. You don't have to actually necessarily do product photography for, let's say, 100 products or 200 products, depending on how many SKUs you may have. You could potentially do that with a tool which creates 3D renders at scale for you. And all of that also saves cost. So for example, our entire comms team, including marketing, is one person. And she's amazing, but it's not because she's so amazing. I think it's also because we are leveraging technology very greatly, right? So it could be as simple as saying that we only make presentations on Canva, and therefore we waste very little time using any other bulky tools, to, other small low hanging fruit which are available, whether it is video editors, image editors, to free up time, because tech should either free up time or give you a force multiplier on your revenues. And we always apply that hat on at Coparo. We, of course, for customer service, use it fairly extensively in terms of the bot that we use for, customer chats. Initially we had certain incoming call lines where, again, we had experimented with it, but it didn't really work out that well. But we do keep trying that. But the idea is simple, like, are you freeing up a resource? Are you being able to generate additional revenue? If you're doing both, that's amazing. Go for it.
Thank you. Shrey, what about you? How is it helping in increasing the efficiency across, Flour Aura and also baking?
See, I think wherever customer experience can go a top notch, it is required. In our business, we are into a gifting business. I'll just give you an example. We do some 20x a regular day on Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. But as a company, you can't hire 20x the customer support team. So if you do not adopt technology, I think you can't give that customer experience at all to the consumer. So we use bots right now, which helps us scale on special days. We run 90 dark stores or cloud kitchens through which products are delivered to Bakingo customer. You could not have manpower at 90 locations to predict sale every time unless you have a prediction engine and a centralized team. Having that kind of resources at 90 locations would never make a business sense. But now with technology, you could do it. These people could verify that once you generate the report. So I think for us, freeing up uh, the time of the resources, plus wherever you could increase the customer experience, there are two nuances that we use. Can you bring in more efficiency? Can you the technology, can it increase the customer experience? You're talking about image creation. So the photography of one product used to cost somewhere between 5,000 to 15,000 a product. With tools like Mid Journey, the cost is less than 10 rupees right now. So that's the kind of efficiency that is coming in, and you could do it really fast. A photo shoot for a launch would take like 15 days, and then you would launch a series of product. Now you just click the photographs and you could launch in 2 days. So that's the speed that is coming up. So I think everywhere it is helping. But the rules are speed, efficiency, better customer experience. Wherever we feel that we could bring it, we try that. Sometimes some tools really go wrong also. But I think it's about trying at the right time.
Abhishek, you want to add something?
So two specific use cases right now for us, what we are doing in terms of technology. And good thing this question came up now because we just started working with them 2 months ago. These partners, of course, there are other partners before, but yeah, two specific use cases. One on the customer experience side, so there, and the checkout side. So we are working with a company called GoQuick. So it's been very promising for now, and it's still in evolving implementation stage. And there's something we are looking forward to that will enhance customer experience and therefore drive sales and therefore profits. That's the ultimate goal. But that's on the making money side. And now on the saving money side, we are working with another company called Vinculum. It's an order management system, and they have tons of features built in. They've learned, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now, hopefully now that's going to give us efficiencies in space management, and that tied in with another entity we're working with on the demand forecasting side, because ours is a volumetric product. It does cost a lot, it does pinch a lot in terms of storage, etc. So even though it's not a perishable, sometimes it can be more of a bane than a boon, where you say, okay, suitcase hai, aaj nahi to kal bik jayega. No, it takes time, it takes space. So it's so hoping that with the demand forecasting side, as well as on the order management, the inventory management side, on the warehousing front, the warehouse management side, and with the customer service, the customer experience with GoQuick or similar. I think all this combined, we should probably be able to, probably make money and save money both at the same time, and that's pretty much the end goal of any business.
Rajat?
Um, I think, everyone's answered quite well. I think there isn't much to add. Maybe, as rightly said, right? Fewer number of people can do more work. Things can move much faster. What would take maybe 3 days to get delivered, through ShipRocket, maybe you can do it much quicker. You can do it in a day and a half. Um, I think another advantage is maybe like quick A/B testing. I think that is where also a lot of efficiency comes in. You can run two same product pages at the same time and see what is converting, and very quickly take a decision that, okay, this is the direction on which the brand needs to move on. But yeah, I think largely everyone's answered that question, right? I think it will help you save money, save time. There is a basic set of tools that I guess everyone should be using. Go Quick, Shopify on a larger, the delivery guys. As you go deeper, I think the sort of added benefit out of each and everything starts going down, but there is a bunch of must-haves now that have been there in the ecosystem the last 2 years specifically, that you just can't, you just can't go from 0 to 1 today. Yeah.
I think just wanted to add one thing. So what has happened is democratization of technology also that has happened. The software as a SaaS has made the best features that were available with enterprises now with D2C brands or a 0 to 1 brand also at a fraction of price. So that is something that we should be leveraging, and that's helping our industry a lot.
Thank you so much. Any last piece of advice to the budding D2C entrepreneurs? Shrey, we'll start with you.
I think I talked about democratization of technology. So it's good not to learn from your mistakes. Start using these tools from day one. It might seem a bit costly, but then we've learned in a 14-year journey that it's always better to learn from somebody else's mistake. They would have built it with large companies and would have built up a tool where you learn from what all these companies are doing when you're using technology. So rather than creating technology, use SaaS. It will give you speed.
Simran?
Yeah, just building on what Shrey said is that, you will have your own answer. Every business is different. His business is different. Mine is different. We've seen a variety of businesses here on this panel. A set of sort of business initiatives is what should guide your technology use cases, So it depends on what's more important to you. And then focus on 2 or 3 things, no matter what it is, your resources are constrained, but your time is the biggest resource constraint that you have. So focus on 2 or 3 impactful, technologies that you're adopting to drive your business initiatives. And the answer will be different. Don't get carried away by someone else's conversational bot. It may make imminent sense for their business because that is how their customers like to engage. It may be very different for my business.
Thank you. Abhishek, your last thoughts.
Thought is covered, but yeah, I mean, your question was any advice for D2C entrepreneurs. I think that's the gray area right there. An entrepreneur is an entrepreneur. D2C just happens to be yet just one channel. And as we see all of us, I think we are pretty much those who were only offline are going brick and click and mortar. People like us now, the new word is, oh, you're going offline, you're therefore omni-channel. So it's all now it's all one. So advice for any entrepreneur is on the technology side is, as they rightly said, select your tool, do what makes more sense for you, and yeah, don't reinvent the wheel. See what a lot of people are doing out there. Take advice. The first thing is just take advice. Go to events, talk to people, keep pinging them. They may not have the time. That's fine. You keep persisting. Somebody will respond, and all responses are, and just derive the best out of it and use what's great for your business.
Thank you. Rajat, your last thoughts.
I think, he was quite right, right? I'd add one specific thing, maybe the way at least I have done it, So if I'm anytime getting on a new tool, what I'll do is I'll try to speak to 3, 4 other founders who have used that same tool, and I'll ask them what was the exact impact that you ended up seeing. Give me one metric that you were looking at when, you use, let's say, ABCD, whatever it is. And then once we start using it, that is what I tell my team that, this is our North Star metric. We know at least 2 other people have done this and they have seen this in their best case sort of example. There's a lot of nuance. Sometimes some things don't work for you, might work for somebody else. And then let's say you try it for a month or maybe 2 months. If it's not working, you shut off and you move to something else. If it's working for you, you have at least that North Star metric, and then you're like, can I cross this? Can I touch this? So rather than just going and trying to do, let's say, using other tools, I think setting a, a smart estimated assumption of what is the impact this is going to bring into your company, and then moving into that process does end up helping. Yeah.
Add something here, for new entrepreneurs, counterintuitive as it may sound, your first friend in your business needs to be your competitor. Trust me, reach out to them, talk to them, especially if they are, budding young ones like you. Both the new entrepreneurs in the same line of business, however ridiculous it sounds, are actually going to help both each other grow. I think, yeah, don't feel, oh, that's my competitor, I cannot speak to them. Trust me, that's probably because they are the ones who are facing the same problems. In some conversation, somehow you will add value to that person's business and the other way around, and both will get this enough space for everyone to grow. That's what we keep saying. There's no it's not a zero sum or 1-0 game.
Thank you so much for the great advice. We still have time on the clock. We can take up questions if anybody has any questions. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, thank you so much, Savi, for doing that. I think when people don't have any question, that means that it went very well. Our next one, it's on customer experience and retention strategies for D2C brands. We'll have the experts share insights on how to drive customer loyalty and also effective retention in the D2C space. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Akash Agarwal, co-founder of Zoff Foods, and joining him is Deep Bajaj, co-founder of Sirona, and this one will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, senior correspondent, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. So we're talking about customer experience and how it actually, results into retention. So while preparing for this panel, I was recalling any of my instances where I would have had a great customer experience and then it would have resulted in me being retained by that particular brand. So today, of course, we're living in the age of quick commerce. I'm sure today, given the rise that Blinkit has seen in the last 1.5 years, we actually first go and search on these quick commerce platforms. If we don't get anything there, then e-commerce platforms, and then probably, if not there, then these direct websites. So recently, my home had some renovation, and I had to get curtains. Now I went to a brand's website. The amount of personalization that I was getting there, after my first order, they were able to retain me. And, given how the social media then tracks as to what you're searching and then it shows similar brands, I didn't bother to look at these brands because my experience was so good and they were able to retain. So my question in, opening comments, what I would like to know from my panelists here is that how are these expectations of customers changing? Obviously product pricing are the two mainstays, right? But beyond these, what are they looking for and how fast are these changing? Akash, if you would like to start first.
Yeah, hello everyone. So see, when you need to buy something, either you go to Google and search it for that, or the second way is when you're scrolling social media or you are at some website, you get to see some products. So the important is the storytelling, how a brand is able to communicate about its product. What are its USP? What are the features the brand has? And if it's able to connect to the consumer, then there's high chances that the customer will come to website. And once the consumer is in the website, so there's lot many things a brand can do to check out his experience, how to retain it, whether consumer is buying or not. But the important is the right storytelling, right communication about the product, which will make consumer to just check your product. Let's say if the consumer don't want to buy your product, it's okay. But at least is coming to your website, he's checking out the product, and in his subconscious mind, it has the information about the brand. So I think the foremost thing is how you are able to communicate about your product and its USP.
Right. Thank you, Akash. Deep, clearly, Akash stating and a lot of emphasis on storytelling. What are your thoughts on it? I mean, we'll touch upon storytelling deeply as well, but initially when we're talking about customer expectations and how fast they are changing.
Well, thank you for having me. I would say that customer expectations have pretty much been the same. There isn't a difference in the expectation. It's only that the customer cohorts have changed. Earlier I would, let's say 20 years ago or 25 years ago, when my mom would go out to the store, her expectation was also good service from the general trade outlet. Then it got upped because the modern trade outlet started servicing her requirements a little better. Today we are the customers. Our expectations are pretty much similar to what the earlier generation also had. I want a product. I want to be heard. I want you to listen to me if I'm giving feedback. And I want you to bring the product which is the best for me. And I think that fundamentally has stayed the same. The delivery mechanisms, the turnaround times have changed, but customer expectation is the same. You need to ensure that what I need as a customer, you're providing it in the best, platform.
Sure. So Akash, you can start by sharing your own experience with your venture as to how personalization is, changes that experience at every touch point. And then, some of the learnings from your own experience that can be replicated from brands, in this space when they are going D2C.
So my product is spices. That's a basic food product. And if you go before COVID, so it was mostly a general trade based product or an empty product. I think buying this type of product from online platforms, and today if Quickcom is able to deliver at 10 minutes or maybe less, much faster than a GT stores. So no one would have imagined. And when we started, somewhere I knew that, okay, e-commerce is growing in different categories. But what about the grocery? Because it needs fast delivery, which is possible only by the general trade. Where you live, you can go to nearby Kirana stores and you can buy your product. How it will change? Because customer won't wait for 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Normally in apparels or maybe in any personal care, a customer can wait. But what about the grocery? So this was always in my mind that there will be a shift. Someone will come and maybe find out some way how modern trade did to general trade. Then e-commerce did to modern trade, and then Quickcom did to e-commerce. I was reading somewhere that Big Basket was late in entering quick commerce, where Blinkit has done something amazing. So things has changed in so many years. When COVID came and things started getting changed and consumers started buying through e-commerce. So that time we realized, okay, this time has come. I used to think for this that, okay, when grocery buying will be easy in e-commerce, I think COVID did that. And slowly, gradually, the big players like Flipkart, Big Basket was there, then Amazon, then today Blinkit, Zepto. I think they have made everything possible. And we entered this category at the right time. Maybe if someone wants to enter today, I think there can be a challenge for a new brand. But I think we were lucky enough that we entered at the right time when this changes was happening in the market. And that gave us really a good boost. First, we got our initial success in e-commerce. Now our major focus is toward quick commerce because like if I can project for 2030, I think quick commerce will be able to surpass e-commerce. And that's why Today, Flipkart, Big Basket, everyone is trying to enter quick commerce space because there's a user experience. Now, user wants their grocery fast. This has become their part. And maybe you can say, this is anyway, this is good that they are getting their products in 10 minutes. But because of all this technology and all this, startups and platforms, everything they're getting at their home, they just don't need to move out. So it's also required to be healthy, going out, getting the experience. But anyway, quick commerce is doing something miracle. So in our journey, I'll say e-commerce and quick commerce, this were major, part which helped us in scaling up, especially in spices, which was never considered to be a, e-commerce main player. Yeah.
Sure, clearly, Deep, a lot of thrust on quick commerce. I think we'll discuss that towards the end. But your experience, your reflections on the personalization that I was talking about in the customer experience journey at every touch point. What are your reflections from that, which, probably other brands can replicate who are, trying to go D2C?
Well, we are into female hygiene products, known for selling Peabody and Sirona toilet hygiene, menstrual hygiene products. I think what all of us need to realize is who is a customer? Most of the times it is seen as the guy who's giving you the money and you build the business around that person's requirements. I believe as a founder, you need to have both the sides of the spectrum very well catered. And these two sides are, one is internal customer and one is the external customer. These two put together would make the customer as a funnel. And for both of them, the requirement and the personalization strategy has to be very different. For an external customer, you're looking at somebody who's paying you, so I have a service, this person pays me, I have a product, this person pays me. What does this person need? This person only needs, a good quality product. Tomorrow, if he or she faces a problem with the product, you should hear me. That's all. Right. There's not much. And everything around your customer care team has to be built on these two principles, that if there is any issue in the quality, if there is anything else that he or she needs, we should hear it first. Right. They don't need more than that. I'm okay if my airline doesn't know me by first name. If they give me a shitty service and they call me, hello, Mr. Bajaj, how are you doing? It doesn't make any flying sugar of a difference to me. So for external customer, personalization is saying, if you have a problem, we'll hear you. Everything around that. External customers also need to be equally, in the focus. So, or maybe, external customers could be the paying customers. Internal customers are your team members, your vendors, your shareholders, and for all of them, the personalization is to say, they also just want to be heard. And what we need to do is create everything around keeping in touch at the core. So if my customer has any feedback as an external customer, I keep in touch, I hear, I take changes. If my team member wants to say something, system and processes have to be built in such a fashion that if they want to say something, the platform should be such where they're heard. Right. If my investor wants to say something, I should be able to, give it enough importance. And similarly for any vendors that you might have. So this is first of all the customer bucket. These are all customers. Right. And if at all you're a new business, the more you build your business around saying, I will keep in touch with both internal and external customers, the strategies and personalization for each varies and it'll evolve.
Right. Deep, if you could also touch upon the initial discovery aspect, because that's the entry point for, any customer for that D2C brand. How do you go about that?
So, it's important to look at, just map the customer's journey. Where is my customer going? And rather than saying, I'm a D2C brand, can I just go and advertise on Facebook or Instagram? If the kind of product that you're selling, if their audience is more on Twitter, your strategy needs to be starting from there. If the product is such that they're not online at all, then you need to focus there first, right? In our case, Peabody was a product that it was India's first stand-in-pee device for women, coming from men. We were two co-founders, both men. And we were looking at a product that helps women stand in pee, So no matter how much did I advertise, online, just reading it, if you don't need the product, you don't need the product. So we said, when she's running a marathon, when she's pregnant, when she has arthritis, then this problem becomes very, very, extreme. So for every day, we partner with marathons, concerts. So if you're running a marathon, those portable toilets बहुत गंदे होते हैं यार. कितनी भी कोशिश कर लो, साफ नहीं रह सकते. So there, we created communication around them. We started sampling there. We started talking to doctors to tell women around pregnancy last trimester. We started speaking to orthopedic doctors to say arthritis mein issue hota hai. And I think that started working. So the strategy has to be where your customer is. In our case, initially it was it was BTL, then it became medical, then it became marketplaces, then it became quick commerce. Tomorrow, if drones are delivering, we'll deliver through drones. So that's what it is.
Thank you, Deep. Akash, your thoughts on this initial discovery aspect, your experience with that?
Yeah. So, the product in which we were in, that was the product which we have been using from so long. And India is known for its spices. And every brand has its own identity. So, our purpose was to, start with those products which a consumer can easily buy because they are used to a certain brands. And in spices, it's very much difficult, to change the consumer taste and preference. It's not that they won't change, but it will take time. How much branding you do, how much best product you deliver, it's not that they will buy it. They want to try your product because in today's time, let's say who are buying through e-commerce platform or who wants to try new age brands, they'll start with one or two product. So we had that differentiation that we introduced Ziploc packaging in spices, where you don't need to keep your spices in the fridge. We came up with the technology, cool grinding technology, where we were grinding spices at a very low temperature, due to which the aroma, pungency, and oil will get retained as compared to the traditional, machines. So we started with that. And today, I think looking at the scenario and looking at the trust factor, in spices, whole spices was such a category which we found out that this is a requirement of the consumer. Maybe they can trust a brand, but still they want to create their own recipe. They want to grind in front of their eyes in their mixer so that they are getting the more pure product. So this has been the journey where we started with some. Now we have added one category, and thanks to e-commerce also. E-commerce really help you in discovering something which you cannot, discover maybe through offline easily, because you know what customer is searching for. And this has been our case, that we are able to find this category, and maybe our focus is more. We just want customer that whatever they are doing is in front of their eyes. Whatever they are using is alteration free, because our category was supposed to be one of the most altered category. So journey has changed. We started with something, we are trying to add something, and it's as per the requirement of the consumer only.
Right. Akash, if you could touch upon that part as well, which we were discussing about the strategies, the different strategies for a brand who may also be going through the retail channel. Of course, then the D2C channel. I was giving you examples of Amul, how the retail strategy is different, the D2C strategy is different. Can you share some insights on that as well?
Yeah. So you see, we have many platforms to sell. Our website, general trade stores, modern trade, then e-commerce, quick commerce. For a brand, is must to be present everywhere if they can. If a brand will start focusing only on its website, they are missing the chunks of their sale from the marketplace or from the retail stores or from the MTF. Maybe it can take time, but focus should be how you can present everywhere. Every platform has its own challenges. Quick commerce will only keep those products who are fast moving. They won't keep your entire range. MTF will also do the same. There's space constraint, and they'll ask you to give few products. But your website has the potential to, show all your range. Maybe you can have more than 100 SKUs. So your website can show. So it's important for a brand to be present everywhere. And your website definitely helps you in showcasing all those products. Maybe some product you cannot sell from e-commerce, MTF or retailers because they only want the fast moving products, but your website can. And maybe you can develop that product slowly with the help of your storytelling, with the help of your marketing. And that product can be in the shelf after a year or maybe a 6 month. So for, for a complete strategy, you need to present everywhere. Maybe it can take time, but as you scale, if you are present everywhere, then there's a high chances revenue will go up. You'll be able to launch various new products to your website, and slowly, gradually, they will come to the marketplaces and the shelf.
Very rightly said, Akash. Deep, your thoughts on this differential strategy for various channels?
I think Akash has covered it very well. My only one word on that will be wherever your customer is and whatever you can afford, start from there. Opening multiple battlefronts becomes challenge unless Akash Bhai is funding us. No, no, no.
But even I said that it might take time. We are struggling to get into MTF. So they are just not allowing us. So maybe after 6 months or a year we'll be there. But
of course,
yeah, wherever you can, where your pockets allow, wherever you have reached, I think you should start with that only.
So in our case, small example, जब शुरू में पैसे नहीं थे, so not that अभी हैं, but पहले तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं थे. So we would just send cold emails, hundreds of them, 200 of them. Back then they worked. Didn't have much money, so all collaborations were barter collaborations. Didn't have much money, so we were talking to events. So it should be, you can't follow anybody else's playbook. Play to your strengths. If you are somebody who's fantastic with B2B and the market is saying, let's do D2C, please do B2B, and go where you believe your customer is there according to you. So I think that's all.
So, Akash, for D2C brands, the key is also a lot of data that they get, right? How is that being leveraged to enhance the experience more? And how do you see that losing it, when the customers shift to, other channels? Because this is clearly your currency. If you could shed some light on that.
So today's time, data is gold. And I think the big businesses which we have built, which anyone has built during this time, I think they might have really played well on the data. So data gives you complete insights about the performance of a consumer, what's his behavior, why he's buying your product again and again, or why he's not buying it. So without data in today's technology time, I think no one can scale up to that level. It has to be used in a proper way. And with the same data, someone can deliver some different insights, someone can deliver some different insights. So it's on the data mining officer or whosoever is digging that data, it's on them that how they are able to efficiently use that. And I think those who wants to do D2C and e-commerce, maybe in GT, there was not much data that time, but in today's time, I think you can track your consumer each and every move, and that's possible. And that's definitely helped you. You don't want all the consumer. For me, what I have planned is if I have a 1 million consumer and if they are buying a 500 rupees average order value product every month, I'll be doing a 50 crore business every month. So if I'm able to reach to that target with the help of data, nothing better than that. So data definitely helps you how you want to scale up, how you want your consumer to be, what's his behavior to be. And with the help of that, you can definitely reach your target.
Sure. Deep, your thoughts on it?
Well, I think he's again covered it. It's just, again, play to your strengths is all I would say again and again. If you are somebody who is fantastic with analytics, over optimize on that. If you're somebody who you believe, like for us, we were built on marketplaces. I realized that my strengths and my team's strengths were in listening to the insights that we got from these marketplaces who had far better people early on in our life, at least. We could afford a lot of heavy hitters. So our strengths were, we'll keep in touch with our marketplace people. If there's any review of the customer which is negative, that'll be heard first. If there is anything that is coming around from customer care, we said, give the solution first and then investigate, and not the other way around. So those were fundamentals around which we had built, right? But D2C is something that we started very, very late. So when somebody asks me how important is the data, I think it's not only that only, like D2C data is the only way to build it. I would say if your strength lies in any other channel, the data of that, you would be able to grasp far better and be able to take out better insights. So focus on that again and again, the same thing. Just
Yeah, I
basic
know.
on
Right.
strength.
So
Thank you.
let's focus now, since our discussion from the beginning, every answer is revolving around quick commerce, right? And Dipender Goyal talking about Blinkit becoming bigger than Zomato, Goldman Sachs already valuing Blinkit more than Zomato. So clearly, this is the next big thing, right? So how does, in this context, the future of D2C looks like? You were talking about that maybe Blinkit is charging a higher commission fee, but for D2C brands, more or less you spend that amount on acquiring customer acquisition marketing. So in that context, if you could tell as to what the future holds.
See, today's time is all about convenience. Whatever convenience you are giving to a consumer, you see like the Ola, Zomato, maybe today Blinkit or any other platforms. Those who are able to deliver the convenience, I think they were able to get the consumer. Quick commerce, when a consumer comes, the intent is very high. Though maybe they are charging high margins, but the intent is high. When you check at the cost, what you spend in the performance marketing in D2C and in quick commerce, you'll see that you're getting better results in quick commerce. If you have low average order value, like product like us, grocery, I think quick commerce.
They form the bulk of what.
Exactly. So a consumer is coming, they are buying different stuffs and they're adding our spices. So though our average order value can be 200, 250 rupees, that's not viable in the D2C, but that's viable in the quick commerce. So it depends from product to product. And quick commerce is mostly for the fast moving products, product like us, product which is required in the daily household activities, that not for some fancy products. So definitely quick commerce is growing, and it depends which product you are in. Maybe for some products, I think general D2C and e-commerce is good. But for some products, quick commerce is good. So I think quick commerce is able to provide that convenience to the consumer. And for brand like us, I think be present there with maximum SKUs you can. Whatever you spend, you get better results. I think nothing better than that. And we try to be present at D2C websites, trying to get the business, but the major focus has shifted from our website to all this quick commerce platform.
Sure. Deep, how are you seeing these developments?
So it's a very powerful channel in the making. But would I say that it is something which will be relevant for every category? That time will tell. I think you should look at, if for your product, let's say you're in jewelry, do I really need it 10 minutes? I don't know. But for most of the D2C brands,
But the kind of products they've started selling.
yeah.
They started selling coolers 2-3 days back.
No, but understand why.
Yeah.
See, they are trying to replace, as far as I see, they're trying to replace your driver and your home bundu. अब आपको अगर कुछ भी लाना है तो या तो आप खुद जाओगे, अब AC, अभी अगर कूलर खराब हुआ है, if it comes after 3 days, it doesn't serve my purpose. So it's a very good fit. And if you can create the logistics around it, that you can deliver it that fast, it's a great fit. But is it for every category? That time will tell, honestly. But they're making us, like there was a talk by Simon Sinek where he said that this young generation is so impulsive. We want everything right now, instant gratification. I think Blinkit has done it to everyone. That's the first Blinkit or other quick commerce portals. So how I'm seeing is, again, going back to fundamentals. If my customer is moving here, I am nobody to say, well, it's a fad. You move with the customer. Is it changing the e-commerce landscape? Absolutely. But now customer is everywhere. Today, if she is out in the market and she wants to buy her menstrual hygiene products from a pharmacy, I need to be there. I just can't say that I'll be living under the rock and only be on quick commerce. But if you don't have a lot of money, and if the category is relevant, should you be on quick commerce or marketplace first? I would say quick commerce.
Sure.
I would like to add one point. As you said, like they have started selling cooler. So it depends. This summer, so they've added coolers. If it's Rakhi, they'll add Rakhi. If it's Valentine's Day, they'll add roses. If some puja is coming, they'll add all the products of that puja. So you need to understand what they are trying to do. quick commerce is trying to replace your kirana stores. They are trying to replace all those street vendors who try to put their stall during all these occasions. So they are just playing smart. They are just converting the unorganized thing into organized thing, which is required in today's time. As India will grow, we'll see the most of the organized sector is changing to organized. And that's the change even we have seen in our category. In India, I think 80-90% business still comes from the organized market if you go to rural areas. So there's been shift happening. This organized market, they're coming to kirana stores going to modern trade stores, modern trade to e-commerce to quick commerce. So there's a shift happening. And quick commerce is just trying to do that. And I think the biggest market is converting an unorganized market to organized because that's the biggest market in India. And especially even today, when someone asks me, who is your biggest competitor, rather saying any brand name, I say this unorganized market. If I'm able to get a little bit share of this organized market, I think I'll reach to my target, which we have foreseen for the next 4-5 years. So yeah, so they are just doing the right thing, which is required in India.
Very rightly said, gentlemen. My last question to you, thoda philosophical ho jana, but 3-point mantras that you would like to give a sum up for D2C brands when we are talking about this particular topic, especially retention. क्या करना चाहिए? 3 point का mantra.
So see, first, any product that needs to be checked, whether it can be a proper D2C brand or it can be a marketplace brand. First thing, if a product like us and if you're trying to scale in D2C, there's high chances that you won't be able to scale that much. So product fit needs to be checked for the platform. There's a product fit which has to be checked for the consumer also, for the market also. But in today's time, you need to check the platform also that, okay, if it's suitable for that platform or not. Spending money in performance marketing and believing that, okay, if I'll spend, I'll get the result. I think that's not always true. So, because there was a conception that, okay, you spend this much, you'll get that business. And I think for new brand, if you'll see most of the agency will start pitching, okay, we'll give you this ROAS and all. I think that is not always possible. There has to be strength. Then this performance marketing works really well. And if you're starting a D2C brand, you need to check whether this category already existed or this is a new category. So that also need to be checked. In our case, it was an existing category. So we knew we had to fight the generated market. But in some products, I think like product like yours, I think D2C or marketplace is the right place because you need this product. You can easily go and search in the Google. Maybe most of the general trade stores won't have this. So products needs to be checked and where you are selling it, I think that will make the major difference.
Thank you, Akash. Deep, what would be your words of advice for people?
No advice, too far away from it. 3 things because you said. So I would say expand the definition of the customer, include internal, external. Number 2, be wherever those 2 customer sets are. Number 3, listen to all the customers. Those 3, and we're done.
Right. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? No. Thank you so much. Can we please have a big round of applause for all of our analysts? Thank you.
Hello. Okay, anyone here from the business world team at the back as well? We'll just take a minute to have all the audience members back inside, and then we shall introduce the next panel as well to you. And then, of course, what awaits us is the awards ceremony as well. Shiva? Just 10 seconds more, and then we shall introduce. We'll wait for people to walk in. Okay. Now that our members are walking back in, I shall introduce the last panel for today. This is on innovating for $100 billion opportunity, D2C market in India. Industry experts will be joining us. We'll discuss trends and also unique ways to capitalize on India's growing D2C potential. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Abbas Gawajiwala, founder and CEO of Blix Education. Joining him is Arush Chopra, co-founder and CEO of Just Herbs. Joining them is Abhishek Agarwal, co-founder of Farmley. And this session will be chaired by Resham Sohail, editorial lead of BW Disrupt. Let's please welcome them on the stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you. After this, we have a keynote address followed by a second annual Top D2C Brands Awards ceremony as well.
Thank you so much. I've been always passionate about D2C. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm a bad, crazy shopaholic, but I don't know. D2C was a term like 2-3 years ago, wasn't even a term, but now it will not remain a term anymore. D2C will not remain D2C anymore. This will become D2C 2.0, and we are here to decode what will it be going forward. In the last year, we have seen a wave where larger entities, larger FMCG companies or larger startups acquired smaller startups and became house of brands. This was a huge trend. The Good Glam Group did this, Mamaearth did this. Recently, Marico had gone crazy acquiring smaller startups. This was a crazy trend. Now, I have founders who have been into this space. I want to know what can be some of these trends going forward in a year's time or 2 years' time. We will go deeper on how to retain a customer. A panel just before this one, they deeply discussed it. But I have a very interesting point there. We will come to that later. And also, while closing, we will have a look, or we will try to conclude on a point how D2C founders are innovating and building for $100 billion opportunity. Last to last year, we did a huge cover on D2C, the magazine cover, huge feature of 20-pager. At that time, the market size was $55 billion. The next year, it became $66 billion. And now, by 2025, it is expected to touch $100 billion. It's huge. Now, in your opening remarks, I want to first, before opening remarks, I must say, in one line, if I kind of push you, tell us about you and your business, just in one line.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. My name is Arush Chopra. I run a beauty company called Just Herbs.
Hi, I'm Abhishek Agrawal. We are building India's largest healthy snacking brand by the name Farmley.
Hi everyone, my name is Abbas and I run a toy company. So that's what we're doing.
Abbas, you must have recently seen Abbas on TV on Shark Tank, huh? Interesting. Now, Abbas has an experience where he started offline first and now he's entering into D2C. Family is a company who recently closed their funding series A. So they're doing good. And Just Hub got acquired by Marico recently. Part of it, not completely, but part of it. So he has a different set of experience. Now, with these different experiences, I'm keen to take away a lot of insights. In your opening remarks, I firstly want to discuss about how are you retaining customers. Now, before this discussion outside the hall, we were discussing about how quick commerce gaining the traction. In 10 minutes, you are getting what you want, or 18 or max to max 20. Not more than that, not more than that at all. This is absolutely redrawing the landscape completely. Now, how are you looking at it and how are you kind of comparing it, a customer coming to a D2C website specific address or a quick commerce platform? How are you looking this phenomena of D2C landscape? Anybody who would like to take it first? Arush?
For us at Just Herbs, I think our D2C website has been the sort of center point of it all for us always. We started in 2014. We kept building and scaling our D2C website, which I'm now told is very counterintuitive because most brands first build marketplaces and then go to their own website. But we decided to do the whole sort of the hard yards in the first few years. And I think how that is paying off is that marketplaces we started only 3 years ago, but the strong customer love, the strong repeats that we have. I mean, we suck at our deliveries even today, right? I mean, no matter how many, that's something we're improving every day. But when somebody, has love for the product, somebody needs their shampoo immediately and it comes to them in 10 minutes, then they'll go to Blinkit for it. So what I'm trying to say is that the brand love, the product market fit, what they call in startup parlance, happens best on your D2C. You can read data, you can understand who your consumer is, you can speak to them, which no other channel allows you, right? So completely going offline is one end of the spectrum. Right in the middle is marketplaces, and the closest to the customer is D2C, right? So I look at it that way, essentially. So Quickcom or Amazon or what have you, these are like, for me, the way I look at it, these are like replenishment channels, but you basically meet the product and fall in love with it on the brand's own website.
Interesting, Abhishek.
Yeah, specifically in our category, which is food category, it is very, impossible to just maintain D2C website. You have to have your products available at all channels. You have to be available at customers' arm's length. You have to make it convenient for them to buy your products. For us, D2C acts as a more of an innovative channel where you just give your information out to the customers, make them try out your new launches, get the feedbacks done. So we look at D2C from a perspective of maintaining the communications well, more engaged with the customers. But from buying, we actually don't prefer them buying from the website. It's, take about 2 to 3 days to deliver to the customers, when we can have channels which can deliver on 10 minutes or maybe next day. So why wait? Why want your customers to wait for 2-3 days to buy your products? So we look at from that point that you must be available at across all distribution channels. You establish your hero product, get the proposition right, and then allow your customer to buy from wherever you want.
Now, Abbas, from your different set of perspective, how are you seeing the D2C era from your offline lens?
It's a D2C is a real torture compared to B2B. Because in B2B, I was just telling somebody that the channel is that if a customer is having a problem, they'll go to the retailer, they'll go to the distributor, then the distributor will tell our sales team, and which will finally come to us. So we get a lovely, beautiful, watered down feedback system over there. In D2C, when you mess up, I think it becomes really bad because the customer is immediately going to give you a bad review on Amazon. And that is so painful, to read also. It's very difficult. So I think that the perspective of a B2B to a D2C is very different. And I think that any brand that caters to a consumer has to do D2C so that they really understand if their brand has value or not. So that is a immensely big learning for us. Shark Tank ki wajah se our D2C just kicked off, right? I mean, it killed it. It just in the first few minutes we were getting every 3 seconds, 2 seconds we were getting an order. So the material would, I mean, it was, and we were not prepared. Being a B2B company, we were not prepared. Our communication wasn't very clear. So that is what we started working on, which I think all the D2C first brands had got it very well, you know. So that is one perspective based on quick commerce. Today, my wife also, before going to Amazon to check for anything, she checks on Blinkit or this thing, right? Because she's like, who's going to wait? And she's like, I'll pay 50 rupees more, but I want my groceries today, only how much I want, no spoilage, no wastage, no space in my fridge. You know, all of these things. So people are really valuing this over that 50 rupees or 30 rupees that they could save, I think, especially for all of our customers. So in that sense, I think, and just for some statistics, I mean, we are selling more on Blinkit of our toys, of the Quickie toy, than we do on Amazon. So, which is huge because toys is not an urgent thing or something, right? But people are just changing how they behave because of all of this.
There's a drastic shift in how consumers are behaving. Arush has also an example of how they're selling on Blinkit. Arush?
So I think when we first thought of Blinkit, we thought Blinkit is a place where people buy chips and Maggie. Why will they buy, kajal and lipstick and nail paint? But we were so wrong. We are now the largest lipstick sellers on Blinkit. We sell more number of lipsticks than some of the biggest beauty brands out there. And it's been a revelation for us. The use case for having a kajal pretty quickly, it was so obvious, but we never thought about it like that. So yeah.
Now, I want to understand from your experience, Arush, given that you have invested your 10 years ahead in this space, how are you seeing plenty of brands coming up in a specific niche? If we talk about healthy snacking, if we talk about skincare, if we talk about beauty, if we talk about XYZ, there are many hundreds of niches. How do you look at many startups coming into one specific niche, the intense competition? How would they sustain? What can be their strategies? How are you looking the space evolving? What is that they're thinking that they would sustain?
In 2014, when we started, the people were telling us it's a very crowded category. Why does the world need yet another natural beauty brand? They say the same thing even today. So I think a big market will always be crowded because there is money to be made, because there's consumer needs to be met. I think what brands entering crowded categories today would have to do is they'll have to constantly keep chipping away at, a market share from other brands or, the bigger companies, or create new markets for themselves. Basically, look at needs which are unmet. I mean, you were telling me that you use the 16 pack of lipsticks, right? There was a simple insight there that a single lipstick is never fully utilized. You either lose it or somebody steals it or it gets melted in your car. So if I give you 16 for the same price with 1/16 of the plastic in a single lipstick, I think that hypothesis kind of worked, right? So think about it. It's like a very regular product, like a lipstick. There's no rocket science. I mean, of course, the ingredients are ghee and sesame oil, but as a consumer, all you care about is the payoff, right? So, but there was still a problem to be solved there, right? The portability of it. Similarly, we've done something similar with eyeshadows, for example. We don't do palettes, we do little sticks. So even if you're in a crowded metro, you can do your eye looks. So in every category, there will be certain unmet needs. I think you just need to think consumer out. You need to think of the consumer's journey. What is he or she telling you? Where are they getting stuck and how can you solve for that? As long as, and D2C brands are very well positioned to do that because they don't have the baggage of legacy brands, right? They don't have the, no offense, but the baggage of, your offline trade, your distributors telling you, यार ये चलता है, ये बना लो. मतलब आप आधा time retailer और distributor की सुन के माल बना रहे हो. मतलब that is absolutely incorrect, right? I mean, if you are making toys, the parents and the kids should be telling you what is to be done. And D2C allows you to do that. And that is a tool which brands should utilize, is what I feel.
From this, what I understand is it all boils down to innovation in every sense. And given this innovative mindset, there is a trend that bigger FMCGs are also kind of looking at such innovative startups to add into their family or tree, right? Now, Abbas, if I come to you for your D2C journey, given that it's pretty new, what are some of the set of challenges that you are witnessing right now? If I kind of push you to point out three, the top difficult ones.
So a big part of D2C, if you just put down your, if I want to do D2C, then things like influencer marketing, performance marketing, all of this comes into picture, right? Posts and everything, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever it is. So the problem is when we started it, we wanted a good partner to work with. And we wanted somebody who understands the space, would give us real good advice, do the right things, experiment and everything. So we went with one of the top firms, very reputed and everything. And it really bombed for us. Like we paid a massive retainer for 6 months because everybody said at least 6 months you have to do it. So what I've realized is that even after Shark Tank, I made a mistake of mentioning on Shark Tank that our D2C is a little weak. So because of that, I think every digital marketing agency has seen that bite and they have approached us that, take our services because we will make your D2C journey better. So there are so many people. It's really easy to get into D2C, but it's really, really difficult to master it. Because of this, there's a huge thing that, okay, I just have to tick the boxes and my job is done. But in D2C, it's very different, like Arush, everything you mentioned was absolutely on point, that it is so important for you to look at your product and look at the customer. What exactly is that pain point? Target that one pain point and push your product through according to that, so that it requires you to be really creative, and it's very unique because first you have to be creative for your product. Now I think your communication has to be extremely creative. So the product is, I don't think it's very important because the experience will determine the next thing, but I think for the first experience your communication is required to be very strong. So one thing I got was that this communication or this vision cannot come from outside. It has to be a part of your DNA. You understand the consumer, you design a product, and then you push that communication to that customer. So like he mentioned, we were very much dependent on the distributor telling us what exactly needs to be done to make the retailer's life comfortable, not the customer. So just one small insight I'll give you. The retailer wants a big box because when a customer walks in, they want to, they want to buy a big box. It should look big for the birthday gift or something. But today people don't have big houses, and a big problem for them is that मेरे पास इतने सारे toys है, मैं रखूं किधर? My house is filled with it. It's become like junk. So we decided, let's go small on our packaging. Let's make it more efficient. And that distributors hated, retailers hated. They really boycotted us for a little while. But customers really loved it. Consumers really loved it because they understood that problem. They knew that this was a solution. So that one thing, even though it's not related to the toy, it was like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, back to Arush's point of unmet needs, right? You need to just spot where and what is needed, right? Now coming to you, Abhishek, we know that there was a scene of funding winter last year, and given that the case, you did raise some funding. Now, going forward, in your view, what can we expect specifically in D2C sector? How will the funding flow impact or evolve?
So, as last year also we have experienced it. I think many of us say this is a good funding winter available, and there are not funds to get the right startups. But as per our experience last year also, the liquidity is there. The market has money, and you just need to prove your unit economics right. So in D2C space specifically, when the people are there to fund you, you just need to have the unit economics right, which you have promised, say 5 years back. Now this is the time to just prove it and get it right. And from specifically from D2C perspective, again, I think in last again after 2-3 years, we can expect good IPO businesses now. This is what we have been talking to a lot of founders which have scaled up businesses about 400 crores. Many of them are now just figuring out how to make their business IPOable. So how they figure out, they have a good financial strength internally, and the goal is to get it public and get the right valuations from the market instead of getting it through VC space. I think this is what we can expect in the coming 2-3 years, specifically from the businesses which have scaled more than 400 crores, 400-500 crores. This is what we keep hearing from.
So in last year, technology as a space got lesser funding than D2C as a sector. Now, my point to you, Arush, if he mentioned about a lot of milestones in one go. For a startup, if you're looking at funding, we have pre-seed, then seed, Series A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't know how many. Lenskart last year raised Series J round. Yeah. And that was the hugest, as in the largest funding amount they raised. Any D2C company raised last year. Lenskart was the one. Series J. So these were some of the milestones that helps you grow, right? But for a D2C startup, how would you establish an ideal milestone? What is an ideal milestone for a D2C startup?
Or in terms of how much funds you raise?
In terms of the absolute success, is getting acquired by a large
You asked
FMCG.
me the most difficult question, right?
That's right. That's my job. So
It's kind of philosophical in a way, right? I mean,
try to be least philosophical, but I genuinely want to understand what would be the ideal milestone for a D2C startup that's starting today.
no, I think if you think about, I can talk about beauty, right? I think in beauty, you build 100 crore revenue, 200 to 200 crore revenue is a pretty sizable business in my opinion. There are many takers for it. Sometimes when you're overcapitalized, that is also, it causes indigestion. Your system rejects it, and then you see around you what's happening. And as far as the funding winter bit is concerned, I think it's beyond your control. You don't control that. What you control is your own cash flow. And I think the best deals are struck when you don't need money, right? So I think for startup founders, I think it's important to be in that position always, where you don't need outside money. Your company has cash flow, positive cash flow. I know it's hard to achieve, but I think that is what, if I would advise somebody, that is what I would advise them, because that is what I have learned in my journey, right? And there is no right scale and all that. I think you're running a business which is sizable. You are positive. Bottom line is positive. That's a good business according to me, right? Now it depends on the other side, you know. So a lot of times founders are made to believe that you're subscale and all that. That's because your fund size is too big. That's not my problem, right? Creating the unicorn is your issue, not mine. Had you had a 250 crore fund, you would have loved me. But because you've raised 1400 crores in your fund, you need your companies to become unicorns to return money to your LPs. Because you borrowed extra money doesn't mean that my ambitions will change. So founders need to understand that, and then work with the right partners who value it. So for in our case, we work with Marico, which is a traditional FMCG company, throws free cash, every year, right? And values profitability, values businesses which are built sustainably for the long run, right? So we found the right partners in them. So it's basically different horses for different courses here. So it has to be the right match.
Anything you would like to add, Abhishek?
For us, when we speak about our category, when we say what success means for us, I think is to get the right customer love for your products. Keep targeting them with right communication. They should resonate with the proposition you have taken from the insights. If the customers keep loving your products and keep buying them without you targeting them with a lot of marketing, I think that's where you have corrected. And the customers are just loving your products, just loving your brand for the way you have built it and for the proposition you are giving to them.
What's your vision? Becoming a unicorn, doing an IPO. What's your vision?
Yeah, so for us, it's pretty clear. So we want to do IPO within 4 years. We are currently doing about 300 crores of business once, and we are profitable. So the idea is to scale business sustainability from here and get the IPO, the first Indian healthy snacking brand to do IPO in India.
Seems good. Arush kind of applaud you and your growth numbers. Want to add to this first and then tell us about what are your future plans and how do you look at your grand vision about your D2C journey?
So my views on the funding winter. So I've not raised. I'm completely bootstrapped. So I can talk out of my hat also over here. So I'm going to do that. I think that it's not the worst thing, the funding winter, because it didn't mean that people who really deserve money didn't get money. I'd look at it as today also, when I'm thinking of raising money, I'm thinking I really don't want an unrealistic valuation. Like there was, I think 2 years back when we just started out, we were thinking that, yeah, let's push our valuation to as much as we can get, And now at this point, we have this realization that what that does is it creates unreal expectations of growth also. And that is something I don't want to live with because it'll make me do stupid things. And I don't want to do stupid things. Huh? Sorry? Probably. I mean, what will I do with all those brands that I'm not really passionate about, right? But I have to do it. I have to do something about it. So I think that that is my perspective on the funding winter, that if you're really good, if you're sustainable, and if you can pass on that message to the investor will see it and they will fund. I mean, that's what's happening to us right now also. We are getting good interest from people who are understanding the dynamics of the entire industry before directly jumping into not miss an opportunity or something like that. I forgot the second part of your question.
What are your growth
Future
plans? Yeah.
So very honestly, it's not, every morning I can get up with a different 10-year plan.
10-year plan is a huge one.
Yeah, I come up with a different 5-year plan also, because in the last 2 years I've made about 6 5-year plans, right? 3-year, 5-year projections. So every 2 months,
I love the honesty.
matlab so when an investor is asking for a 5-year plan, no, I think he also knows that I'm making it up right now because I don't really know. But it does give an idea of what direction I would be taking with the information that I have today. So with that knowledge, if they are understanding that is an understanding, I think that is good clarity to have. So I don't have a 5-year, what exactly I see as my exit right now. I'm not in one of the really fast moving industries. The largest companies in India in toys must be about 100-200 crore in revenue. So it's not such a big industry in India, but we have built a product that is international, that is worldwide usable, tested for quality, passes all European and American standards, because we see that India is not only going to be a market, international is going to be a market, and India is going to appreciate that because Indians love international brands as well. I mean, they're realizing that there is a lot of work to be done to succeed in many competitive markets also. So if you're successful over there and you work towards that, you'll automatically create a great product.
Before we actually close with 2 quick questions, my question to all of you, or firstly to Arush is, there is a one trendy problem in D2C is CAC, managing CAC. So customer acquisition cost is always high. Most of the time it's always high. Now there is another cost which is absolutely zero, losing a customer. Because in a highly competitive space, be it beauty, skincare, healthy snacking, home decor, XYZ, if I were to buy a sunscreen, if I'm not finding it on one platform or specific brand sunscreen, I'll go to switch to another one. If I'm not finding fixed Derma, I'll switch to Mamaearth or Dermaco, anyone. Now I have plenty of options, right? There is abundance. How do you entertain a customer who is disloyal?
I mean, we don't, right?
The most obvious or the most good example, the ideal example to this situation, which can be resonated with all of you, can be Swiggy and Swiggy and Zomato. If you cannot find one dish on Swiggy, you switch on to Zomato or vice versa.
So I think assuming that, let's say you have 100 customers come to your website and all 100 are going to come shop the next month, I mean, that would be foolhardy to think, right? There will always be lapses, right, in any business. So it's all you can do is basically minimize that. And I think the answer is quite boring. The answer is to make very, very, very solid products. Because we have customers who tell us your website is not working. We used to have a very, very bad website before we moved to Shopify. 4-5 years ago, it never used to work. We used to get calls from customers, आपकी site नहीं चल रही, मेरा ये address है, please shampoo भिजवा दो, मतलब. That tells me that at least we are doing something right. At least the product is solid, and I think that cohort of customers still buys from us. They give us galis कि आपकी delivery नहीं थी, courier आया चले गया, आप Amazon से सीखी, and we just nod our heads and say
product वही चाहिए.
And we nod our heads and say sorry ma'am, like, you know, and that is how it works. So product solid चाहिए. एंड सेकेंडली अगर प्रोडक्ट आपका सॉलिड है ना, तो प्रोडक्ट में कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए कि यार उसमें ना वर्ड ऑफ माउथ से वो स्प्रेड करे. Like the 16 pack that I'm talking about had that quality in it, right? There are the eyeshadow lipsticks had that quality on it where people talk about it, right? I mean, fortunately for us, we cater to women and women talk about stuff they shop for, unlike men. So in categories where that happens, I think that is your secret weapon, right? Make the product so viral, worthy of being talked about, that your marketing happens for free, right? So then your CACs will come down automatically, right? On that particular product, our CACs are very, very low. So yeah, so these are the two things I think. And now how to do this will depend on what business you are in, what categories you are in. And if toys will do it in a different way, snacking will do it in a different way. So, but these are the two frameworks I think I believe should work.
In addition to rising CAC, there is another tedious process and also high commissions of being listed on quick commerce. I read a huge long post wherein a founder kind of expressed his story of struggle of being listed on Blinkit. You want to say something to this, Abhishek?
No, I think everyone here, all the D2C startups have faced it. matlab, All the quick commerce, when they came in, the idea was to charge from the D2C because the traditional brands never gave them margins. They
Will
used to
this commission come down?
Yeah, as your brand scale up, as your brand love gets generated, you have a pull demand on the platforms, you can command that thing from them. And once you have that story with one of the platforms, you can replicate it. For example, we started with 35% on Blinkit and we scaled up pretty fast. Then we brought down to 30%. When the Blinkit got to 30%, Zepto and Instamart automatically got down to 25%. So there has to be pull on the platform. You have to be scaling up there. They should see that, instead of having higher margins, if I have a higher volume of that brand on my platform, the absolute margin is going to make more sense. This is how you maintain the interest of all the category managers on the platform, is that you grow very fast for them. Is that what they are looking for?
But now, in my understanding, I really do not see a very strong brand presence of any toy company per se. Yeah, on a startup level in India per se. How would you ensure a customer would reach Blix?
So two things, right? How do they reach Blix and how do they stay with Blix or they get associated with Blix? So reach is through any sort of media or something or some way, to get an exposure out. But more important is how do you get that customer in our opinion, in our industry, in my business at least, it's how do you get that customer to become a user of our product starting today, then 2 months later again buy. I mean, that's eventually what we all want, right? So for that, I think, like you said, people are not loyal anymore towards any brand or something particularly. But then there are lots of factors I think that are associated. But one of those factors I think is that they have to be able to associate with the brand beyond just the product. They have to talk to their friends and all about the brand as these guys are doing something interesting. I've seen this. The personality of the brand should be so strong that it's very clear. The brand is like a person, so you have to bring that personality of that brand out. And everybody, like my brother-in-law recently wanted to buy a motorcycle, so he went to the Triumph showroom and he saw the motorcycles, and then he went to a Harley Davidson showroom. So in Harley Davidson, there was this big blackboard and there are all these dates and events written. And what I realized was in Triumph, you buy a bike. In Harley Davidson, you buy a community. You get a part of a community. So that I think was very interesting for me, and I think I've taken lots of learning from that, because that 12 lakh or 10 lakh or 8 lakh or whatever you're spending on the bike is one part of it. The other part of it is that what else am I getting along with it, right? And becoming a part of a community, creating a social circle around it, having events around it, all of that will never let that core audience ever leave you. And you don't need every customer of yours to be that core audience, but you need enough so that they start influencing everybody else to try out that experience, because it's such a great experience for them.
In last 30 seconds, I want to come to everyone. Just tell me any one startup founder or a product which you admire in D2C space in India.
So I think Chayos has done it really well to establish that communication with the customers through an EBU like a D2C channel. I think really admire the way they came up with the points thing to you have a free chai when you collect enough free points, and then you can customize it. Works really well from the customer perspective, and just getting associated with the brand. I think
Good one,
really,
Arush.
really well.
I'm not I wasn't ever a shopper for clothes online. You started using a brand called Andaman now. I think I love their clothes. It's a classic case of, lousy website but great product. So when that happens, I know they're onto something great. So love the quality of those
Well with
clothes.
them, huh?
Absolutely. Well, the brand that they're creating a lifestyle around it. The quality is top notch. They charge you a premium, but then they give you that quality. And I think that's an example of a legitimate brand being created online.
Typical old school, huh?
I think in the education industry, which we target quite a bit, I think Physics Wala is somebody who's done an incredible job, because I don't think he started off also thinking that he's going to make YouTube videos and be worth so many, a billion or whatever it is. So I think that one man with one camera and not great editing or something, no perfection, he just gave something that was so powerful. He identified his skill. He was able to maximize it without all the shosha of it, and he's beaten all the biggies in the tech.
Lovely, lovely, interesting. There's so much to learn from these amazing founders, including all three of you. Thank you so much for making time for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Resham, for doing that. Thank you. So now we've discussed innovation as a mindset. We've discussed building a successful D2C brand. How do you connect with your consumers via storytelling? We also had a small session between or the journey from a professional to then of Mr. Yogesh becoming an entrepreneur, and then the evolving trends that we've seen. And of course, this was more about the D2C market in India. Now we have a keynote address on powering India's digital commerce trajectory. And to talk on the same, to share his views and experience on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Shirish Joshi, Chief Business Officer and President, Network Expansion, ONDC. Everybody, please.
So while they clear up the stage, just a quick show of hands. How many have had a formal briefing about ONDC? All right. We at least have 2-3 hands. There used to be a time when there would be no hands, so I'll be making progress. That's good to see. It's going to take more than 10 minutes to actually explain what ONDC is all about, so I won't do that today. What I will focus on is on what is it that we are doing in terms of resources or activities to help companies like yourselves succeed in online shopping through our network. I'll just wait for them to load up. Cool. So really our goal is to build a vibrant digital commerce universe, starting with India, but eventually globally. Just so you know, we are not just a B2C activity. We are B2B. We get several thousand orders a day of B2B. And we've also done our first international transaction, and we are ramping that up. So this is starting with India, but not limited to India. And what we basically attempting to do is to decentralize e-commerce so that it's not dependent on any one party, dependent on any one central infrastructure, and make it accessible to everyone. And the variety of sellers, you obviously have the usual suspects, but from the small auto rickshaw driver to a handicraft maker to a handcart vendor, all of them are now live on a network, and then you can actually place orders. So the reach of this network is not meant to be limited to known standard brands, but to go to every person or every individual, every organization that is a seller of any kind. There are major brands that are live on the network across categories and sectors. And more importantly, appropriate for today's conversation, there are many D2C brands that are also live on the network, again, across sectors. So the network isn't limited to any one kind or one category or one sector. It is flexible and enabling multiple networks. So let me talk about 10 things that we are doing as an organization to help anybody who wants to sell succeed. The first is education. And that's really about explaining what this whole unbundled, open way of doing commerce is. Why is it different from existing forms of e-commerce? And how does it help anybody succeed far better and far wider than they would be able to with any platform approach? That's the current world of e-commerce. The second area that we are helping is if you're there as a seller. Now, if you're a large company, you can probably connect with the network yourself, right? You do not need any other assistance. But if you are a small seller, you do not want to get into the technology of getting connected to the network, getting into the operations of responding to the network. You simply want to sell your product. So for that, we need participants on the network who can play the onboarder. And while in theory, any onboarder can onboard any kind of seller, but in reality, they tend to specialize in certain sectors, sometimes in special geographies, because part of the digitization, part of the onboarding is digitization of catalog. And so once you build an expertise in a particular area, whether it is financial services or grocery or fashion, then that becomes your way of onboarding. Which means that for us to onboard multiple sectors, we need to onboard a variety of participants who can help that particular sector. B2B is different from B2C. And there is also a need for geographic density because a lot of these organizations, and maybe similar to yours, are not large manpower organizations. They're not tens of thousands of people in a company. They're actually very, very small teams. And so these small teams cannot go to the length and breadth of the country for onboarding. So developing these partners in every geography, in every state, through a variety of tools, participation of state government, creating hackathons, becomes a way of enabling this onboarding at scale. Think about what happened when you got your Aadhaar card. There were Aadhaar booths all across the country, which is why you could do it. Imagine if you had to go to, let's say we have 35 states and union territories, there was one office in each state where you had to go and apply, how difficult that would have been. And so we're trying to help the reach by creating a broader set of onboarders, partly encouraging participation and partly building the technology for it. Third area is creating the network itself to support good business practices. One of the first questions we get asked is in this whole unbundled way of doing commerce, who will handle the complaint? Right? So if I place an order through one application, the seller is on a second application, they've ordered delivery through a third application, and my product doesn't reach me, now who do I call? Right? That tends to be one of the first questions to ask. Well, the answer to that is very simple. You talk to the application, you place the order. But that's not all, right? It's because that application also needs tools and resources to make sure that they can back you up. So creating an issue grievance management framework whereby digitally messages can go back and forth in milliseconds across the network and enable the buyer application to serve you well is one example. Digital payments for commerce don't go as simply as physical payments. Right? If you walk into a shop, you're buying a 10 rupee bottle of water, you'll pay 10 rupees, he gives you a bottle of water and you're done. Nothing very complicated. But that person is also at the end of the year filing for taxes. Now, online, what happens is everything is taking place at the same time. At the moment you're paying money, there is TDS, there is GST to being paid. And so the money that the consumer is paying has to be divided into multiple parts and paid. A small seller can't handle that. Importantly, if you build a cart with buying from multiple seller applications, then there are multiple settlements to take place. So building a standard reconciliation framework, RSF or reconciliation services framework that allows parties to settle easily becomes another one. How do you trust a seller? Well, sometimes you may know the seller, you might know the brand. Sometimes you might need the assistance of an additional badge or a validator. Right? So we see websites that have a verification sign on them. Similarly, imagine if you could have a seller with some sort of verification. It could be a mark like a craft mark. It could be a GI tag. It could be support from the organization that is funding them. Something could be SIDBI supported. Something could be Tata Trust supported. So having an additional badge that allows you to trust all these components, so grievance management, settlement, badging, etc. These are all part of network resources that we are creating to help transaction being more trustworthy and stronger. Fourth, digital marketing. Now, one of the problems of existing e-commerce structure is it has made marketers lazy because all it requires is you list yourself somewhere and then you pay some money for your ranking and you're sort of done. And you're completely dependent on the algorithm, and if it ended up costing more, then it ended up costing more, right? You shrug your shoulders. Now, that's because a couple of platforms in every sector pretty much hold the sway for that set of goods and services. But in an open network, now it's somewhat back to the good old days of yore, where a seller can now control their amount of cost, the market that they are serving, and be able to market their product on their own terms and conditions. One very simple truth is anybody who makes any product, and that includes the D2C brands here, has identified something that could be done better. That's why they built that product. That's why they built the brand. Even a service provider, like an auto rickshaw driver, has started in that because he believes there's a demand for it. So everyone has created their product or service with conviction in the demand for that product. But what e-commerce drags everything to is a question of deals and discounts. That's not why these services were created. And so the ability to market your product now is available on the network, and anybody you market to can directly buy from you. It will not be distracted or sidetracked to a different path. So helping people understand digital marketing capabilities. And we are also enlisting support from other organizations. So Meta has stepped forward and said, we will provide support in terms of credits on the social media platforms that they manage and enable these sellers to do their digital marketing. Fifth, financial assistance. There are a lot of government schemes. Some come from ministries, some come from state governments for the purpose of digitization. And so we become the bridge organization that as people come on board, they're able to tap into these schemes and avail of the financial assistance being provided so that you have a head start in doing your business. In some cases, it might be a philanthropic organization. So a lot of the social sector work that we do comes supported by philanthropic organizations. So creating the bridge between sources of funds and beneficiaries of funds in a commerce network, because here the visibility is straight. Right? Many times people are concerned about putting up money because they do not know where it is going and what is being done with it. Whereas here the impact of that funding is very clear. And so that creates a much greater confidence and comfort in contributing. Sixth is technical support. Now, we are a country of technically smart resources, but nevertheless, the act of integrating, as anybody who's done it, understands that there are steps to be done, and sometimes there may be gaps that need to be filled in. And so we are not letting companies be on their own. We have technical resources that we provide, either our team members or agencies that we have trained and onboarded that are available for participants to fast track their journey and coming on board. We also provide not just technical support, but we also provide operational support. So if you've never done operational business and you want to understand what is going wrong, fill rates are not good, tracking is not coming through, deliveries are taking longer. If you want to solve those, then we provide operational support resources also. 7, community building. Some things work better when you gather people together. That's true in case of farmers. So farmers individually often may not have the scale, but farm producer organizations do. And so working with FPOs and enabling farmers to come onto the network, working with artisan clusters, often a particular skill is a specialty of a geography, and we can find a broader cluster and therefore be able to create a much greater assortment and capacity. Creating clusters of demand, working with societies through housing applications. So creating clusters that enable fast tracking of demand and supply is another area that we help with. Number 8, ease of onboarding. And the user experience. So user experience on both sides. How does a buyer shop and how does a seller onboard? And to ensure that the applications that are doing it are as good as the industry standard. And where needed, we also start building SDKs and components that can be plugged in to improve that experience for everybody. Self-promotion tools, we've just testing our shopping QR code. So the UPI QR code is well known and popular. Every shop has a QR code which you scan to pay money, but it's only for payment. There is no standard QR code on which you can find a shop, see its catalog, and be able to shop. So we've now completed the technical development of it. We are piloting it in some stores, and very soon we will have shopping QR codes in every store where you can either save it or at the moment you're in the shop also you can scan and place an order. You don't have to queue up, you can make your payment and simply collect it at convenience and go, which will also allow then sellers to be able to market themselves, to be able to share. Before we had digital marketing, we had phone numbers. And think about anybody, any seller who has a phone number, right? You do everything you can to popularize that number. It's on your business card, it's at the end of your email, it's on the name mast of your store. It's probably in multiple places, and you're popularizing that number. So the moment somebody has a number, they can call you. Well, the QR code is the equivalent of a phone number. Now you share that QR code with anybody, and people can just simply scan and place an order on you. A lot of sellers have been very, very enterprising, including in the farm sector. They simply collect their historical customer's phone number, create a WhatsApp group, and start sharing updates on their product, and are able to drive orders directly without being dependent on any e-commerce platform in between. And finally, performance analytics. Today, sellers do not get access to their own data. All they will know is the product that they've sold. They don't even know who the customer is. Whereas in an open network, to have access, first of all, to your own data, if nothing else, simply to manage your inventory. So just look at your historical past 7, 8 week order pattern, weekend, weekday, morning, evening, and you will now have a digital validation of what you might have been doing intuitively. And as sellers come online and start interacting, the need to be accurate with this becomes very important, because if you accept an order and then you discover you don't have the product and you can't fulfill it in time, you will get a black mark online. Physically, you're still okay, because if a customer walks in, you can send your chotu and say, market se leke aa jao. You can probably still satisfy that customer. You don't have that luxury online. So helping people understand how they are performing in very simple, easy ways by which they can expand their assortment, improve their operations, and in general do business with greater excellence are some of the ways. So these are just 10 of them. And I'm sure as we work with you, we'll have more to add to the list. But the goal is anybody who has anything to sell in this country, regardless of product, regardless of service, should be able to be on the network, regardless of where you are on the chain. So today, farmers are buying seeds and saplings and fertilizers on the network. They are selling their produce to food producing companies, who are in turn selling to brands, who are making a finished product, who are selling to consumers. And that entire chain is available. Distributors are selling FMCG products to retailers. Retailers are selling to consumers. So every leg of transaction is now live. These are not theory, future state. This is current. We have taxis, auto rickshaws, metros. So in cities like Kochi and Chennai, you can actually do all three legs of your transport: home to metro station, metro ticket to destination, auto rickshaw from there to your destination, all in a single cart. Add to cart, check out, you have all the three tickets and you're ready to go. These are not even possible on existing e-commerce marketplaces, because each is a specialist in one area. And so this is an exciting, wonderful journey. We will not build it. We will simply help you. We are expecting you to build it. So I look forward to working with all of you in the times to come. Thank you. Yeah.
As I can see that ONDC is posing a challenge to the likes of Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, and many other players. So do you see any kind of collaboration in future where, just like UPI, these platforms will be using ONDC as their backend support system and start collaborating with you and provide better service for the consumers as well as to the suppliers?
Sure. So if you've been following the news, that has already begun. Ola is, for example, live on our network. They've already started food ordering. They're very excited to introduce many more categories. And so with their 75 million monthly active user base, now they expect them to not just order taxi and auto rickshaw rides, but also buy a whole bunch of products. So Ola is already here. Snapdeal is already here. And there are conversations on with big players, not just in e-commerce, but outside of e-commerce. So we have big media companies who will soon announce their participation on the network, telecom companies joining the network, banks joining the network. So it's not limited to just the e-commerce players, it goes beyond. The e-commerce players, you have to understand from their perspective also, right? So the entire principle around which e-commerce was built was to build scale. And all investment would go into scale. And once one or two parties became big, there was really no room for a third or a fourth. What ONDC is effectively doing is giving scale to everyone. And so automatically one area of advantage is getting balanced, which doesn't mean that we are removing opportunity for them to succeed, because e-commerce is very, very underpenetrated. Only 6% of this economy is digital. There's 94% to be conquered. So we've invited them and they're certainly open. Conversations are on. And each one is exploring by what is their first step to join. Now, you have to think about your business as completely made up of parts rather than thinking of it as a monolith. Major furniture brand said that while we figure the rest of it out, we have capacity in our logistics because we build very special logistics for shipping furniture across the country. Let's bring that to the network first so that anybody ordering furniture in your network can use our furniture logistics. Let that get started and we'll come to something else. So each business finds out what is the first part. Also, it's very natural for every business to say, what am I going to get before I give anything? Eventually, the network will be one where everybody gives and takes. Right? And so depending on what is ready on the network, some find it, okay, whatever is ready is good enough for me to get started. For others, it's I'll have to wait a little bit before more gets ready for me to get there. Yes, sir. So we do not know because we do not keep that data. So as a network, we made a conscious decision to have very, very limited information. We know a transaction has taken place, but we do not know the item bought. We do not know the value of the item bought. That only the network participants who have been part of that transaction, they will have that information. So I do not have that answer. I can tell you we did 7 million transactions last month, but I can't tell you the value of that. Of the 7, the activities we do. Yeah, so there is no direct link between an activity and the outcome. I was explaining in what way ONDC helps. We ourselves are not a business, but these are the practices or work streams by which we help. But if you're asking the breakup of that 7 million, so about half of it is auto rickshaw taxi rides, what we call mobility. Of the remainder, in almost equal measure, there is food and beverages, grocery and fashion products. And then next would come home and kitchen products, electronics, and some of the others. Health and wellness, agriculture would then form the tail. Business to business is fledgling and growing. So that's a relatively small portion of the total. So we were 3,000 orders a month last year. We're at 7.5 million today. I do not dare to predict what will happen in the future. Yeah. To me, yes. But I think it'll help everyone.
So just you mentioned that ONDC had the first international transaction a couple of times back. So do you see more cross-border e-commerce events happening, and what kind of impact or regulatory hurdles can be cleared up? I mean, the support for regulatory hurdles can be provided to small sellers, like you mentioned that even street seller is on DC platform. So definitely he can't compete with the likes of Amazon, who are also providing these kind of services for cross-border.
Is actually superior. If you're sitting in the areas where we've onboarded them and you want to order chart, trust me, there is no major platform who can serve that chart to you the way the street vendor can through our network. So in some cases, we are superior. They're actually competing better.
Yeah, I mean, but chart can be a perishable product. I can give examples like maybe a handicraft product. So a seller who is just sitting and making, say, a Kanjivaram sari, or maybe, there's Bandhani from Rajasthan. So generally, they tend to be dependent on other distributors, because these are the players who are just manufacturing it, and they don't know the different channels of selling, or they don't have the expertise. So in that particular case, for cross border e-commerce kind of thing, how NDC can support them?
Okay, actually your question is multiple questions into one. So let me
Yeah,
first start with the idea of cross-border. Cross-border simply means that one of the two sides of the transaction is outside. Currently, what we have done is an export order. We have not yet done import orders yet. So a buyer in Singapore, it was a cafe actually, placed an order for a tea consignment on a tea wholesaler in India through our network. That was the first test order. Now, in order for this to grow, and we have interest now from Dubai, which is another place with high Indian diaspora, and some US cities. So all of it depends on where the interest is coming from. Eventually, we would want to connect everyone. But when there is interest, then obviously there is resources and people would step forward and solve. So that's sort of the initial geography. Now, in order for a seller to sell, the buyer must have confidence in that seller. Sometimes that confidence comes from a brand. Sometimes that confidence can come from what I call badging. So if, let's say, I want to buy saffron from Kashmir, if there is a GI tag that is available that validates that this is indeed saffron from Kashmir, or I want to buy a Banaras silk sari, and it was indeed made in Banaras, not in Surat, and there is something that validates that, then that helps me have confidence. Over a period of time, obviously, as more tools come, network ratings also take shape. That will become an additional piece. We also have a partnership with Dun & Bradstreet. And so Dun & Bradstreet assigns a DUNS number to every organization. That's an international validation tool. So a buyer outside, if they see that the seller in India has a DUNS number, they know that this is a legitimate party with history. So we're building these bridges, and as we learn more, we will add more. But the simple opportunity for us is that wherever a good practice exists anywhere in the world, we simply have to add it to the network. We don't have to invent everything ourselves. I can't share that information. That's competitive information, sir. All right, thank you. I hope this has piqued your interest enough who are having all of you join us quickly. So our email ID, as I flashed briefly, team@ondc.org. I'm around for a bit, so happy to exchange cards and looking forward to having you on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from those discussions and the addresses to the evening's celebration. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor and a privilege to welcome all of you to the second edition of the BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands. Well, now we all have gathered here to celebrate and honor India's top D2C brands who have introduced exceptional innovation and dedication towards shaping the future of the startup industry in our country. In the previous edition, there were 50 winners in the list, but just like the growth that's been happening and that everyone's been talking about, this year we have 60 winners. And to finalize this elite list of the top D2C players of India, the esteemed editorial board of BW Business World and BW Marketing World, alongside an advisory committee, which included a set of industry leaders, conducted a review. Now, the editorial leadership team, inclusive of BW Business World and its sibling brands editorial board, deliberated over a pool of over 600 D2C companies, bringing the final list down to 60. So I think that deserves a big round of applause. See, now this is eventually you. We are celebrating you. तब आप ताली में कंजूसी मत करिएगा. Just saying that. Can we try it again? Much better. Now they evaluated the body of work, scrutinizing aspects such as innovation, market impact, scalability, and also sustainability. Additionally, they also examined the revenue growth over the years, alongside other critical industry specific criteria, ensuring a comprehensive assessment of your startup's potential and also success. Now, once again, I take this moment to thank our partners for today, our associate partners, Smarter Logistics, our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, and also Beanley Coffee. Today's award ceremony, it's being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. Well, if you wish to share your happiness online, you can please do so. And while you do so, please use the hashtag BWITDB. A humble request to all the winners: once you've received your award and you step down from the stage, please proceed to stage left so that we can get a picture of yours. And then also stay back in the very end or till the very end for a group picture. Both of these will be used for the digital platform and, of course, to help you promote your brands and yourselves as well. Okay, it's time to reveal the winners of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands and to present awards to our first set of winners. Let's invite the presenters on stage. Mr. Hoshi Gaswala, CEO of BW Engage, and also Yogesh Dhingra, GMD and CEO of Smarter Logistics. Gentlemen, please, let's welcome them. Hello. Okay. Okay, now this is just a list. No specific order, no ranking. It's just a list of all your winners together. Yes. The first winner to join the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand list for this year. Please. It is Mike Lamb. The members of Mike Lamb to receive the award here, please. For them, please. We have the Sankita Bhardwaj, the Director, Brand Marketing, to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand for this year. The Ayurveda Experience, we have with us Rishabh Chopra, the founder and CEO, to receive the award. Yep. For the entire brand that awaits this trophy back home, congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Kapiva, we have with us Area Sales Manager, Rahul Gupta, to receive the award. For Kapiva, please, everybody. Congratulations. See, before we move forward, eventually आप भी एक बार यहाँ पर आएंगे. And then you'll miss that. The love that your audience can give you. So when you get a chance, please, for all of them. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Eco, we have with us Varesh Kumar, the Regional Manager, Quick Living Private Limited, to receive the award. Congratulations. Winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also the group picture in the end. Very important. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. It's Bold Care. We have with us a co-founder, Raja Jadhav, to receive the award. Anybody for Bold Care, please? Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Novia, we have with us the brand manager, Rachika Singh, to receive the award. For Flovia, please, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Warmly, we have with us Abhishek Agarwal to receive the award. For Warmly, please. Congratulations. The next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Heads up, four tails. We have with us the head D2C growth and performance marketing of Neet Singh to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World's India's top D2C brand. Tomorrow, we have with us the founder and CEO, Simran Khara, to receive the award. So, Kaparo, everybody. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands. It's Juicy Chemistry. We have with us a content strategist. They're here to receive the award. Congratulations. We also request Mr. Suresh Joshiji, Chief Business Officer and President, Network Manager of ONDC, sir, please to join us on the stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Everybody wants to, sir, please. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands. Hi, Muse. We have with us the head of performance, Farid Aaron, to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Great coffee. We have with us the founder and CEO, Bharat Sethi, to receive the award. Bharat's not here. Probably gone out for a coffee. Okay. The next winner to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. The Ayurveda company, we have with us the Shivansh and Priyanshi, e-commerce manager and the brand team to receive the award. For them, please. Congratulations. Reminder, winners, please don't forget your individual picture and then also the group picture in the end. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands, please. The Sleep Company, we have with us the zonal head of North and East, Abhinav Malik, to receive the award. For the Sleep Company, please. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Wow, skincare. We have with us Lalit Mohan, the regional sales head, to receive the award on behalf of our skin science. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. No food. We have with us a co-founder, Akash Agrawal, to receive the award. First off, everybody. You know, we still have a way to go. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Both, we have with us Shishika Anil, the head media, along with Sara Chaudhary, the senior manager sales and also marketing, to receive the award. For both, please, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshi. Thank you so much, sir. Once for him, everybody. May I please request Mr. Ved Shukla, the founder and CEO of Milo Mart and also advisor to BW Retail World, to please join us on the stage and help us present these awards. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Green Greens of Form. We have with us Umar Srivastava, head of D2C, to receive the award. Congratulations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands, please. Wooden Street. We have with us Deepak Bish, the regional head, business development, to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brands. Fable Street, we have with us Adarsh Sharma, the Chief Business Officer, to receive the award. For them, please, for the entire brand that awaits this certificate back home. Congratulations. We also have a video. Can you please play that?
Thank you very much, Business World, for giving us the Marketing World D2C Award 2024. We at FS Live and the entire team is extremely excited about it, and it has been team's hard work and crazy drive that has got us this. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. You can clap. It's okay. See, my mom says ताली बजाना अच्छा होता है दिल के लिए और सबके लिए. जब भी मौका मिले बजा लिया करो. अच्छा, moms don't lie. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Kai. We have with us the founders from the founders office, Anjinkya, and the honor to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Minimalist. Yeah, that's the head of performance marketing, Sanshruth Khanna, to receive the award. For Minimalist, everybody, let's give them the maximum amount of applause that we can. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand is on the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India's top D2C brand. Good for we have with us Ashish Goyal, the lead LPD and SCM from Chipper Consumer Private Limited. Prefer to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand is on the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India Stop. D2C brand, please. They've got it. No second time. It's happy low. We have with us Sanjeev Balian, the RSM, to receive the award from Happino International Private Limited. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand is on the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India Stop D2C brand. Bombay Saving Company, we have with us Davesh Mandiratha, D2C lead alliances to receive the award. For them, please, everybody. आप तालियां बजा सकते हैं, बजानी चाहिए. It's not an option. हालांकि अभी से 2 लोगों ने बजाई हैं. Let's just try and clap once. That's what make you feel happy. Yes. Thank you. Down to our last 2. The next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India Stop. D2C brand, please. Rage Coffee, we have with us the founder and CEO Bharat Sethi to receive the award. He just went to grab his coffee. The next one, the Jiva is the next brand to join the list of the second edition of BW Marketing World India Stop D2C brand. And they haven't gone for a coffee break. They are here. We have with us Sidesh, the regional manager, to receive the award on behalf of the team. For Jiva, please, everybody. Congratulations. And with that, we come to an end for the second edition of BW Marketing World India Stop D2C brands list. May I please request all the winners to join us with their certificate on the stage for a group picture. If any of our team members, can you please make sure? Any winners outside? Aye, please. All the winners. A few can also come downstairs if you want. You can look into your individual cameras first, and then we'll do that. Last call for any other winners that are left. We'll do one more with only the winners now. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Is anybody else feeling cold in the hall? Doesn't feel like Delhi at all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you.